purple headphone dance floor.
Is fantastic Saturday, a weekend of Netrunner is just to begin. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. Super happy to be here if you're watching either on Neon Static or over on Twitch at 12G_live from Brooklyn. And speaking of live from Brooklyn, we're joined by Laura, who's at this place. How's it going? This is super exciting. I am remote, mind you. I'm not in Brooklyn where this is happening. Laura, what can you tell us about the space today? I think it's like 30 players have come out to compete in a Megacity championship.
From all sorts of places nearby. It's a lovely space. The big TVs around to see the time.
Fantastic. Yeah, for those who don't know, Kato is running the stream alongside support from the local venue, and Kato is also the tournament organizer. So there's some conversations going in right now, making sure everyone's ready. You generally do this at the beginning of a tournament, but hopefully everyone's having a good time so far. We are about to start a Megacity Championship. We have 30 players here, and we'll be doing all our Swiss rounds today. I believe it's 7 rounds of single-sided Swiss. So we'll be going on for the next about 8 hours, I believe. There should be a lunch break around round 5, if I'm not mistaken. And from that, I think it's top 8 cut out of 30 players. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's top 8. I don't know if you know, Laura.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yeah, dinner break after round 5.
Awesome. And then tomorrow, the stream will return. There is some side tournaments going on tomorrow. I think Hand and Brain is seeing organized play, which I'm a huge fan of that. A lot of folks in that area have been playing. But otherwise, we'll be returning for a top cut just tomorrow here in the same place. So huge shout out to Neon Static for lending the channel for some broadcast. And I hope you're doing well. Laura, you're a local player. You're not playing today. Well, what do you think your read is from the local players and the folks who traveled in for this? What's your expectation today?
Yeah, I heard, a lot of the standards, Sable, Alco. I'm hoping that we have a lot of HB representation today. I heard some rumors about HB being played.
Get out.
Yeah, but then just your usual spattering. I think I heard there might be a bit of ESSA. There should be some OB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those who are, paying attention, just yesterday we got a new ban list. That's the 2508 ban list. And while that is going to be kicking in for Continental season, it is not tournament legal until the 1st of August. So this will still be in what is technically not the old meta, but is the meta that you're used to. So what we've seen at local tournaments or international tournaments for the last couple months is we're expecting a fair bit of Alco. That's doing well. We're expecting the Sables, but we'll see exactly what that sort of New York City twist onto this is.
Yeah, today we might see some of our players' last deep dives for a while, last info bounties, last ban hards.
I don't think you need to give people excuses to play some of those cards, but that does always happen, right? Right before rotation, people bring out their apocalypses. They want to fire their last Rashida, so sometimes there's some intention to do that. I do want to shout out that now in this tournament year in organized play, if you are the first player that wins the Megacity Championship, not only do you get some cool prize support for making the top cut and hitting certain breakpoints, but on top of that, you win a buy, and that buy you can take to win your first round at a Continentals. And I will do a plug here that we're running in Montreal, the Continentals, just in about a month from now. So a bunch of these players are definitely in traveling distance. So that buy is actually worth a fair bit in terms of that first place spot.
Yeah, I think we've got a good number of players competing really with an eye for that buy who have buys from the last districts.
Oh, right. So I guess they're plugging them in now. We'll see round 1. Again, if you want to follow along, Aesop's tables, we are code 7353. If you just look up there, it's New York City Megacity. So you can follow your favorite players. You can see their standings. Deck lists, mind you, of course, are closed until we hit the top cut. But at that point, you'll be able to see some of the top playing deck lists. Today, you think you would have played some LEO if you were playing today?
Oh yeah, it's just the best ID.
How has that changed so far? I'm assuming that with the new ban list change, you might be in a better spot. What is your thoughts so far? I don't know if you've thought too much about the new meta coming up.
Yeah, playing it as Sable is always interesting because of the infinite info bounty money, and Banhard definitely makes the matchup trickier. But deep dive's never a problem.
Hello, Netrunner players.
How does it make that sense?
Welcome to the NYC Megacities. We're looking at 7 rounds of Swiss. So today we'll have a dinner break after round 5. And round timers are going to be all around the venue here. We got 40 minutes for each round. We have multiple people judging. So again, if you have any issues, yell loud, raise your hand, hold it up while you're, until someone comes over to you, yell for judge. We've got this amazing little trophy for the first person player, a little bagel. All the NSG OP obviously prizes, the mats, the pins for people who are best in their specific factions. All that is what you'll be playing for. Top half of Swiss will also get Plutus by local catch and super cool out there. Trying to think if there's more information I should give you all that I'm forgetting. Right now, we're being streamed. Up here, you'll see in the venue, that screen is what's being sent out to Neon Static. Shout outs to Eric. Thank you for all the tech help for helping set up the stream. And on Twitch, we're on 12G_live if you want to watch on Twitch, if anyone else wants to send that link out as well. And that's the venue, and Tucker, the venue tech, has been helping a lot too, so shout outs to him. These timers are synced correctly, and when they hit 0, you will hear my voice come out. It's an automatic recording, and it just says round end, so that is right. You'll never hear a false round end. Of course, if you have an extension from one of the judges, you keep playing, and we'll try to keep track of that as best as we can. But I'm going to go ahead and get the pairings set up now, and we're doing self-reporting on the site. There's Wi-Fi from the venue that is very strong and should be able to handle all your traffic, so don't worry, go ahead and connect to that. But otherwise, if you have any other... Yes, there's a question. Yeah, we're going to just do it 7 today and cut the first round. Tomorrow we'll go straight into cut instead. Yeah, there's a... We'll finish all 7 rounds. But yeah, like I said, after round 5, we'll take a dinner break. The venue sells food as well if you need to snack in between rounds or anything. There's lots of great stuff over there, and there's plenty of things in the area. There's so many... There's food everywhere in Brooklyn. All right, I'm going to go set up the pairings. Oh, wait, one more question. Yeah. Right, yes. We're going to ask people specifically to come up with the stream. It's not an assigned table. You're definitely allowed to just be like, I'm not comfortable. We'll find a different table. All right? All right, thank you all very much. We'll get the round paired real soon.
Let's go. Very cute venue there.
Yeah, there's
Seems
a
like
lot of
setup.
players.
Yeah, that's really nice. This wide camera, this setup's fantastic. A lot of friends and familiar faces I know. So folks from like New York, New Jersey. I think you see a bunch of people also came up from Pennsylvania. So it's definitely gonna be a good fight. I think even some people from the Midwest I recognize. So
Yeah,
people
yeah,
are traveling. Really quite cool. So we have officially 31 players. Shout out to Kato organizing, doing all the stream, running around, and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to be starting in just a moment. As soon as we get round 1 paired up on the website, we should be able to see the sort of the breakdown of the identities and have a bit of a high-level read of what this tournament's going to look like. But it's 7 rounds today. I'm assuming top 8 cut, which means, you probably 7-2? Or sorry, 5-2 makes top cut? I don't think if you take 3 losses, you're in.
Yeah, 5-2 and 5-1-1 ideally.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard day today. IDing also in a field of 30 players, 31 players, like maybe one or two players can do in the later round, but we're going to have to play a lot on Netrunner today and make sure those games come in and you get those wins.
Yeah, and definitely will be some fierce competition out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think this whole buy system, like we were talking about this before, people are coming in here for the buys. People are also cashing in their buys. I know there's some technical issues over the last couple of weeks that buys were interacting with the tournament software in a way that was not probably the best way. And I think that all stuff has been entirely ironed out. So we'll see how many people are actually cashing in their buys from winning districts. For those who don't know, if you win a buy, that means in your first round, if you want to cash that physical card in, you don't have to play your first round and you just get a free win. I'm not sure exactly what it does to your strength of schedule, which you want to be as high as possible, but getting that first win in, it means your second round opponent will be someone who also won their first round, or I guess got a bye, but that obviously puts you on track to get towards those, or away from those 2 losses for as long as possible.
And it looks like round 1 has been paired.
Awesome. So we, unfortunately, I don't know, maybe Laura, you're going to know better, but we're not going to know what's going to show up on camera until we find out. But we can do a quick breakdown if we scroll through Ace-Up's tables to see what we see and see what sort of patterns we see on the corp side and the runner side. So I'm currently looking, and yep, there's a fair bit of Alco. I would say, I don't want to say half the tournament, but a bit less than half the tournament looks like it's on Alco.
Ooh, we have 1 player on PT Unchan. That's
Let's
slightly different red
go.
identity.
Yeah,
lot
so
of
it's 10
Wayland.
players. 10 players on Alco. Yeah, a fair bit of Wayland. So Op and Nuvem are showing up. Op being the most popular. We still got some HB in there, some LEO, which you might like to watch, some
Let's
PD, but
go.
there's only 2 HB players. Actually, no, 2 LEOs. Wenjong's playing LEO, which is not something I've actually seen him play, which Wenjong is an absolute a fantastic player. He's always playing some sort of stuff that's slightly more off meta. So that's going to be really exciting. Now, on the runner side, Info Bounty, this is the last day you're going to play it, and some players are definitely playing it today. I'm looking at the Zai account. We're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, kind of mimicking how much Alco, so it's about a third of the field. So it's going to be a matchup you're most expected to match up today.
And even outside of Sable, we have a bunch of different criminals, probably playing red, some kind of red crim, but some MuslihaT, some Zayas.
Yeah, no berries, but yeah, you have a couple of the other options, which is always really fun to see. NBN on the corp side, Nebula showing up. We have a couple Nebula players, 3 or 4, and then Pravdivos is a single non-NBN, or sorry, non-Nebula NBN, which is, I guess, kind of what you'd expect. And then, of course, a scattering of Anarchs. We have Eli. He's playing Loup, which is going to be really fun to see. Likes that destruction. Op on the other side, I imagine Eli, she might be doing some damage. We also have a couple of Phoenixes, some Sebs, so actually a fair bit of variety on the Anarch side, as
I
much
think
as
we have every
Hoshiko's
Anarch
probably.
except Topan.
Yeah, which is like, that's good for a tournament, I reckon. So that's good fun. So now we can jump into the pairings again. There is a whole bunch of rounds ahead of us today, and already some of the pairings are like very, very stacked. This is not the tables that are necessarily going to show up on the camera, but like Chromatically versus Coldlava, we have London versus Cat. Those are really, really rough matchups as soon as round 1.
And I think it's table 4 that will be on stream today. Wynaut on Leo against imyxh on MuslihaT.
Cool. So we're going to get one of the Leo players. I'm not too familiar with either of these players. I don't know if they play locally, if you know a bit more about their stories.
Yeah, Wynaut's been playing locally, but I think they only started this year.
Oh, yeah,
They
right.
did
Why
really
not
well
had a
this summer
really good
showdown.
finish?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I am familiar. They have only been playing for a couple months, and they did fantastically at the Summer Showdown. That's really cool.
And imyxh is also a local player coming out from Long Island, so also a bit of a trek for them.
Glad they made it out. Hopefully they have a good day. We're checking there at the bottom. There's 5 players that took their buys in today, so a bunch of players are not playing. So those players, again, they're just going to sit out, which means there's just less players playing right now this round, and we're going to have a lot more players undefeated going into the next round. So we'll be setting up soon. Pretty cool. Oh, Radish. Found my voice. It might, we'll try and figure that out. Maybe that's just how my voice sounds, but we'll be setting up relatively soon here on table 1. Oh man, yeah, this meta, it's like, obviously people are trying to figure out what to do for the next meta, but these players were practicing for this event. This is a long time coming. We saw a bit of the prize support too. The prize support for this event is phenomenal. We got to see that trophy, which is like the bagel into the coffee cup, and the coffee cup shares some of the design. I believe commissioned for this event, I think it's a participation prize, is C Rose drew that a chesva in the sort of, I think it's like a Greek kind of coffee style from New York, which is so charming.
Yeah, the New York coffee chesvas.
Yeah.
Probably
And
see
then
a lot of
there's-
those today as well.
Yeah, I hope that folks get those right at the beginning of the tournament so they can just slot those into the criminal decks. We also have the Plutus, which like such a fantastic art from Cat, modeled after the Golden Bull in Wall Street, which I'm not sure what the official name is, but you probably know what I'm talking about. Now, Plutus is not a card that's really showed up in the meta in any way, and I'll be surprised. Maybe some Wayland decks are playing it, but actually this round there's literally no Wayland seeing play, which I think is kind of a statistical anomaly. Maybe all the buy players are the Wayland players, but there's literally no Wayland. It's only a bit of HB, Jateki, and NBN.
Yeah, that is bizarre. I wonder what the odds are on that. Yeah, I see 2 buy players are on Wayland.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe we'll see a sneaky Plutus today in Spicky, or maybe in Ob even.
That's an interesting thing about buys. I don't know how it works because all the corp players, or sorry, all the players that have buys this round, they are registering as corp buys. So that means that during this tournament, they will play, in theory, one less corp game. But because it's 7 rounds, it'll still be even for them, as much as it won't be even for other players. But I wonder how to decide which, is it just fully random which side, or does everyone just get a corp buy? I have no idea how that works. Too much over 49. On the other side, we have imyxh, I think is how we say that. Is that right, Laura?
That sounds about right.
Perfect. Playing MuslihaT, so one of the new criminals. Mind you, these are 2 new identities from Elevation. And MuslihaT says when your turn starts, you can reveal the top card of your deck after you look at it. And if it's an event, if it's a run event or an icebreaker, you can reveal it to your opponent and add it to your hand, which is some nice card draw for a faction that classically has kind of been starving for a bit of in-faction card draw.
Yeah, we're expecting a lot of run events in MuslihaT, probably.
Yeah, a lot of, we got a lot of good run events in the set on top of that, right? Like you're expecting some of the more, maybe not standard run events in a lot of the classic criminal lists. Like maybe you'll see a couple more jailbreaks. I've enjoyed playing a single finality. So you sometimes get a bit more of that run-based aggression. And on the other side, LEO, which I'm excited to hear your thoughts on the LEO deck, but LEO in the early game sometimes can be a bit soft. And while you can always once per turn trash a rezzed Biroid to end the run when a person is running a server with a Biroid, a lot of those Biroids, of course, you can click through the subroutines. So if you want to ensure they get that transfer of wealth, that clean getaway, sometimes you can just throw it into ice and assume that it's a Biroid and you can click your way through.
Yeah, it can be a struggle for Leo sometimes because a lot of the criminal run events like Bravado or Carpe Diem are very happy to face check and make you res your ice.
Yeah. How do you deal with the early aggression against criminal? I know modernly with things like clean getaway, being in every deck, I really, especially against Sable, want to ice down both centrals as soon as possible to stop those successful run triggers, the clickless gain back off of the Sable mark. Do you want to just push in a remote server? You always have to respect, I guess, transfer wealth turn 1. But what is your ideal opening against a criminal here?
Yeah, it depends. Probably ice on HQ, ice on remote, and in economy assets like Regolith or Tranquility is the best start.
Yeah.
And just hope that R&D holds for a little bit longer while you get your money up.
So, welcome to online table play. There's one card in the hand I don't recognize, and we're going to run into some small issues, I think, with altars. We'll figure it out in context what those are. Do you recognize the card in the middle there?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, it looks like we had 2 ice. I think I saw an MIC in there, and it looks like if Wynaut's dropping that, he might want to go for the keep. We can say imyxh's hand. It looks like both players are maybe going for a keep. So we have 40 minutes of this round. This is single-sided Swiss. So for the uninitiated, both players will be sitting down and they only get to play one side. This is not like if you played, 10 years ago where you have an hour and a bit to play both sides. So once this match is over, that's all the report is going to be. A win is worth 3 points in the tournament structure. If they come to a draw and at time is called, both players after the time extension of getting an additional round for the inactive player, you can end up with 1 point, but usually we'll get a 0 or a 3, a win or a loss.
Yeah, the time can be a little tricky for a ID like Leo, which wants to go slow and really set up, build ice, get money, but...
Yeah. The late game is really, really powerful, right? Like you have your upgrades, your Mershas you can trash, your ice you can trash if you need to. You can make some really strong servers. The problem is in the early game getting through there. So I think Wynaut here just wants to survive the early game and then start thriving. So we'll see. Ooh, big hand show. I caught a bit of that. I think I got an open market maybe.
I think I saw it
didn't see
tread
any...
lightly.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, that's a sure gamble, right? That's easy.
Oh, that's a great start
cool.
then. You'll be able to afford your ice.
Quite nice. Yeah, next activation in hand, we're going to ice up that HQ. I think that was an on-sell, which is a bit of an ugly res on the early turn, and I think that was an MIC ending up in the remote server, which is really good. Bravado going to be revealed from imyxh, so we can just send it. HQ first click, I don't mind it at all, and you generally here assume you have a 1 in 3 chance to hit an agenda. First click, we're drawing up a bit deeper here. Again, players both kept, so you think that they have the hand. The more you draw, the harder it is for you to run. Because if you face check into a Byroid, a Boomy could be a core damage, an on-sell can be kind of awkward. But it looks like we're going to just set up with some Debbie Downtown. Not too bad. Ooh, last click Bravado.
Last click Bravado. Risking taking a core here.
Oh no, that's an on-sell. It's going to be a lot of money, but the subroutines on this are really quite mean. Trash a card means Debbie's going to go down immediately. You can't steal her trash, but you'll still get all your Bravado money. We'll see here if Wynaut wants to spend 6.
Trashing the Debbie here definitely seems valuable, because that's going to be probably a drip 1 credit for near the rest of the game.
So install a card from Archives or HQ. So you actually can, if you draw Seamless Launch, just put the offworld in the remote server. It saves you that install too. Now, it's entirely safe in hand. Running last click into Byroids is something you want to kind of avoid doing. And this is exactly the reason why. So we'll see. As much as 6 credits is a pretty expensive cost here, I think Wynaut is really going to need to draw a strong economy card in the next turn to be able to consider pushing in the remote server behind a 6 cost dice.
Oh,
Finding the
offworld office.
Feels so bad to hold it and give it back, but at least you know it's not going anywhere anytime fast. If Wynaut can just like top deck a Regolith, we're really, really good. Discarding down there again, remember to get your Bravado money. That's going to be 7 credits, so not too bad. And I missed the discard. I think it was a Carpe?
That's what it looks like to me.
Top deck another sure gamble. Not going for credit gamble, hoping to draw into something better. Going to pass the turn back on 5. Do you think you just send it and click through less of the subroutines on the on-sell? It's a 1 in 4 here, right?
Only 2 of the subroutines have text right now because there's nothing to trash.
Exactly, yeah.
Open instead Bravado and R&D.
No res here. Want to hold the credits. Off the top, we're seeing a Managarm. That's 3 to trash. We're going to get the money back from the Bravado, but it looks like whether or not we could res, Wynaut really wants to hold those sure gamble credits.
Yeah, and also to pad the hand just in case they go for the on-sell play.
Still a lot of money in hand. I'm not sure if we got the MuslihaT, but we do have a sure gamble, and I think we have a fair bit more money. Ooh, we're on dolls.
Yeah, that's a Matryoshka, so those AI breakers are able to break any type of ice. And we don't expect
That's a hard thing. Yeah, exactly. What's the worst case? Like, you hit a Hagen at a bad time?
Yeah, that could be bad. Thankfully, it will be quite expensive on a Hagen. Matryoshkas can break Hagen. I was going to say there's no ice that are specifically teched against AI, like a Samox
Exactly.
Moon.
Dropping the gamble there. We're going up. We have good credits here. Wynaut's going to respond with the sure gamble on this turn. The question is, what's it going to take for him to feel comfortable in the remote server? Drafter's also quite nice. Really cheap, but we're still with the gamble to get up to 9. And we don't have an seamless launch here, so pushing the agenda is going to be pretty well broadcast. It looks like we're going to start and advance. Now, scoring out behind a single ice into Criminal is a bit of a liability sometimes. Boomerangs, Tread Lightly even is like kind of perfect for this. That's a 9 credit res. I think we're straight sending it to the remote. I think that's an MIC for 9, which, hey, I don't think we got 9 credits there. I think we have 8.
Yeah. Showing the Tread Lightly, too, is just so in your face. Very criminal.
Wow. That is the best Tread Lightly I think I've seen on camera in such a long time. Phenomenal. 1 credit short of bankrupting yourself entirely for what we believe to be an MIC on the remote server, which is functionally not a Byroid. And luckily there, imyxh was running very early in the turn, so you can click through, and if it gets trashed, you can run back. But feeling pretty good there, and hoping there's no more agendas in hand.
Oh, I think that's a reprise.
Huge. Now, Debbie would be eating really well here, but we're going to return the res on sell to hand off the reprise and touch a single card, finding a drafter there. Wynaut's board state. You know, you said you want to get out of that early game. We're still stuck deep in the early game here. Chesva, not the New York variant. We'll see how quickly we can start using those coffee credits. For now, it's just trashing cards because we do not have those icebreakers on the table.
Yeah, and selling Chesva now does turn on the Boomy Trashes program subroutine. Looks like we draw a Regolith, which will be able to help bounce back the economy.
Yeah, the question is if you want to just dump that or you want to ice HQ, at least to play around a transfer. I think there's a transfer you would have actually probably found it on that turn instead of installing the Chesva, but of course, with MuslihaT, you can always just draw it clicklessly. And it looks like we're drawing another Tread Lightly. That is rude.
At least now you know to play around it.
Yeah, as much as you can. 9 credit MIC. So like last turn, the card in the remote server was advanced, which tells you it's HP. It has to be an agenda functionally. This turn it wasn't advanced, so your read is not that it's probably an agenda. This has to be like a Nico, a Manigarm setup, or a Regolith. So hey, this is good. The Biobands is going to probably get use of the coffee, and we can install some cards here. You can get your first, yeah, we're getting our first breaker down. I wonder if we're actually going to contest the remote server here, because we have 2 copies of the nesting dolls.
I think we also see a pinhole in hand, so a pinhole threading could challenge that, considering it's not advanced, so likely to be an asset.
You're really good. You also know that the card in the remote server wasn't res last turn. The ice wasn't, and you definitely would if you could. So that has to either be a Brawn, an on-sell, or an MIC. So we'll see if some of those face checks are worse than others. And it looks like we're just going to run it, not even going for the run event, the Tread Lightly. And so if that's an MIC, it's going to take away the last click of our runner player here. Now the doll does break it, in theory, for as cheap as 3 if you want to lose your click. And at that point, I don't know if the corporation can throw the MIC to end the run.
Yeah, rezzing and then trashing your remote, only remote ice to protect a Regolith might be a little painful.
So 3 subroutines, 2 for strength and then 1 for 1. So if you want to lose all your clicks, you actually do save credits, because otherwise you have to break both of them. So you save 2 credits. But then it's up to the corporation to throw the MIC at you, which exactly, I totally agree, Laura. That's way too expensive.
Looks like we're
just
decided not to
bouncing.
break.
Yeah, and that's huge. The corporation's going to get back in the game, getting 7 credits this turn. Do you think you pinhole this down with your Chesva credits?
It's always hard with Regolith because you think that it's only 6 credits left, but the 6 credits make a big difference, and it's a lot cheaper with the Chesva credits, so it's a good call.
Drawing into a jailbreak. We do know what this costs to run. Jailbreak on Centrals, again, once you draw that, it really does change the mood here, and you know you are going to get in guaranteed as long as you don't get a Byroid thrown at you. So far, we've only seen expensive Byroids on a drafter. We haven't seen the Boomy, which is easily like the one that you're most happy to throw in the early game.
Yeah, trashing a Byroid to stop a jailbreak can feel pretty painful because it's a 0-cost event. It doesn't commit as much, but it just accrues so many accesses throughout the game.
The amount of run events here, I don't think we've whiffed a MuslihaT, but we just keep drawing the good run events. It might just be dolls and class acts and a Debbie. I guess have we seen the open markets? I don't even know if we have.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think only Chesva, Sure Gamble are some of the whiffs.
Second Chesva, I think we're going to be sending a run here, either the Bravado or the Jailbreak, because we have 4 credits to break ice. That's going to be mostly free. We're Bravado HQ. It's been a couple turns. We've only seen 1 agenda so far, and with the Regolith, it makes sense. So Bravado here into HQ. It's a drafter. We're going to break that for entirely free, flipping the first all.
Oh yeah, drafter you definitely have to break. And it would usually be a bad face check, considering it could return a hedge fund to hand. But yeah, it's
Break
free
that
with
for
the
3?
coffee.
Yeah, again, the doll has to be flipped down. It shouldn't matter. We're not going to make another run this turn. And accessing there's the first Boomy. Just the same numbers as the drafter, but we're going to get 7 credits back. There's the flip. So massive. Good access there. The Regolith looks like it's going to stay. And we know what the jailbreak setup is here. So Wynaut knows that's in hand, and that kind of changes how you play. So I don't know if you want to get second ice on the remote server and say, I don't think you have the 3rd doll, because that's remote server might actually be somewhat safe the next turn.
Yeah, with Leo's ability, the number of dolls is what ends up being taxed rather than credits.
Yeah, I think Leo into dolls is interesting, right? Because if you spend 2 to 3 dolls and then they end the run with a Byroid, you can't run back. We'll see if Wynaut can get to that.
If you can get enough ice there, exactly, while affording it. Oh, it looks like we are still pinholing it.
Cool. Going to use 1 coffee credit, so you're trading 2 of your credits, 3 of your credits for 6 of theirs. And back, Corporation Hand of Ice, but we have a Mitra. Really fun card in the matchup. Click 1, draw more ice, but no money. Mitra at a minimum is a 3 credit card. You can always do a little surprise where you swap the drafter for a Boomy, and then you can end the run, but just pushing the remote server, keeping the runner interested, I think is a great play. So install ice, put the Mitra behind MIC. We have nothing at archive, so it's just about hand.
Oh, looks like that's another reprise repealed off the top. So MuslihaT hitting again.
Do you think we're going to get jailbreak R&D straight into reprise? Just have a mess of a game, return the MIC?
That is an excellent combination of cards.
This is where the early game for LEO is so hard. Gonna keep drawing in. Got a raindrops. That's 3 influence. I love that run event. Just really fun to send it. And no matter what happens, either you're touching cards or drawing.
Yeah, good combination of econ and card draw for a criminal. Looks like we're going
There
jailbreak
it is.
R&D.
With 2 clicks left over, let alone a breaker that can break just about everything. We'll see if Wynaut wants to res a Byroid and throw it, but only on 6 credits. That's going to be an expensive choice no matter which way you cut it. We know 1 Boomy's in hand, but that's the second
there's the
Boomy.
other Boomy.
So this is the hard thing, because you know resing it costs you money, but functionally doesn't cost the runner. It just gives you the ability to play around Hermes. We haven't seen a console so far, but we're going to be breaking this all of it for only 4 credits, flipping down a doll.
Yeah, when it feels like you're spending money and they're not spending any actual money, it can be hard to make some of these choices.
So no LEO, we're drawing. 3rd doll up. We're going to see 2 cards here with a reprise loaded in hand. There has to be agendas. We've seen only 1 agenda so far. The deck has to have all of them.
Second one's a spin doctor.
Coffee could trash that. Looks like that will be the case. Coffee and 1 from pocket, but no reprise blowout. We know the next drawn card is not the card that Wynaut wants here. So R&D is pretty easy to check every single turn.
But knowing there's ice on the top of the deck can sometimes make you feel a little bit better, because it means you can just keep on putting on ice, keep on trying to tax out the number of dolls.
That's a big one, though. It's Brawn, right? Like, we install res for 7?
Yeah, and then you start having nightmares about the Brawn getting reprised.
Oh, yeah. We're going to strap on that second doll. Mind you, you don't pay for that one. You just attach it. It's not considered installed for card effects like, I guess, Hagen in this matchup. And then just clicking for a credit. So passing 8 to 3 with drawing into a greasing is pretty nice. We'll see what we add to the table, getting 2 credits while doing that. We've seen that next activation in hand since, I think, turn 1, which is a really interesting card. Adding 2 strength matters. The dolls only start at 2. Not being able to click through is sometimes a way that you want to interact favorably. But icing up here kind of shows a bit that you don't have agendas in hand or you're not going to push. Obviously, the double Chesva is scary, but it looks like the entire game is in R&D right now. Carpe Diem drawn and revealed. How do you get out of this? Is this another load-bearing Regolith play? Because we've gone through 1 Regolith, but 2 hedge funds, right?
Yeah, it might be. And now we're seeing that having that Regolith pinhold, even with just 6 credits left, are making a big difference here. Because if Wynaut had 6 more credits, they could res Brawn easily. They could also res the remote ice.
Yeah, this reprise, if it does land, is going to blow the game wide open, especially as you said, if you can like coax that 6-cost Brawn res. Now, Wynaut's only on 5, which keeps you off all the scary stuff, like on sell, like Brawn, like MIC. And we do have the 2 dolls and 4 coffee credits, so it feels like a waste not to use them. We'll see if imyxh wants to run this turn.
Yeah, with $2, you're safe to run basically any server once.
Another jailbreak. I think we can see 2 new cards on R&D at the top of the deck. It looks like that's where we're going. Chopping R&D. No res. So I think it's one of the bigger ones. Brawn, we're going to break that. Flip 1 doll. See if LEO's used. No, we're drawing into... Looked like another coffee. Top card, Mersha. Trash for 1 and 1 with the coffee. That is a very powerful card in the matchup, especially with a handful of ice. And another Brawn. Wow. The deck has to have like... What is it, like 25 cards, 8 agendas?
Yeah. Well, we lost 1, so yeah, 7 or 8 agendas left.
Oh yeah, right. Because you were probably playing like vulnerabilities and big 5/3s, huh? Mm. So it is a 3rd coffee. Now you can install that. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's 2 MU, so we're going to need our console. It's 2 MU for the dolls, right?
Yeah, and we haven't seen the console from imyxh yet. I guess that's a MuslihaT whiff, so you might not be playing as many as 3.
What's your best case here? Would you rather have Hermes or would you rather have a Swift?
Ooh, that's a tough choice. Swift combos with all the run events for sure, but Hermes combined with the reprise can cause some serious blowouts.
Yeah, really gross. Oh, we're getting a mark here. We got our algorithm. Wait, you can't roll... Wait, you can't... What is this? Oh, it's just 1, 2. We're rolling a single die. I thought this was combinations. That doesn't make sense. So if we roll 3 and 4, it's R&D. 1 and 2, it's HQ. 5 and 6, it's archives. It's a 1 and 2. So HQ is the mark. We can make the run here if we want to. It's going to cost you credits, though, because we've used all our coffee. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if there's agendas in hand here. You've been locking the deck, so this access is probably not worth that much. We're still going to go in for it, though. Pay 2 credits. I don't think we got our money from the Carpe Diem, which you should get first. There you go.
Ah, yes. There it is now.
So here, single access. I do think we know there's a Brawn. I'm not sure what else we know, because I think the only access we got so far was the agenda that's out. Mm-hmm. Next, that's 4 to trash. Next. Massive number in the corner.
Yeah.
Now, non-icebreakers, so far we haven't seen any, so it's not like it's going to be stuffing a boomerang. So generally this will just cost you 2 extra credits on an important turn. You can multiply that if you fire LEO and stack some ice, but that's currently not what seems like it's in the books here for Wynaut.
We have Carpe Diem again just for the money and not making the run.
Just gain 3.
Yeah. With all these run events, it can really seem like criminals have infinite economy. Click 1 draw.
There we
There's
drew
the off-world.
the next card down. So we'll see here again. This is the problem without seamless launches. You have to broadcast, install, advance, and that is telling so obviously what's in the remote server. Wynaut knows, I think still knows that there's a tread lightly. So if you want to contest the remote server, those credits will swing. I think it's still in hand. Let alone you have a pinhole to suss out what that upgrade is, and you know it has to be an upgrade if you put an agenda on top of it.
Mm-hmm. The upgrade is a Mitra, if I remember correctly, right? So if they
That's
do
correct,
run, you get a 3-killer rebate. It would just be extra bad if they pinhole it, and then you can't afford to res ice that you thought you would with those 3 credits.
Like pinhole trash with Chezwa, then you tread lightly the remote server. Oh my god.
That's what I'm
Huge
worried
6
about.
credit swing. Yeah, massive. So we're installing. I think that has to be the off-world, which unless we top deck a seamless launch is not going anywhere. I do think we have a click left here. It was draw, install. The Brawn is in hand. A second Brawn might be in hand, or as much as on top of R&D. And if a reprise goes across and just blows out that MIC on the remote server, it's going to look quite bad.
Yeah, when your best ice all costs 6 credits to res, and you keep having to re-res it, it's not great.
Clicking for credit last. Draw, install, credit. Wynaut is explaining. So back. Let's see if we get a MuslihaT rip. Flipping our dolls. That's a nice, fun start of turn trigger. So upgrade is the one that's covered. That's been there. They could be both upgrades. We obviously know. That's a twinning.
Ooh, our maybe first whiff or second whiff we've seen today?
Yeah, maybe just second, but I was not expecting it. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense here. And that is the beginning of some influence. We've seen so far, I think, 6 influence off of the twinning and raindrops.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with the Chezva to just charge it now for the rest of the game. Make the reprise more likely to land.
Yeah. So here at a minimum, you can always run archives to boost. You just have to be running a central server. I think here for 4 credits running HQ, you might as well. I don't know if you need to contest remote server. We might just run R&D because I think it's free, but it's a pinhole for the remote server.
Pinhole.
So this is a run on a central server. So if you use the pinhole credits, it will boost the twinning. Accessing a Mitra, that's 3 to trash, but you do have all the coffee credits if you don't want to run centrals to break ice. And it looks like we're paying 3, losing the Mitra there. That should give you a twinning charge.
Yeah, and the
So
pinhole makes a
now-
lot of sense because there's a lot of good upgrades in Leo that you want to trash. That whether or not it's Mitra, it could be a Mersha that's going to end the run. It could be a Managarm that's going to give you the extra click tax. Just
Yeah.
getting the upgrade out of the way is a smart play.
Yeah. It makes it been trashing all those off the top of R&D. I think we've seen only 1 Mersha, 1 Managarm, but they've all just left the top of R&D. We look at the hand, it's just ice, no money. And if we top deck a seamless, I know your version's on 2 seamless. I like 3. Was that correct? 2 seamless?
Yes, I was on 2 because I was also pre-advancing boldly, but there's some times where you just wish you had more.
Yeah. Ooh, raindrops or remote server. We only have
Oh.
5 credits here to work with. We can't use our coffee. So that means we might force the res or the MIC pop, but outermost is a boomy. That alone is 3 to 4 credits. So this MIC we can't deal with. So we're just going to run away and only get a couple credits off the raindrops.
Oh, but they're letting the MIC fire, I assume, on the last click.
Oh, yeah,
which
yeah,
means they
that's
draw
it.
3 cards.
Really quite nice. So that's kind of perfect. This drops you down to 3 credits. So unless you top deck a seamless launch, right, you're still in this awkward situation. The ice on the remote server is rezzed. So again, if you hit a central, get the reprise, move the MIC, and it's a Tranquility. Really important card. I think Wynaut wanted maybe 4 or 5 turns ago.
Yeah. Unfortunately, nothing to install in Tranquility right now to get its money. So I wonder... Oh, they're a credit short of scoring it, too. We did see the Tread Lightly discarded, so that makes you feel a little bit safer.
Yeah. Yeah, this install's cool too because it doesn't show that the other card's necessarily an agenda. Never mind. It's just got advanced. So like you still think there's an upgrade, potentially a defensive upgrade. So there's some bluffing potential here. Like a Mitra, you have to play around a Managarm. We did just draw into a clean getaway. So we have a couple angles of attack here. Either just charge the remote server and see what happens. We have to play around both the MIC and the LEO ability, or we can just run centrals and say on 3 credits you're not rezzing, and if I get a reprise, the game is really cooked. Also
Yeah.
transfer, like transfer's alive and well here, but transfer goes through. We haven't seen any so far. The game's in a really weird spot.
Ooh, and we have clean getaway on R&D, so it could be ended by the Boomy.
Yeah, I think you might want to consider that. That's 6 credits, which is important. This is going to see 3 cards as well. Now, they'll just run back, but it looks like, yeah, we're getting 6 credits off the run, which is kind of the money you need for the remote server. That's a really hard call. Seeing 3 cards with a reprise in hand, first card, I think that's a spin?
Yes, being trashed for 1/1.
Mersha?
That's a Mersha, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can see the player cam so much better. I'm like squinting at the top left corner
Oh,
or the bottom
yes.
left corner. Yeah, player cam's perfect for this. Third card, we've only seen 2 agendas so far this game, and it's a Mitra. Oh, wow, that's a huge survival here.
Yeah.
Because now imyxh, who wanted to reprise there, has to consider running the remote server. With 7 credits and a single doll, that's not particularly possible here. The third doll is in hand, but the later in the turn you run, the more options Leo has to keep you out. And we have to play around like that's a mana garm in the remote, which is not very easy to do. So I think top decking a transfer here is probably your best click.
Yeah, transfer seems like the best way to stop this. And then maybe, I was going to say maybe steal an agenda from HQ, but I think we've been poking HQ enough to see that it's clean.
Yeah, lock has been pretty solid.
Clean getaway on archive just for money. And then setting
More
up the last
dolls.
stall. So now you should be ready to contest the remote.
Why not? Huge sigh of relief here. Scoring out her first agenda, going up to 7 credits, knowing the top of the deck is relatively safe, but now you're going to be bearing down that transfer. Sorry, that twinning, which means you are really going to have to res that, what we assume to be a brawn in front of R&D sooner than later.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2-2 here?
Yeah, but must be happy that's an off-rolled.
Oh, yeah. An ADT would be good, right? Get a big ice, but yeah, off-road is definitely what you want here unless you're getting transferred immediately. Still then, you'll be okay. Draw reveal, show us a transfer. It's a
burner. That will be
cool.
a good way to get rid of seamless launches too.
Yeah. And you clearly know that Wynaut has not seen a single seamless this entire game. So I think you can just hold that. Looks like we're just going to send it. Again, I don't think there's agendas here in HQ. I think imyxh might know that. So this is just going to get cards out of hand, charge your twinning, use your coffee, do all the sort of stuff that you want to do. But again, you can't steal or trash. This just puts cards in different places. So we can empty ice from the hand. That's probably the best case scenario here. And I think we know that there's a Mitra in hand?
Immersia, yeah.
Oh, Immersia, okay. So we see the Immersia. We see the next. Asgard and Ablative, which we're not on threat yet, but just a small end to run can be kind of annoying for the dolls that only have limited uses. So cards going on the bottom. That means the top of the deck. We knew what the third card is, right? The next card on R&D?
I think so. I think it's a Mitra.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right.
I'm sure Wynaut's sad to lose that Immersia because it would trigger Tranquility on the next turn and also be an end the run upgrade, your cheapest end the run Viroid.
imyxh here has some choices. We do have the inevitability engine of dolls and coffee and twinning. The question is, like, are you scared of Scape Net at some point? You do have a credit advantage. I don't know if you can afford to pay 7 to keep that thing around. So finding a transfer. I think we just drew into Mystic Miami. That's not bad. We played a lot of run events so far, but again, I think that deck is mostly run events, so why the heck not? Drawing into a clean getaway. Cool, this makes sense. It's a minimal amount of resources. My guess is maybe Class X, but it's Mystic, it's Debbie Downtown, it's Twinning, and they all work perfectly together. Draw, first Seamless.
Seamless.
We're going to keep... You think you draw or get 2 credits here? I think you need the money, don't you?
Yeah.
So we're dropping Immersia on top of the Tranquility, revealing that's not an upgrade. And this card, your read is if the runner is likely to be the Immersia, because you've just seen a lot of cards from HQ, you've been locking the top of R&D, and you know they just drew Immersia. They did draw once, which is good ordering, so Wynaut has a bit of a bluff potential that could be an agenda that broke, but your read here is maybe the Mitra.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get MuslihaT this turn?
I'm not sure.
Click to draw?
No, the sure gamble
like
at the top.
Sure gamble. Concerto Dreams, but we're going to click here for 5 credits off of the Mystic as well.
Yeah,
we have 50 minutes of the round, so I do think we're going to see more points, but very importantly, you do want to be ahead on points when time is called as much as you can. Against a 20, that can be tricky because they can always just send it as much as they can, but the game clearly here is entirely in R&D. We'll see if imyxh cares about that remote server at all.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't look like they have another pinhole or any way to check that, so they have to go manually through the booming. Oh, there's the run. There's a pinhole.
So do you think you just shut down the Trank here, or you check? Because I'm pretty sure you think that's a Mitra. Looks like it is.
They might just want to trash it anyways to not give them that credit boost if they ever need to contest the remote.
I think a Mitra is so scary because you don't know what it's capable of because you don't play against it, and like people on the internet like myself are dooming about it. But so maybe it draws some heat. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in practice, as we've seen the meta, it hasn't done anything too terrifying.
No. Ooh, speaking of terrifying, drawing a send a message there. No matter which way that goes as a corporation, you'll kind of happy, as much as game point will be around the corner. So pausing whether we want to push another remote server. You could do install advance here and hope for the best, but with the dolls and 12 credits and a mystic credit and the twinning and a reprise, which I don't think Wynaut knows there's a reprise in hand, this is a bit frightening, but it looks like it goes straight into the remote server. We'll see if we advance it so the Seamless can complete it next turn.
Yeah, but $3 is exactly the number of ice you need to get through that remote, right? Because it's $2 to break the 2, and then Boomy gets trashed into a third doll to break the last one.
The question is whether you have the money. You could play a next activation here, but oh no, you lost it, let alone you don't have the clicks to finish it.
I think Wynaut might be considering whether to put a third ice on the remote to make it safer, but then send a message delayed by another turn unless you top deck the second Seamless.
Yeah. It's nice to stack against the dolls, that's for sure. And it's good that like imyxh has been just like putting the dolls down. It's not super necessary, but exactly, this is our scenario where now you're going to need, what is it, like 5 dolls to get through this if you want to throw the Boomy?
Yep. Looks like it's a big old brawn going on the remote.
Top of the deck, I think we missed the MuslihaT. I think it was an open market. Now we still have the reprise. Loaded twinning.
Oh, it looks like a Swift.
Oh, sick.
Swift coming
cool.
down.
So we've seen the console. That means we can put down the third Chesvo, which I'm not sure if imyxh has held on to, but it's 2 credits a turn. Jailbreak, R into D. We have clicks left here. We have all the dolls. We have all the money and the ability here to see a lot of cards.
And this is the board state where you're really scared of Criminal, where they're really getting a functionally 6-click turn because they can draw at the start of their turn and get a click back from the run events on Swift.
Yeah, Swift is helping. If this is Hermes here, I think you're in a really bad spot. We're going to break. We'll see if Elio is going to fire. You have to do Elio before people commit to, the runner commits to the twinning. It is a breach, so it looks like no Elio is there. So we can see up to 3 cards. Draw on the jailbreak first. I think that's another doll. And we're seeing 3 here, and there's still, I think, at least 4 agendas in the deck. First card, Greasing.
Greasing. What's the next Seamless?
Ooh, that's important. And a Tattoo.
Tattoo Bola.
4th axis, right? It is a fly swatter because that is on top of the jailbreak. We have the twinning. So imyxh has just been seeing so many cards in R&D and no points.
Yeah, that's sometimes all you need against a Criminal. Just good luck where you happen to draw in the windows between their multi-access. Draw the agendas.
Like, you notice Wynaut has been drawing like every turn where lock can be broken, draw 1 happens. And this is exactly where the agendas have been sneaking through. We draw a gun, I think?
Yeah.
Clean getaway. We can use the Mystic credit. We've already charged the twinning. But that's going to be just a 3 credit run on archives there. Swift, giving a click back every turn. Already fired that turn. First time we play a run event, get a click back. So that's also going to help with the Elio attacks, the clicking through ice, all that sort of stuff. But also know Wynaut knows the next part of the deck is entirely safe. So all of his game plan can be just by protecting the remote server, scoring out very soon. Hopefully that sent a message, getting the Brawn on R&D rezzed.
Yeah, slow cook that Sam. Getting more ice there. Even just something like Ablative is fine here to just tax the doll number. But I think imyxh is also holding 2 dolls in hand as a kind of surprise.
Yeah. Ice on Archives, interesting. I think that was the Ablative, which is like a fun place to put it there. If you want to bail out the Spin Doctor that was trashed and discard some agendas. But we'll see here, I think the game is all about advancing in the remote server. Double advance, meaning we don't need the Seamless if we don't want to, but you can always Seamless to jam if you top deck something to fire the Tranquility. Still no transfers yet, but at this point, slightly less impactful. Top of the deck.
Showing another reprise.
We got the whole concerto here, all 3 of them. That's so cool. And luckily, Wynaut has not flooded up. I think we now know the next is 3 cards in R&D, so like you can't even see deeper with twinning if I'm not doing the math wrong.
I think it's, yeah, because we saw 4 cards last turn, so 3 cards on the top. And I haven't done the math, but I think running through Brawn and MIC twice is going to be impossible. I think imyxh's best card here actually another Tread Lightly.
Yeah, Tread Lightly would be huge. The 9 credit res puts you off scoring.
Looks like it's
Obviously.
just a normal run.
Yep. 6 credits for a Brawn here. So this one is massive. 6 strength, 3 subroutines. Of at least 2 really do matter. The last one is interesting with only 3 credits. Still the Ablative can get in the way, and the Ablative will care about just taxing the dolls out. So this first break is at least 7 credits. It looks like we're going to bounce.
Yeah, just clicking through the first one, not letting them get another ice for free on the remote, which would really help, obviously.
So Wynaut here can Seamless out, and we are top decking another Seamless, drawing into a Marjana. Interesting. Just making sure Samaxamoon, we have some ways to deal with it is my guess.
Yeah, or dealing with lots of the cheap barriers like Tatubola and Ablative without needing to worry about wasting a doll.
Stacking the dolls tall. We're almost fully built out and throwing out that lion, so...
Why not take an extra look? Not a card you see often.
Yeah, it costs nothing. I mean, cheap breaker. Top deck here is a seamless. We got choices here. Wynaut now knows the next two cards are not agendas. So now this turn, MX can see deeper. I don't think we charge the twinning that turn, which is unfortunate because you need to make sure that's charged as much as possible. But just triple events going down to 0. This kind of plays around transfer. We're going to score, send a message up to 5 points, resing a
Getting
free Brawn and R&D.
That's really ideal.
And now this hand is holding double seamless, so even if you top deck a 5-3, which Wynaut has been like trying to break lock by clicking to draw, you just smash in the remote server, and barring transfer, you're scoring next turn. There's the first transfer in hand, right? Revealed, I think?
Yeah, I think they were really wishing they drew those earlier to
Oh, yeah, hugely
contest some of
different
those
game.
runs. Because HQ is definitely the weakest server right now with just the drafter.
Yeah, actually scoring with credits to play around transfer here is really sharp. I like that a heck of a lot. Because
Yeah,
otherwise
yeah,
the transfer would go through so badly, let alone, I think that's 2 transfers.
Second transfer.
Yeah.
It'll be a question whether Wynaut will get any money back this game, but they might not need to. They can just credit Seamless.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Tranquility keeping you at minimum, like, whatever, the minimal viable credits. So I don't know if imyxh can just, like, keep up the money to be able to siege the remote server. Ablative also gets interesting, because if you ever run Archives too late, not only does Tranquility fire, you can get back a Regolith or a Spin, and all that's valuable, but third pot of coffee on the oven, so that's a lot of recurring credits to run Centrals. We'll see if that brand can slow imyxh down.
And one thing the players might be looking at right now is time in the round, too, because Wynaut's up 5-2, and they know R&D is safe. So they might just want to hold on here.
So the next card, if I'm not mistaken, is a Fly Swatter. So Wynaut can do draw, jam. Then if you get 2 credits off of the Tranquility, you'll still lose it probably to transfer is my guess, which kind of puts you off. So click for 3 doesn't make sense. I don't know if you do click for 2, put a Tattoo Bola. This is not a matchup you're playing around Kurapira, so Tattoo Bola is actually like really quite good. It's just click the 3 pass. That's going to be probably very rough into the transfer that I think you know is in hand.
Yeah. That's one of the few downsides of MuslihaT. For the free draw, you do reveal information, and the opponent can basically know your whole hand throughout the game.
Yeah, if you want to piece it together. You can always refuse, and I'm not sure if imyxh did reveal or not. But there's no way this transfer's not going through, right?
Yeah, it's probably your best way of... But it also just prolongs the game. It doesn't necessarily push you forward.
Well, yeah, it gives you twinning counters, I guess. You got to see cards.
That's
But yeah,
true.
you're right.
And it's probably your best card to economically be able to run R&D or the remote when you need to.
Yeah. And we also drew a burner there, so if you're counting on the seamlesses, that is something you might not be able to count on. Twinning, we do have a tag here you have to watch out, because you want to clear the tag. As much as this is a clickless run, you still get the access, but you do have to make sure that tag is technically contesting your twinning, let alone turning on greasings. Tattoo, known card. Feels like the most access card in HQ on any run. So that's going to stay here again. We are tagged here. And we're just going to send it straight back with the burner. So rude. Then the next card on R&D is known. So we'll see if imyxh goes for the full value play and only runs R&D when they can see like 3 cards off the twinning, which will be next turn.
And all these events are functionally free, too, with the Mystic credits.
Yeah. So 5 cards. We're going to be looking at 3 of them, sending them back. The on sell, the seamless probably going to bottom, and Tattoo Bola is probably a card you don't want to deal with if you want to be economically aggressive against the corporation. Looks like those 2 are going to the bottom.
Makes sense. Seamless definitely the card you want to deny to make it harder for the Corp to never advance cards. So maybe they're playing a cheeky 3-2.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes. Let's
Okay, our D-Lock. It's now totally broken. That was the last known card here. So why not? It's aware that we can go see 3 cards on R&D next turn. You don't want to full click through the Brawn, but I don't think you can throw the Brawn. You throw the Boomy, but we definitely have enough coffee to make the Brawn not as intimidating. Look at those credits as well. You can't click for 3 here. There's another transfer. We've only seen 1 so far. Like, you need something to put in the remote server to do Tranquility and keep the game about the remote. I think you're okay even trading a 2-pointer in the remote server just to keep imyxh busy.
Yeah, I think you might be worried that if you draw into agenda and try to push it, what they can do is they can twinning dig on R&D and then reprise into back into HQ.
Yeah. But like, it's gonna happen no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you do. Click for 3 here. Now we have a lot of options. Sure, gamble on top of the deck means we're not getting the draw here, but I'm assuming we're gonna do transfer. I don't know if the tag was caught. I think we're missing a tag.
It might not be, but they might just be thinking that Wynaut has no money to clear the tag, to
I
trash
think-
the twinning.
But I think if we had a tag here, why not? We just do click 2, trash the twinning, right?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
Transfer. We might be 2 tags deep. Breaking it again. Why not? Kind of wincing there with a bit of a smile. All this credits your entire turn down the drain. Now we'll see if we still have the credits or the money to run R&D after this to see some new cards. Oh, I think that was the turn instead. That was a rollback with the tag. I think why not saying, wait, if you're tagged, my turn is not going to be click for 3. It's going to be trash the twinning. So the bad thing happened.
Yeah,
This wins back the turn.
they registered the transfer from the previous turn, and then
Yeah, that's a huge difference because also like, yeah, that's a really interesting rewind. I'm not sure if a judge was involved, but it looks like they rewound it. And that's actually really quite favorable for the corporation.
oh wow, and it looks like imyxh has drawn through their whole deck.
Is that true? Oh, wow.
Looks like that's the power of the MuslihaT draw. An ID that's
That
not
was-
seeing as much play as Sable, but
Wait, that wasn't knocked off the table. There's literally no deck left? We're going for a single. We're deep in the caffeine here.
Yeah.
Flipping $2 just to see a single. Asking how many cards left in the deck. It's 3 minutes left in the round. A bit less than. And right now, Wynaut can just play defense if you want to. But we know, I think there's probably like 5 agendas in a deck of maybe 20 cards. So you're getting close. No twinning is a disaster losing that there.
yeah, that's what you really wanted there, to at least maybe get 2 2-pointers and pull up to 6 for time in the round.
So single access here. We're not using Leo. Top of the deck. That's a.
Oh,
it is a 3-2.
Project Ingaton.
That means the tag matters because we have greasing and 3-2s.
Oh yeah.
5 to 4. Now again, on time, you want to have the most points. That means the top of R&D is unknown. This does charge your Mystic Miami as much as we only have so many more events to play, but the reprise will be 1 credit
Oh.
cheaper. We're undoing the broad in R&D is my imagination, trying to lock the game. Otherwise, you can make the remote worse, but we do have coffee. It looks
Oh,
like we're
interesting.
going to make the remote worse. That kind of tracks. So there's 1 more reprise in hand. Are we doing 2 in a turn? This game is all about centrals now because you do not have a remote server, you do not have credits, you have a tranquility. Let's see what you can do with it. But greasing it to 3-2s, like there's a chance here. We do unfortunately know there's a transfer of wealth, which if you're holding the whole deck in hand, you've gone through the whole deck, you're playing around 3 transfers. You can't click for 3 credits here. I think you need to get the Tattoo Bowl on HQ. You need to make sure that you can survive the transfer in a way that makes sense. Have you seen 3 reprises in a game yet?
No, and I'm glad I haven't.
Yeah. Well,
I'm showing the hand. It's just transfers.
Just transfers.
Which you can more or less piece together, having only seen one
Yeah,
this
exactly.
game and the whole deck.
Yeah, this is it's like basically open decklist at this point.
I don't ever
Why
see the
it's looking
boards.
all
Board-
these options. That's all ice. Can't click for 3 here. Is that what we do? I mean, if they're transferring you, they're not running R&D.
Just no hesitation, immediately transfer.
Yeah, money's
But they have
going
enough dolls to transfer and run R&D.
Yeah, the money's gonna be expensive. Now this transfer is huge because it is like a 9 credit swing, right? So like just having the credits to be transferred is a problem. I don't know if you just put the tattoo and click for 2. That might be the more safe line to make sure that the runner doesn't get credits. We're now tracking the tag, which is good.
I think remembering to
Oh,
discard,
discard
from
down to
last
hand
turn,
size. Yeah, yeah, that's totally true.
because reprise bounced a bunch of extra cards to your hand.
Shuffling up here. I want to be clear. Elio hasn't fired once, but like going into 30 seconds left in the round, that means that R&D is actually a bit more protected. You just throw the boomy if it buys you a turn. Next turn you put a cheap buy road, you throw that buy road, and you just say you have to keep running through Brawn, which drawing into a spin doctor is nice. That's 2 credits, ends to shuffle back into R&D as much as HQ. If you draw too many agendas, that can be an issue.
Really
The
tough
runner
turn
here is on
here.
like, what are we at? Like 26 credits?
Oh, I wasn't even looking over there. I was just looking at Wynaut's credit pool, trying to see how they can bounce back.
Install for 2. That's a spin. Again, we are broken lock the last 2 turns. It's transfer again. You've seen this play before. I think we really need that Tattoo Bola for this to get back, but
Oh,
thinking.
so looks like a time in the
Time was
round was
called.
just announced. So this is imyx's
Yeah.
last turn. So they basically have to get an agenda.
So yeah, we rewound back that transfer. So I think all you want to do here is either run the remote server, which my read is that's probably not an agenda. So you just need to run R&D as much as you can. And with these credits, with the clicks, you just keep doing it over and over again. hopefully trash cards, hopefully see more. All you need is a single agenda. And if you find a single agenda, if you just do transfer, you're pretty sure Wynaut cannot score in the remote server unless it's a 3-2. And then in theory, they can do like seamless, credit, seamless, or whatever that is. You know that where one seamless is on the bottom of the deck. Still going for the transfer.
Yeah, I think just to be safe.
I don't know if you need to. Because if you don't find an agenda, you lose anyways. So it is an econ play. It is a click for 6, but it eats your coffee credits. I don't know if that's more valuable or not. This also uses a doll, which could matter, but I don't think there's enough ice because we're expecting to break the Brawn twice this turn. It is clickless. That's nice.
Oh yes, you're
Click
right. I
2?
don't think this will make a huge difference because Wynaut could, in theory, still score a 3-2 with like credit seamless.
Exactly,
advance
yeah.
or
That's
credit
really,
seamless
really hard.
seamless. Yeah. Okay, running R&D.
So we're going through the Brawn here. I imagine we're going to find Leo here for the first time. You also have the play rhyme where you can res a Spin Doctor to shuffle cards back, and then you might want to continue running HQ, but the doll count actually does matter on this turn. Breaking all of Brawn. Now we're at the Boomy. You can take the core damage here if you want to save a credit. It doesn't really matter, unless your last card really does matter, which I'm not sure what the last one is.
Wynaut seems to be
Wynaut's-
thinking here whether to res the Spin Doctor and shuffle anything in, but
Or even LEO, right? Like, I think you have to LEO here.
if this is the first run in R&D, maybe you want to save the Leo for later because with 2 dolls left, they run through it. You want to ideally tax both dolls next turn or next round.
Yeah, you're right. If it's a trashable, they go back. You're right. No res, no Spin Doctor, single access. This is going to be the whole game. There's a lot of agendas in the deck. That's a
It's a Regolith.
Regolith.
Okay, getting trashed.
So now holding the LEO has way more value here. Because you're right. If you run back and double doll and trash you can't come back. Wait, we're running archives? What are we deep diving? No, we're running. Okay, we're running. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, so we're breaking the Brawn. That money is slowly disappearing. Brawn just has big old numbers on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're rewinding. We're thinking.
Maybe they're wondering if they can afford to click through some of the subroutines, but with the
Yeah,
Leo
with LEO,
ability,
I don't know. Yeah, really hard to do that.
and it might be the final turn that we see the corporation popping the ID ability.
Thinking this through again, time was called on the runner's turn. So after this, Wynaut has another turn that functionally probably won't matter unless you think there's an agenda in the remote server. We don't have enough credits to do Gracing Palm with a tag for a 3-2. We just can't afford that. So it's just basically all you have to do is survive and then win 5-4. Now we're assuming this deck has either 7 or 8 agendas, and so far we've had 3 removed. So there's at least 4 or 5 in a deck of maybe about, I don't know, 18 cards is my vibe check.
Yeah, I actually deep in thought, but
This is a good round 1. This has been a good game.
yeah, this has been wild.
Yeah, really exciting.
We really got the story of everything you were talking about, which is the early criminal aggression that then changed into an extremely strong remote from the Leo. All right.
We're full breaking, double flip. This means that you can just throw the booby and say you can't deal with the Brawn here. I think we're going to get a full lockout.
Yeah.
Leo's text finally mattering. Now it's a Brawn. We're running their remote server. I think Wynaut has this on time. So we're letting the booby fire, removing all the dolls, taking a card image, and you're not going to res a Spin Doctor here. So you're just going to say, what do you want to access first? It's a Spin Doctor. Trashing that has no impact. imyxh left with just coffee and a dream. Unfortunately, we're running archives for a check here. Ablative cannot be res. Nothing in the archives. Handshake. What a game. I want to see the next card of RD. Why not flip the next card?
Are they looking?
I can't tell. No, I think
it looks like they're cleaning up. And actually, in hindsight, I think you're right that the transfer play has taxed the runner 1 click that they could have used clean through the Brawn on the last one more run.
Well, because it was a clickless run, they get it back. It's more about like the coffee credits, but I think you end up trading 3 coffee credits into 6 real credits, so I think it's okay, unless you had a run event for R&D.
Oh, that's true, because that's their only clickless run now, because they don't have any jailbreaks
exactly.
R&D or whatnot.
Yeah, depending on what the last card in hand was, but what a start to this tournament. 5-4, Wynaut's taking it, but great showcase for both players. Triple reprise, triple coffee, and at the end losing $6 in a run of your choice is like exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, what a wild game. What a cool way to start the day. I need to catch my breath. My heart is racing for both of them.
Well played to both. They're gonna have a fun day today, that's for sure. So excited to see some LEO. We only have a couple rounds that are left to be reported. Again, this round, fewer players are playing. We have 5 players that have a bye going into this event. So if you want to follow around on Aesop's tables, I don't like calling out people's names who won the first round. It feels kind of weird, but we've seen some already pretty high skill play matchups in round 1 from some competitive players you might recognize their names. So. Tournament has definitely started. Things are alive and well in Brooklyn. What's the vibe like in the room?
I think people are just having a great time.
Have you played here at this event, at this space before, or is this just like one of the bigger venues for bigger events?
Yeah, I think Kato had to look for the space to be able to have the number of people that were coming to the megacities. We had a smaller location for the districts.
Right. Yeah, New York City, obviously a massive city, but finding space for tournaments for organization, it seems like very, very difficult. So I've no doubt Kato landed something fantastic here. So huge shout out to organizers, put a lot of effort into this sort of stuff.
Yeah, organizing not just these big events, but meetups all throughout the year too.
Yeah. All right, it looks like we have all our rounds coming in on the report, so you can follow along. Again, www.aesop's tables. You need that triple W at this point, and it's 7353. This is the New York City Megacity. So top tables, we have Coldlava and Cad both taking games off of 2 Alcos from both Chromatically and London. A bunch of players coming in from the, I want to say Pittsburgh meta. I'm just going to say Pennsylvania to be safe. Fantastic players on both sides of the table. And then other results, we did see Wynaut, table 4 versus imyxh. LEO taking it on time. We see a couple Nebula wins as well. Nebula actually going nearly undefeated
Wow.
on that
I wonder
table,
if these
so.
are fast advanced nebulas or kill nebulas. My guess is kill nebula.
That's always the hard thing, is like, it could be literally anything. Nano management out of nowhere scoring a 3-point agenda, or, you know, the false leads on the table as soon as turn 2. I worry Nebula's getting stronger in the ban list, but today it's kind of a known quantity. Let's see if they've got some extra spice in there.
Yeah, and looking at the round 1 results, looks like we got a pretty balanced corp and runner win rates.
Yeah.
Wins on both sides.
Seems pretty all right.
We have a precision design win further down, so HB was undefeated this round.
Let's go. Yeah, actually 2 HB players also got the buys, and that counts as a corp win, but we have LEO and a player whose name is Peach BT Bed Detective Emoji, also playing some PD and coming in with a buy there.
Yeah, it looks like Alco actually did not do so great, losing on the top tables.
Yep. Yeah, so far. Hard to start. Sable, Lat, obviously it's kind of meta matchups, but I have no doubt Alco can turn that around as it has been doing through this whole season. So
Yes. But I do wonder if, you know, one of the downsides of playing Alco is that everyone is not only teched against it, but practiced against it.
Well, like, that's the hard thing, right? Like, every week you turn on Netrunner DB, and it's like, here's a new Alco list. Its win condition is kind of entirely different. And you try to figure out whether you're playing against, like, tags or measured response or Holoman or Mana Garb or, like, see how they run. Like, people are keeping other people on their toes, that's for sure. But some of the play patterns obviously have become more pronounced, or people understand what you're meant to be doing around archives and stuff like that. It's been fascinating to watch, as obviously strong and as prominent as Alco has been this tournament season.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely, it's just such a powerful shell to like play very like fun, dynamic Netrunner, but definitely can be overpowering sometimes.
Looks like round 2 pairings are coming up again. Just to remind those watching at home, a couple things. Firstly, my name is Andre from the Metroball Grid. Super excited to be here, joining the New York City Megacity. You want to give yourself a shout out, Laura?
Yeah, I'm Laura, broadcasting out here in Brooklyn.
Very, very cool. We want to give a huge shout out to Kato for organizing the event and all the other nice people. Shout out to the Brooklyn. And if you're watching on Neon Static or 12G Live, if you want to leave a little like there, get some hype in chat, all that sort of stuff is incredibly appreciated as we are off to round 2.
Yes.
Now, sorry?
Don't think anyone's at the table yet, but they're probably pairing, getting set up.
Cool. So some of the rounds that we see, and of course, we're not picking these rounds. It'll be an ask and an offer and acceptance of whoever shows up on camera. But table 1, we have Oriades versus Coldlava. Coldlava coming in second at a large, I think it was a online Megacities recently, playing some op. So a very cool deck with some assets and probably some measured response. I think that's usually the kill line. And Oriades Kyle playing some Sable. So we'll just see some more info bounty, which we haven't seen so far on stream.
Yeah,
We also have like Holliday, who playing from the Northeast. She's playing Nuvem, and classically, I kind of know as a bit of a punitive Counter-Strikes player. So we'll see if we got that measured response fork, playing against Floating Fast, also on Sable. And we have Eli playing some, I'm assuming, damage op against Capsican Fan. also playing some Sable. So we might see a couple of those who are currently at the top tables.
Yeah, the Holiday floating fast game is what we're going to be seeing right now.
Oh, sick. Cool, cool, cool. So I think that's Holly. I'm pretty sure that's Holly, but I guess we'll
Yes.
find out soon. Oh, okay, great.
But yeah, definitely we're going to see some measured responses on the top tables and
Oh, yeah.
possibly some quick flatline finishes.
So you can also tell this by looking at the standings. I know there's some issues earlier where players who had a bye because of side balance would end up often playing players who also had the bye round one, and they would kind of have their mini tournament inserted inside the larger tournament, if you can follow my drift. And that's currently not the case. It looks like everyone I've seen who has a bye round one is playing against someone who's played round one, which can happen. It's good that it's happening because it means we don't exactly have the problem anymore. But I don't know if any two bye players are playing each other.
No, looks like it's been sorted out.
Very cool. Okay, cool. Nuvem. I don't know the Nuvem Sable matchup. Nuvem is actually like I think the second most represented wyld identity. I'm pretty sure. Probably at this event, let alone the last couple months. And that ability, a Nuvem like a bit of a black sheep in the last meta. And now with rotation, as much as you lost a lot of good stuff like subliminal messaging, which is a bit feast or famine, we've responded or we've replaced that with not only things like petty cash, and we're still playing KPI and we have some really nice smooth operations. I think the biggest thing is that Wayland is one of the few factions that got a single win condition on a single card with measured response.
Yeah, measured response is so powerful, and like when you have good ice too, even criminals with their run events that pay you back aren't able to afford measured response a lot of the time, and if they are, they don't have the hand size for two.
Yeah, and so this is going to be a fast push your forward corporation. Sometimes the Nuvems can be a bit slower, but I do think Holly classically, she's been playing a bit of that rush kind of fork and playing it really, really well. I don't know if I've seen Holly travel for a lot of like bigger events. I'm great that she's coming out playing because she plays really, really well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this game. Yeah, Nuvem, what is a 54 card deck?
At least 50, so it's up to
Okay.
you. Some people play 59, some people I've seen play 50, but 54 means you're playing the least amount of agendas per card, which again, if you're doing the ability with Nuvem, you trash the top card of your deck, and so agendas can't be a liability there. I think Holly's hand is great. We have early econ, we have ice, we're not having any of those agendas. The problem is like we can't res a lot of this ice, so if you worry about transfer and Sable, and even running the remote server means you might not be able to res the anthill, but that's a pretty safe start, barring maybe some econ struggles.
Yeah, well, I think you have a Maskarovka, so Antopine Maskarovka is kind of the dream play if they get
that's
face checked.
Quite good. Yeah, you still have to worry about transfer. That can be a bit hard, but those like 3-cost ice we see there, we have most of that sort of stuff. We have tree lines, and we have Maskarovkas. That got so much better in the rotation.
Do you see what that neutral ice is? Is it just a tithe?
I think it's just a hammer. I'm not sure if there's actually any neutral ice in there.
Oh, yeah, that's a Maskarovka.
Yeah, I think it's Maskarovka, double tree line hammer, and an anthill. Now on the other side, this is floating fast, playing some Sable, doing really well for having lost the game so far after round one. And so the Sable matchup, obviously you want to be running those central servers. Archives gets a bit more pressure in this matchup too, and Holly definitely has the ice to protect all servers. The question is whether she has the credits. I don't think I got to see the runner hand it, but it looks like both players are not mulliganing. They're happy with what they got.
I do sometimes wonder whether people are more likely to keep their hands in person because of the laziness involved in shuffling.
That's a 54-card deck problem. It's only getting harder and harder. Yeah, you want to pay attention to your opponent. It's mulliganing theory is like, I don't think there's that much material on a line talking about it, but again, if your opponent keeps, should you keep a mediocre hand? There's a measured off the top, so Holly kept this hand, but does not have the early econ, so we're not going to be firing Nuvem. So it looks like we're going to get the triple play. I do think this gives actually a fair bit of ways that you can interact with this. You just have to hit the ice in the right order, because resing the tree line drops you down to 1 credit, so the remote server can go through, but running in the other order means you can't res HQ. Mark is R&D though, so if Floating Fast here has that clean getaway, that Carpe Diem, we're going to have a very explosive economic start.
Yeah.
And with no cards installed, you can face check just about anything here.
Definitely see a Carpe Diem in hand, which is a clickless access.
Gain 3 credits, see a card. You're not going to be able to steal the SDSs. Basalt Spire turn 1 with nothing in archives. That's a pretty big blowout for the runner, as much as you're getting closer to measured response very, very quickly.
Yeah, I do wonder what the agenda suite is. I think it would be more likely to see Basalt than SDS because it's integrated
so.
with measured response.
It also just works with Nuvem, because if you trash some good cards, dropping Hermes.
The Hermes.
So now we're going to go into the Carpe Diem. So if we get a bounce here, the server, you probably just melt the ice and then take down the anthill. And Holly's not left with a lot of a board state here. There's a Carpe Diem. We know the mark is R&D, so we'll get a click back and 3 credits first. This is a clickless run because we're playing Sable. So Floating Fast going to slide that click over. Axis, this is a massive axis. Couldn't see what that was.
Yeah, not sure either. Maybe a spin, but I would think it maybe get trashed.
Yeah, maybe. Very valuable against Nuvem, who wants to trash the top of the deck. Installing an open market here. We'll see if we face check again. If we just get off that antil with no challenge, it's not like the challenge is that big, but whoa!
Spending all the open market money immediately to get down a Debbie and a class act.
Yeah, so I think Debbie you have to pay for, but the class act definitely coming down for 4. It's going to be a really good start there, and that's the reason why we're not checking. So Holly doing pretty well there off the antil. So going to draw the known card and an unknown card. We're looking for an operation. It looks like it's a Malapert. I think a Malapert showed up as a one-off in like Jai's Nuvem list, which has been pretty well played across tournaments. Interested to see if Holly's just cribbed that or the sort of changes that she makes, but that card is not incredibly common. We now have the money in the ice. We're gonna, yeah, again, you can expend to get 3 advancements, which is sometimes risky against the Hermes, but you do have to, or you're able to fire Nuvem to get some more credits. So that is credit positive, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it makes that trio on HQ really good against, we're expecting Kurapura, but really bad, or equally bad, I suppose, against Boomerang.
Yeah, Boomerang's bad, triple advancing to Hermes is bad, and now adding that upgrade in the remote server, I have no idea what the read is. It turns out it's a Malapert, which is not really important unless we top deck a green mail next turn, but I don't think I'd have a strong read as my opponent what exactly that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any upgrades you're super scared of. Maybe like Angelique to mix into the damage package.
Yeah, I think that might be my best read as an Angelique. I don't think you're spending influence on Managarm, but a Tucana or something that sets up for the future is maybe a guess too. HQ's the mark. Now, sometimes you don't want to allow to res the triple advanced ice because then Hermes doesn't do anything. But Holly again is drawing more cards faster with the help of the Antil.
Yeah, I wonder if Floating Fast is digging for a pinhole because definitely the second fire on the Antil that you really want to deny it. Archives is still open.
Yeah, you're allowed to face check into the remote server. Luckily, Maskarovka only costs Holly 1. So that's not a bad spot to be in. But we'll see what the options here. Floating Fast definitely thinking it through. We're going to keep drawing. First click off of the class act. Second click, just getting what you're getting.
Yeah, I think maybe a transfer was bottomed on the class act. Didn't get a good look at it, but it might be the sort of intimidation factor from the 3 advanced HQ ice, which might read more as a logjam than a tree line. So you might think that Boomerang transfer is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, or Pharaohs, right? Like just about all the cards that you actually want to advance, you can't Boomerang through. I guess you can take a tag on Pharaohs, but yeah, Logjam early, especially because you're getting an ice in the bin as well with the tree line, makes it even nicer. And Logjam is very hard to deal with. This deck is going to be running, I'm assuming, no barriers that are sub 3 strength, unless there's a Kessleroid in there, which means Kurapura works really, really hard to get its bypass. Fast really thinking through this.
Yeah.
Again, we don't really have the money to start using our breakers, so a Boomerang would be quite nice. The Debbie was really hoping to get some run events, but you don't really have a lot of avenues to play those run events. Another open market. Not very high tempo, and we might just be clicking for 2 and just saying, okay, so it's install, click for 1, excuse me. So 6 credits coming in the future. And Holly's start is good here, getting the full value. Top of the deck there, we have a petty cash if we want to fire, and we followed up into a slash and burn, which means we can start fast advancing with a bit of risk, especially to the Hermes, so we might want to get that Spin Doctor first.
Starting with the petty cash, which triggers Nuvem if they
This
so
card's been
choose.
so good for Nuvem. Antil in the bin. You kind of have to get this habit that no matter what the card is, you usually trash it, which means like looking at it matters, but you got to make sure you're looking at it for the same amount of time, just so that it doesn't seem like an interesting trash.
Yeah, I think I've only seen a handful of times when the player will look at the top card and then afterward decide to keep it. Looks like there's a Holloman drawn, click 2.
Yep. So like the Antil's a good draw if Holly just wanted to draw jam, and I think that would read a lot like an agenda. But here she doesn't have much that can actually accelerate the game. You can install the Holloman there, and then if you top deck a 3/2, you can Holloman it out. Even actually score at a 4/2 if you want to with a slash, which is a bit of a liability into the Hermes unless you get it off the books, I guess. But that will fire the Malapert, so kind of cool.
And that's something I've seen more corps doing with the measured response threat, which is actually just to leave the slash and burn in archives because it might put you at threat 4 unexpectedly.
Archives is the mark here. So if floating can get a good run event, it'll be clickless. We'll get some Debbie value. Looks like we're picking 1 of the 2. First click we're drawing in with the class act. And we have a Bravado, so I don't know if we're just going to send it to ice here. Hammer is a bit rude. A lot of the barriers you don't mind so much, and you don't have to worry about BOAC, which is showing up in some of these lists for sure.
Funnily enough, because HQ ice was advanced, it's probably the least scary one because it can't be the things that trash your board. It can't be a Winchester. It can't be the hammer. Wynaut Info Bounty running archives, I assume.
One of your last info bounty weekends, installing it for free from the open market. So click those 2 credits to see if we can get a run event in there to sweeten the deal. But fast, starting perfect. Go to access 2 cards here. Again, you could actually be on threat 4 as soon as this run. So it's always a bit risky, but looks like we're going to flip over the trashed Antil. And our first Nuvem fire got rid of a fly swatter, which is not the best in this specific matchup. You're not expecting any viruses as much as a cheap code gate is fine. For 2 credits, why not?
Yeah, I think the only virus you might expect is some Sables are running Leech, but I think more of them are in Game Dragon or just money now.
Yeah, lots of coffee also helps.
Yeah, gain the click back from Sable.
Floating has the boomerang in hand. So I think if the read is the remote server is anything besides one of those 3 advanced, or sorry, 3 Separtine ices, Logjam, you can maybe contest it. At that point, you're taking some pretty valuable cards. I don't know if you can afford to trash the Malapert, but the Hollow Band, you'd like to know where it is.
For sure. Hollow Man a card you definitely want to get rid of before you can't, and it starts causing lots of fast advance problems for you.
The thing is, like, I'm not sure if you're jamming an agenda behind a single ice into the criminal matchup. So sometimes you want to respect your opponent, and if your opponent thinks you respect them, you know, it kind of trades. But instead, we're just dropping down. That's a Stone Ship Chart Room, which helps a bit against Measured. It's never perfect. Holly, gonna play off the bin. Ooh, seeing it off the books on top of the deck, not, or considering firing a Nuvem. This is the Petty Cash fire, clicklessly.
Yeah. And I actually don't think they have a Spin Doctor, so they might be considering to keep it.
So this actually does allow you to click 1 to draw, click 2 install, and then we're getting a 3rd ice there. So we're going to look for a big off the books by firing the Hollow Man, get the Malapert. We also have a seamless launch in hand, so it's very easy for you to get the counters on this and just keep snowballing either assets in the remote server or just another agenda straight after, or even a Spin Doctor because we have the slash in hand.
Oh wow, yeah, and off the books with multiple counters, you can just keep on 2-dring 3/2s into the Hollow Man.
Yeah. It's really cool when you immediately go get down your Spin Doctor, so you can just slash this for tempo and then get the Spin Doctor to fix the problem. But at this point, the remote server with no breakers, I do think you can just jam the next agenda. See what Hermes does first.
Looks like the mark is HQ. We did a class act draw. Click 1.
We're up on 11 credits as the runner. Still that triple advanced ice on HQ, pretty intimidating. The hand has a measured, a seamless, and an agenda there. So some pretty good targets. You want to knock out the measured for sure. Kind of keep track of where they are, as much as Basalt might change that. Looks like, I don't know if this is a run being called out, but Holly checking all the ice before committing to any reses.
I think we'll just click 2, draw.
Yeah, that might be right. I don't know if you want to face check here. You're assuming all this stuff just ends the run. Now, I don't know if we're playing a maintenance access, but that onto HQ, into the Hermes, like, sometimes the game gets really interesting really fast, but Floating Fast has been very thoughtful about this. We're already 10 minutes in. I only think we're 3 turns in, maybe 4, so the game's not moving particularly fast.
Yeah, no ice, res, or face check so far, which is a little unexpected for Criminal, but might be just being more extra cautious around measured response.
Yeah. It's not like Ob where like the face checks reses the stuff and then extract turns on. Like at this point, Floating Fast is just playing kind of passively, maybe playing a bit of that control criminal you hear of, but we don't have any multi-access brewing in the background. So the Hermes is just hoping that maybe Holly overextends and you can get some sort of access, but we're spending most of our clicks here just drawing and setting up. Click 3 draw, click 4. Looks like we're going to dump one of the cards from hand. It's just a sure gamble for 4 credits. I think we might be slightly over hand size, if not. Yeah, it looks like we have to discard some cards. Unity in hand, throwing out the Airblades. This is a matchup where, yeah, I don't think it makes a lot of sense, does it?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you're expecting. It could run Zato, but Zato you see a lot more in Ob. Looks like we're getting the Holloman and the Malapert rezzed.
How many advancements do you think that she puts on the off the books? Because she just drew another one, seamless to start. So hey, you're going to probably still use the Holloman here. So we already have 2 advancements and we have 2 clicks left over. We can get this to 6. Now this seamless fires Nuvem, which is great, trashing a Spin Doctor, gaining 2 credits. So it's a credit positive seamless. Now it's 4 credits because we have it installed from hand. So it looks like it's going to be a 6 advancement off the books. Not only 2 points, but we get 2 dividends counters on there, which we can spend at the end of our turn to install a card after revealing it in that remote server.
Yeah,
wait, you can just add a card to hand too, right? Or do you have to install a card?
I think you can just add it to hand. But this is a situation where you're probably pretty happy to install it.
Yeah, I think so.
Keep on pushing with a Hollow Man.
Now Holly has to fire the Malapert first to grab a non-agenda card and add it to hand after revealing it, and then Floating Fast can respond, or has to respond more accurately, with the Hermes. So I'm assuming the HQ ice might be blown open, but if Holly is just jamming the remote server, barring transfer, she might not care, as much as I do think she has 2 agendas in HQ here. Now she does have a click left. Just grabbing. Wow, a petty cash. Just making sure that these wheels are well greased.
Yeah, so floating, thinking about the Hermes trigger now. It is
Opening up HQ. They're undoing that advancement, which again, for Ollie, was still tempo positive as much as it cost a card. So here, I do think our hand has the measured, which we're not on threat for. It has a slash and burn, and it has another off the book. So our remote server is looking pretty safe, unless, again, you run HQ, steal an agenda, get that mark. Looks like just going to respond, and next turn we can still fast advance if we want to. Oh, off the books, of course. Let's go get something and put in the remote server.
Yeah, what do you think you push here?
You could just go for like an antail if you want to, but we also could just go for points. A basalt is the option. Again, she has everything she needs to score that in her hand. Not only do we have a Holloman for next turn, but we also do have slash and burn in hand, and that brings you to the basalt threat, let alone that is going to ensure that we're getting much closer towards that measure response threat 4.
I think we did see a pinhole in hand, so if the Holloman gets pinholed, can you still store this basalt?
Not this turn. So I think you just like end up petty caching and then like double advance and then hold another turn, hope for the best for Hermes. But yeah, that might be a good challenge here. HQ is the mark this turn. Holly only has 10 credits, so that money goes as much as like resing Maskarovka, resing Tree Line. You do get some relatively substantial rebates on some of those.
I think that was an alarm clock drawn on click 1.
Oh, wake up. That does some good pressure here, but the game is definitely creeping away from Floating Fast, who has been a bit passive on this board.
And if you
No
let
multi-access?
Holly score
Yep.
the basalt, then you're on threat 4 whether you like it or not.
This is the thing too, if you run the Basalt Bravado straight to
Bravado.
HQ, I think this has to be a tree line, right?
Yes, I think it was the same tree line that was bounced back and installed.
Holly's thinking she does have an agenda in hand and a measured. So I do think one of the 3, if not one of the 4. We know there's a petty cache. There's a tree line. Going to be res for functionally 3 credits after a rebate. We're going to get 3 credits. So first ice res on the table. We do have a boomerang in hand. As much as you sometimes don't want to pre-install a boomerang on unresed ice, but you can go back in here if you really wanted to. And that Hermes bounce is really important. The pinhole is another great line that maybe puts you off the score. So we do have a fair few options on the runner side. I don't think we can get into the remote, but we can definitely buy ourselves a turn. Now if Holly scores out the Basalt, that's quite expensive, right?
Yeah, that's true. It might be possible that they're not even going to score it next turn and cook that petty cache to make sure their econ is stable.
Yeah. Petty cache playing from hand. It is 4 credits in Nuvem, which is a lot better, but you know, discarding it, playing it clicklessly for 4 credits, that might be what if Holly could discard it, she would.
But you do have to be at the 3 credits to play the petty cache, so if you
Yeah.
blow it all on Holloman.
Click 3 draw. We have one last click here if we want to go for the pinhole. It looks like that's the case. Pinhole Archives, it's going to charge Debbie. We have no coffee credits, but we're just going to trash the Holloman for 2. So I think we might have a Debbie trigger here we might miss. All right. Back to Holly. We know her hand drawing into, what is that card?
Pivot,
Is
I
that-
think? It's a one-cost
that a pivot?
operation. Yeah. I think another proxy we made on the spot today.
Oh, yeah, that tracks. Okay. So we're going to play the petty cache, gain 2 credits, gain 2 more credits, trashing the top of the deck, which I do think was the 3rd tree line this game. And so now in the remote server, if you want to manually advance that, you also have the option here that you can just like get the slash and burn out of hand and then use the off the books to get a spin doctor. So Archives is like safe. It doesn't really matter unless you're scoring out the Basalt, but we only have 2 clicks left and we have 5 advances, so we need to get on that Basalt in the remote. Holly definitely thinking this through. Up to a healthy 11 credits with only 1 ice res though. We'll see if we start advancing here. That is a pivot. Yeah, I think you're right. That must be.
And it's advance, advance.
Ooh, we're using the off the books. We'll see what we grab here. You get that free install if you want to. So it
Getting a
looks like
Holloman
it's just.
back.
Ooh, this deck's on 2 Holloman.
Interesting.
Very cool. Now that Hollow Min is 6 credits, but you will have 2 clicks left on the turn, and we have the petty cash coming in for 4 credits as long as Holly can float the 3. So the money is just flowing forward, that's for sure. But this is a turn that you can consider just forcing the corporation to spend credits. The problem is if you just run the remote server, it's just a Maskarovka, which you spend 1 credit from, or 4 off of the rebate. So that's not a great way to challenge this. So maybe if you place the boomerang well, you can do a bit better. But Stone Ship, we're going to fire on the corporation's turn to get that once per turn with the class act, a very fun interaction, and then we'll start and find out where our mark is.
They are sacrificing that kill protection, but I think one stone ship doesn't really keep you alive that often.
No, yeah, it usually doesn't matter that much. Open market finishes, we'll get our mark. I don't know what we're hoping for. It looks like we got HQ once again. And we have a twinning, we have 2 boomerangs, so we definitely can get into HQ. And there is an agenda in hand. There is 1 slash and burn. And another off the books. So actually half the hand is agendas if you want to count for the Hermes play, which at this point, that's actually probably more agendas than you're expecting for Nuvem to draw. But Nuvem can just be a bit more inconsistent with Flood and Famine because it self-corrects a bit less with a bigger deck size.
And there's a transfer in hand, so this could really set the corporation back.
Yeah, boomerang into transfer, steal an agenda, get that Hermes, get that info bounty, get the click back. Like that is a massive turn here, and floating has all the pieces for it. Just needs to land that 50-50 on the HQ access.
I think we saw 2 breakers in hand too. I think we saw a Kurapura and a Unity, so that could be enough to get ready to start contesting remote, except for the hammer.
Yeah, hammers mean, I don't know if you're worried about a Biowak res trashing the 3-2, the agenda forfeiting it, but losing your breakers here. Some of these criminal decks are only running 1-ofs. Some of them are running 2-ofs, so you can be a bit more blasé, but always a concern playing blue.
Yeah, floating thinking here, probably considering the boomerang transfer play.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a massive play here. Like your mark on HQ, your info bounty has just been lying on the table. You have so many good incentives to do that play.
And it's the one ice you know that, boomerang works, boomerang will break all the subs.
Folding fast considering we're drawing. We've been drawing first click every turn, getting your options, firing that classic again. I don't know what we're drawing for. Maybe a revolver. Just trying to get our breakers. Our money's okay, but once you install your breakers, it gets a fair bit worse. Dumping some programs. There's a Kurapura.
Oh.
So if you want to break, you can just run with Debbie. There's a transfer. So not going for the boomerang, paying a bit more, but starting to charge the Kurapura. I don't know if you have to clear the tag here, which is kind of nice, but tree line, got to boost 3 times, break for 1, so it's 4 credits. But you're going to make a click back in 2 credits, and the transfer is going to take 6. So you're still very credit positive, and if you can get the Hermes bounce here, it is such a different game. Nothing to do here but shuffle up and hope. 3 credits down from the corporation, 6 for the runner and that tag, which has been really important in the first game, so I hope we remember it.
Yeah, floating does have a lot of resources, but I don't think Holly would be urgent to trash them. I do wonder if you're vaguely worried about an end of the line if the deck's on kill.
Yeah, with pivot, if you see that, you get a bit more scared. Huge 50-50 here. Rolling. Roll a 2. Again, there's 2 agendas in here. Huge hit.
Burn.
Not only is that the fast advance 4-2, but we're going to get the Hermes bounce here, and you're pretty sure there's an agenda remote server after we've grabbed a Hollow Min. Massive play here. Hermes pending. We still have the info bounty coming in, and we still have 2 clicks left here.
I think they're considering whether to bounce ice, but then I think you don't want to give them a chance to score it and just like keep on making them nurse the basalt in hand.
Yeah. You always can run back on HQ, right? Like at this point you have Debbie, it's charging your Kurapura, all that's pretty valuable. So if you bounce back the agenda in hand, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You start to now start worrying about, threat, because if you're assuming that's a basalt, which you know it is, don't you? This is very quickly to threat 5, so click back, info bounty, we still need to gain that, there you go. So we're at 20 credits to 6, that transfer, we do have the tag, we have not represented that on the table. We have the click back from Sable, I hope you remember that as well, but I think we just flipped one of our click counters.
Yeah, and I guess you can't run for the basalt here because you don't die you can pay through a measured.
Yeah, Holly can probably afford 2 measured because we do have the petty cash waiting, but you can always pay through 1, which means you'll probably be alive. We can let alone pay through 2 if we really want to. This is a massive swing turn. Again, we know what's in the hand. There's a basalt in there. Turns out there's another agenda, so it's once again. Oh, it's 50-50, right? Oh, instead dropping Nuka for 1 credit, get some card draw coming up. It looks like Floating Fast is really like the card draw here. I would love the run back, because otherwise the agenda is going right into the remote server next turn, and you'll have the same problem you had this turn.
And
Clearing a tag.
clearing the tag.
Yeah, cool. So glad they remembered.
Yeah.
It's back to Holly here. We might just be respecting again, trying to play away from that threat. But Holly here going to start with the petty cash remover from the game, seeing, I don't know if that was a descent or something, a nice hit the bin for 2 credits.
Yeah, I think the 2-cost ice descent makes sense.
So Spin Doctor was the draw. That's the organized play alt from Districts. And so we now still have the off the books. We still have the 5-3, the Basalt. We're not on threat 3 for pivot plays, so there's nothing too explosive that's going to happen. The question is whether you just want to use the remote server, but only on 9 credits. That will go pretty quickly into some of the more expensive ice. Start with the Spin Doctor, install, and immediately res draw 2, getting a wall-to-wall and another descent potentially.
Yeah, I assume Holly's debating if to push an agenda and which one. Because the 3-2, you have the advantage of not needing to pre-advance at this turn. Installing an ice.
We're pushing gear maybe on only 8 credits. Triple stacks are kind of hard into Hermes, but we know the hand. At this point, on 8 credits, you can exactly score out the 5-3 with Holloman. Because you have to res, spend 4, spend 2. So as long as you can force some amount of credits out, you're not super worried about the Holloman. It looks like the remote server, I can't tell. Is that? Yeah, it is the Basalt, because we still have the off the books in hand.
I see, yes. Transfer here would be good too, because I think if the corp is down to 5 credits, you're not too scared of Hammer anymore, right?
Anything.
Is Hammer 6?
Yeah. Hammer 6, yeah. Now, Hammer only trashes non... Oh, no, does Hammer trash everything? Yeah, Hammer trashes any program, right? It's not like Hagen. It just has like Hagen-esque text. Yeah, it just trashes the program. Very important. Oh, no,
program,
you're
that's not
actually
it,
safe. Yeah, you're safe into Hammer. It's like
Yeah.
Colossus is a blowout, Biowac is a blowout, but that stuff is, again, not super common. And Biowac will be a very, very expensive res when it comes to forfeiting a 3-2.
I think Floating's looking at the Boomerang and Unity in hand. Oh, and do they have Carmen too? They might have Carmen.
Yeah, I think so. Carmen's pretty expensive to get down if you want to make that successful run, especially because we got an R&D mark. You might be able to just check R&D and say if you're res, you don't have enough money to score out. But Unity run the remote server beats any of the cheap code gates, which I think are the things you're the most worried about, like just resing an Afshar or a Fly Swatter. That's not great, or a Descent.
Yes, and they have seen the Fly Swatter in archives, so they know that's something possible to deal with.
Mm-hmm. So considering it here, we started first click, Nuka, look at 4, draw 3. We do have a healthy credit pool, and also, again, these runs are relatively cheap because we have those 3 to 4 credits on Debbie. I think we did miss 1 Debbie credit at 1 turn.
Yeah, Debbie, a card that's easy to forget to use.
Oh, it's so easy to forget. I need to put it up like an icebreaker at the front because any run should be a Debbie run if you're not playing a run event, and very easy to forget that.
I wonder if Floating's considering whether to get the twinning down first before using the Debbie credits.
Yeah, I think here, like, if you can just keep your credits around and play around threat, you're in a pretty good spot that you don't actually need to build the multi-axis. But Boomerang, we're going to go on R&D. It looks like we might have a Carbon line here. Installing for 2. Let's see if there's a run event, and it is. It's a Carpe Diem. So, again, this should give you a Debbie credit. This will probably be clickless. Now, the Boomerang, I don't see this ice. Actually, it's a Hammer. Perfect res here. So again, that does blow out Holly's money, but we can't break more than 1 subroutine here. So first subroutine is a tag. Second subroutine, that one matters. The third subroutine actually doesn't matter. So this Boomerang gets through this nearly perfectly. You just end up with a tag. Now this remote server you can run down for 2 credits. Holly's not in a great spot here with the Basalt and the remote server and not having the credits that the threaten measured. We're going to get a click back. We're going to take the tag there. We're going to get all the money off Info Bounty as well. We have a bunch of triggers here. Gonna go for the access off the top of the deck. Again, Hermes is a real threat. Was that a Hong Kong?
Maybe?
Yeah, or hedge fund? I think it looked like a goose hedge fund, but I've been seeing a lot of that locally. Now down to 2 credits, the remote server. There's nothing you're worried about besides if they res and end the run Descent, that's totally fine here. Or Fly Swatter. So we'll see here if you respect the tag, whether you just want to run their remote server. It will put you on threat, and also with the Basalt Steel, Holly's allowed to grab anything back from the bin. I don't know if there's anything that puts her straight back into the game. We haven't seen like an armed asset protection or a cheap transaction.
Yeah, I don't think there's any transaction you can play. And this one, the awkward case where even petty cash doesn't help you because you don't have the 3 credits to play at the start of your turn.
Yeah, that Hammer res was incredibly expensive and only giving a tag. And now the remote server is like totally wide open. I'm not sure if that seems suspicious from floating, but that remote server should not be hard to deal with. 2 clicks left. We're starting with a pinhole.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if this is going to 2-for-1 a spin doctor. My guess is no. So I guess we're just checking for defensive upgrades. So we're going to check the card's been on the table for a while. I think we know that's a Holloman, though. So we're just trashing the Holloman? Wait, was that a known Holloman? That Holloman came off the books, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So we could have just ran the remote server, no?
Oh, they're not. They're floating the tag.
Floating the tag? Yeah, it's just Debbie that's a big target
Actually,
here.
no, clearing the
Okay,
tag.
clearing the
Remembering to clear the tag.
Stable click there. So we're clearing the tag. Now Spin Doctor's going to be used off the top. I didn't catch what was shuffled back in. But that server is holding a big 5-3 agenda with nowhere to go. Now we are shuffling, so we're not trying to hedge fund. We only have 13 minutes left of the round. Both players 2 for 2. When you get to time, right, like that's a scary thing. The corporation can just say, okay, I'll just like slash and burn out. I don't care what's in archives, which is an interesting line you have. It's kind of like Audacity back in the day. And it looks like I think a Holloman went back in because that was the top deck there perfectly.
I wonder what you are hoping for as Holly here, though, because you need money. I think, yeah, like you said, Armed Asset's the only card that's going to get you out of this.
Yeah, some of these decks play one of, sometimes Extract shows up, but you just need a cheap transaction. Install Take 2 means you're only resing 4-cost ice, which there's nothing scary at that level, unless you get Stavkut out of nowhere, which still, I guess the corporation's bankrupt and you're still getting into the server. Gonna roll our mark here. I think that's HQ, which is totally fine. Debbie can run it for free, but there's actually still an off the books in there. Going to start drawing with that Dr. Nuka. See some good run events. Going to take
Bottoming
3 of those cards.
The Boomerang, I think, because they already have 1.
Yeah. Let's click 1. We'll see if we run HQ here. Again, should be free with Debbie, and the remote server charge also with Debbie. You're not going to be spending any credits. The question is, do we have the turn here, the time, the money? We're on 17 credits. Can we drop our breakers and run? I don't know if we need our breakers, but you can just get your breakers down here and still respect measured.
Yeah, this is where you really feel the criminal run events combined with Info Bounty. Like the first 2 turns, he wasn't able to run his mark, but now it's really paying off.
Yeah, the slow play, just to get the setup, to get to the credits, make sure you're not overextending. Holly's gas has slowed down for the last couple turns. That's for sure. We haven't fired Nuvem in, I think, 2 turns. The last Petty Cash was the best case, getting the extra 4 credits off of that. But here, we're going to start installing. There's Chesva. So I'm assuming we're running HQ?
Yeah, start getting those cheaper. Charging Kurapura for 2 cheaper. It's pretty good.
But floating so far hasn't run the remote server once, and on only 4 credits, you can definitely get in there. You assume the basalt has to be somewhere. Maybe you're saying it's still in HQ. But there's the twinning again. Now we're spending real money on cards, so got to get a bit more frightened as quickly as we can get onto measured response, as much as Holly might not have the money to pay 2 of them. Very importantly, measured response is an operation. It's not transactions in Nuvem, it's operations. So technically it's only 8 credits to fire double measured, which is a fair bit cheaper.
With Debbie run on HQ.
Yep.
Spending
Coffee, spend Debbie, charge the Kurapura, need to get a twinning here, and we're going to get click back, we're going to threaten Hermes and Info Bounty. So still a very good run, as criminals tend to do. There is 1 card in hand that's an agenda, 1 card that's a measured. If you get the 1 and 4 here and bounce the card, it is pretty bad for you. Even bouncing ice on the remote server is like an install and 2 credit loss. So huge 1 and 4 here. Rolling your HQ mark die. Touch and flip. I think that's a pivot. 3 cost, trash cost if you want to use some of your Debbie credits. I guess you can, but not super important until we hit threat 3. Is there any way you can recover by pivoting into like a hedge fund? I guess on before threat, that's like not sustainable.
Yeah.
Info Bounty?
Yeah, I'm thinking whether to trash that or not. Because it does set up double measured plays in the future, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, that gets expensive. Yeah, we're not there yet. I wonder if it is like pivot to armed asset and you just like play that cheaply. Now we're prodding the remote server with 1 click left. So it's just a cheap code gate. And there's the descent, which Holly went on the way to put down. So down to 2 credits, but again, the Unity could have came down. Instead, we went for the twinning to set up more pressure. So I don't think the 5-3 is going anywhere. Holly top decking a Winchester, which is not the money that she needs. So we'll see if we go for the pivot play, if that gets us anywhere. On 2 credits, I would be very surprised. 2 petty caches out. We're down to 9 minutes left. I don't think we've had that many turns in this game. Click 2 install. That's the wall-to-wall, right?
Yeah, credit install. Probably the wall-to-wall.
So I don't know what your read is there. A spin doctor is probably it. I don't know if you're playing around the table bite, but HQ is still the mark, which with the coffee lines up well. I think we're running that entirely for free with coffee and info bounty. It's clickless. We're threatening Hermes, and we are charging the twinning. So that is a very good mark on this turn. Now, Unity run the remote server. Like, clearly the ice was res there. Not only would you want to do that anyways to stop the bravado, but what's in the remote server seems to matter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the new remote server, right? Like, Spin Doctor is a card you actually have to threaten in the Wayland matchup, especially once you see Slash and Burn, because it allows Holly to Slash and Burn without taking on any risks. So some players want to threaten that a bit more aggressively than others. It's probably if it's a spin, you want to run that before running HQ. So we'll see how that, like, that enters the calculations that Floating Fast is making on this turn.
Yeah, and Slash and Burn is credit positive in Nuvem, right?
Yeah, really cool.
Expendability.
Yeah, seamless Slash and Burn, like both of them, doing the same thing but slightly different. Being +1 credits, so nice.
Buy advance.
All right. Buy advance gets more value. That's another Debbie credit. We're going to click back. We're going to use the coffee. Kurapir is now at 3, which means if you find that massive log jam in the mid game, you're not stressing it. I think we're at 2 twinning counters. There's no way it's 3, right? Didn't we install that last turn?
Yeah.
Get a single here. 1 and 4. Going to do our buy advance first, yeah.
I wonder if they're considering whether to spend some of the twinning charges.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, at this point it's pretty reasonable. You're not going R&D, and we've not jammed anything in a while, so let's see if we use the twinning charges. I do think we have an extra charge, so we're going to use 1 to C2. Again, half the hand, and that's a 50% chance to find the off the books. That's been in there for a couple turns now. First card, there's the pivot again. Yeah, that's the part, not trashing it. You'll see it again. Second card, measured.
That probably goes.
And it does. So, again, not a Debbie run. We're down to 8 credits. Info bounty should come in here and the click. I don't know if we got the info bounty credits.
With a 3-2
but Unity was
hand.
installed. Yeah, that's been like dodging bullets.
Yeah, a twinning run, just 2 axes, could theoretically win, right? Because the first one bounces the basalt back to hand and steal the basalt.
Yeah, you spend literally half an axis on threat 4 before the game's over. Now we're trying to remote server again. Bai did drop the Unity down, so just 1. We're going to use the Debbie run. Good catch, again. Never done that myself. No way. So we'll see deeper here. I do think the innermost is a Maskarovka, which you can always break for 4 credits, or you can just bypass it if you really want to preserve your credits, because this Basalt will put you on threat 3 and return a measured, as much as it might be tricky for Holly to do the double measured threat. We're not very liquid on the runner side if we spend more credits here, and then the measured start to get a bit more hard to deal with.
I think they're just remembering to get their info bounty credits. So they have 2 more credits than they thought they did at the start of the run.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's important. Axis first. That's a Holloman. Now, use your Debbie. There you go, for 2. Now, this is the Basalt, which has been in the game for so long. Now, with 5 minutes left, we added back a measured, right?
I couldn't get a good look at the bin. It would make sense.
Oh, yeah, I think we just have to do Hermes first, yeah. So now we're going to add it back to hand. Not the worst sports day for Hermes, right? Like, Centrals are still buttoned down, which is nice, but we've now entered the point where Criminal is set up. We have most of the breakers, we have the info bounty, we have the coffee, like, and the twinning charging. Things are not going to get better for you. All this is, like, do you die to measured? And it's up to floating fast here, with 5 minutes left up on points to just play a bit conservatively.
Yeah, I think if he just even clicks for credit here, he has enough money. Or a gamble. That's better.
Yeah, pretty good.
There's
wall to wall. Tree line actually uses the advancement, so that does matter. Drew into another barrier, and we'll just keep drawing up. So 1 unknown card there off the top. It looks like another measured? I can't tell. Maybe not ZF? I see a bit of fire. Oh, it's an SDS.
Oh. Oh, that's really scary, holding 2 agendas in hand with, no Spin Doctor. So HQ could be good next turn.
I think 1 Spin Doctor was Nuvanged. I don't know if Holly shuffled that back alongside a Hollow Man, but we might be 1 Spin Doctor down this game. First click draw, double measured. So again, for 8 credits, we can threaten 8 damage, but again, 8 credits on Floating Fast side denies 4 of that, so just need to keep your money up.
Floating Fast sitting back, probably feeling pretty comfortable in this position with 4 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, super comfortable. Again, you generally are not going to be playing to time, but it's something that's going to come to mind for sure. And so what Holly can set up here at a minimum is like, even if you do just like slash and burn out, ooh, pivot, click 2 and 3. I wonder what we're getting for 3 credits.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, Nuvem fires when the operation resolves, right? So you have to do the pivot first, then Nuvem, then you can play the operation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's not like Spiky, which interrupts.
Yeah.
Um,
I just think that like the operation is part of the pivot. So maybe you have to do that first, and then you can Nuvem twice in a row. Yeah, it's kind of like Sudden Commandment because it plays the operation.
right, yeah,
So we
yeah.
got
So
back
you can Nuving on the inner operation.
So we got a KPI. We're going to do draw shuffle back. I thought just an ice went back, but it might have been the SDS there. Holly shuffled back here. I think we might have the other part of the KPI, which has a bit of filtering there. Thank you, Sokka. I actually didn't want that part of the card, but I do think the card is more interesting for it. And then we're just going to get 2 credits. Now, that is a Hong Kong hedge fund. So hitting the bin for 2 credits. And then we have another Nuvem, which you don't get credits from that, but you can look at the next card if you want to. I think that still can resolve. So just getting the money up to threaten the measureds. Forcing the hedge fund hitting the bin, but it's a clickless 2 instead of a click for 6. Kind of interesting.
All right. Looks like we have a clean getaway in hand and a mutual favor, so you can go get the Carmen if you ever need to. A bunch
Yeah,
of face downs
HU's
were discarded just now.
HU's the mark as well. Archives, yeah, I guess you want to check sooner than later. I wonder if the wall-to-wall, how much that's going to contribute to what you have to do this turn. Bottoming an info bounty, grabbing whatever the other card is, almost regardless. 2 minutes left here. Again, I don't think you want to take 2 minutes for this turn. You'd be happy to be able to pass it back here because I don't think that much is changing. The text on measured response, you need to have made a successful run here. So even if you don't do anything, Holly's not scoring out this turn. So as long as you just get your money up and all your breakers down, I don't think we're going to expect defensive agendas or like, there's no border control anymore. So you can always just run the remote. So all you have to do here is just be safe and you should be fine with a minute and a half left. Click 2, we're checking archives, flipping over all the options, a bunch of hedge funds. There is still a spin doctor in there and a bunch of ice. Now, measure response is technically online, but we have the credits to be able to be prepared. Seeing the pivot out, too, is also really good, because that's like a hard thing to play around.
Bending 3 to clean getaway on HQ.
Okay, this will probably still be per head a positive. I don't think with the coffee that you want to use the curve power charges, so now we're having to get up to 5 strength, break for 1, and then we'll be making back 5 credits on a click, so functionally 6 credits if you want to click. This also charges the twinning, which you don't need to use it. You can always last click, send it through the hammer, which doesn't end the run. Oh yeah, hammer can trash your twinning, right?
Resources, yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind. But you can still send it, I guess, last click.
Yeah, you can boomerang the hammer.
Yeah. I wonder if we do have the carbon in hand or whether we're still looking for a killer.
Yeah, seeing
I
just
think
one extra one.
Or sorry, yeah, 1 extra.
There's a Winchester.
Winchester. I don't know if there's agendas
There's
in there.
another
There's a
measured.
measured. Love the trash out
That
for
one
3.
goes.
So now info bounty, basically making that nearly free, getting the click back as well. So now Holly's win condition. I do think she still has another measured in hand. But you're feeling pretty good here. I don't think you have to do much. You just want to pass your turn. You just got to pass the turn. You only got a second left here. That's time of the round. I do not know if that timer is syncing up to the room timer. Did you hear them call?
Yes,
Laura?
that's the same.
Okay.
The time in the round.
All right, just a handshake.
Just to concede.
Good game.
Whew.
Again, there, Sable would be able to finish his turn, floating fast, and then he'll pass over to Holly, and she cannot make 3 points for the tie. So that is just a handshake, and we'll move on to round 3. Well played to both players.
Yeah, it was definitely a scary start from Holly with the off the books with
Yeah.
all the counters. But then, you know, like you said, just playing the control criminal, not even trying to risk anything on the remote, get your eco enough to be safe, and then just really, really intense pressure on centrals.
It's the part of the matchup that I'm like trying to figure out. It's like if you face check into Maskarovka, it feels like such a blowout that if you play it slightly slower and get your fractor down or a boomerang, whatever you need, that difference is massive. Because Holly's money, as soon as she started resing that ice, and I do think that hammer was very expensive for that turn, you kind of just evaporate your threat in the remote server. And luckily, floating fast just got to running right at the point, and so quite good. Well played to both.
Yeah. Players continuing to do some analysis too. I wonder what they're talking about.
That's always the most fun conversation at the end of the game to talk about. Like, hey, how do you think that went? What do you think is different? And what was the part that made you the most worried?
Yeah. When you show that you had 3 agendas in hand, but they happened to miss them all.
Are we getting some standings?
I think 1 table is maybe finishing. 2 tables.
Okay.
How are the results looking today? We get some ob victories on the top tables. Looks like this is one of the few runner wins. It was mostly corporans this round.
Yeah, you're right. A series of emojis taking a Sable game off Aoko that Kizra was playing. That was one of the few corporation wins we're seeing in the standings so far. And then London playing against imyxh, which we also saw on round 1, playing Loup versus Op. I think London's been playing this Loup deck ever since like Pittsburgh Megacities. So interesting to see if that ever shows up on camera.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you don't see very much Loup nowadays, but
No. Well, that list did well. I think it made the top cut at Megacities in Pittsburgh. So cool list for sure.
Cool.
All right, I think we're going to be a couple minutes before we jump to the next round. I don't know, Kato, do we just do a little break here so we stretch our legs, get some new tea, and then we should be back for round 3 in just about 5 minutes.
Yeah, looks like we'll be taking a quick break and then getting set up for the next round.
Awesome. If you're watching the New York City Megacity, this is just round 2. We have 5 more exciting rounds today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Keep moving. PhD. Let's go. PhD. PhD. Too Mellow presents portable headphone dance floor. Let's go.
Welcome back to the New York City Megacities. If you're watching on Neon Static, my name is Nick Mason. Laura, how you doing?
I'm good. It's been a fun day of Netrunner.
It's been really fun, and it's just beginning because round 3 is starting here. We got 2 players in this matchup, both still undefeated. We're just checking the standings. I think there's still only about 6 to 7 players undefeated. Only one of those players coming in with a bye. So it looks like round 2 was a bit rough to some of those bye players. But yeah, 8 players, excuse me, still undefeated. Speaking of these two, what can you tell me about these two players? Is it 2 bye players? Excuse me.
Yeah, Wenjong I think had a bye as well.
Oh, very cool.
But yeah, Wyld and Lat both from the New York region. See them often in the area. Wyld was, yeah, New York, New Jersey. Wyld was playing, I think, a lot of Ag Infusion in the last meta, so very familiar with the Checky card pool. And Coldlava has been, I think, running this lat for a long time, including a recent online Megacities, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, the lat list, this is like a knick-knack lat list. It is similar to what Coldlava was just doing really well at tournaments with the last couple weeks on the online megacities. So it's like knick-knack, it's like running 2 Principias. It's a really cool like run-based shaper. And this might be one of the last tournaments that for a while that we can throw in a deep dive. So I'm assuming that's the plan.
But if I remember the lat list correctly, it already wasn't a deep dive. I think it was on Conduit.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah. So maybe meta safe for the upcoming August. So that's really cool. I think Wyld, we've had the pleasure as well to see on some streams, some in-person streams. I remember seeing Wyld recently, so also doing some great stuff. And playing an Alco, it's up to us now as players to figure out what kind of Alco this is, because there's 17 different versions. Hansi Review is a strong start, not only 5 credits, but also going to give you that Alco counter whenever you discard a card from HQ. And it looks like we're just going to jam in a remote server. I can't tell what one of those ice was. I don't recognize the alt art. If it was an ice, excuse me.
Yeah, I
Do you know
want
what
to
that
say a
was?
Tatu Bola alt art, but we'll
that
see when
tracks.
it gets rezzed.
Yeah, that's super reasonable.
Yeah.
Now, in the remote server, if this is a cohort, that's one of your early starts, because it actually means that Alco will fire next turn, so you're up like 4 cards functionally. That's huge, and we'll see if Lat can deal with that or just kind of let it sit. And cards in hand, down to 2 is a bit risky. I don't think you're just going to flatline out of nowhere, but we'll see what Coldlava does here to match that hand size.
Yeah, I think Wyld showing the hand and making a cheeky comment of whether you want to match hand size.
Yeah, get blend the watered or whatever, but at least we'll be on 3. So for those who don't know, Alco, you probably have seen this one. It's a new Jinteki identity from Elevation, and it says that whenever you do net damage or discard a card from HQ, get a power counter. And when your turn starts, you look at 3 cards from the top of R&D, discard one of them, which is not from HQ, and then draw 2. So a lot of card draw, a lot of damage, and a lot of different tricks with Regenesis, Fujis, Moon Pools. It's really hard to play around everything. Of course, Fut's also always waiting in the wings. Spin Doctor draw, goaded into it. So missing the lat draw there, but setting up with a Nuka, a Telework, and that Simulchip for the future. So unfortunately, Coldlava there just missing that extra value.
Now you actually are in danger of a blood in the water score out from Alco.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen this in a while, but very funny way to start the game out. Now, the Iced Spin Doctor means that their first remote server, which I do think you're right, is a Tattoo Bola, is not going to go anywhere fast. Maybe that means that we did Hansei out an agenda, and you want to keep it relatively safe, as much as checking archives can be tricky. But a good econ start, following up with a hedge fund and building a second server, which, again, if that's a cohort, we're going to hit that Alco, and you really need to make sure Alco stays off of Alco.
Yeah, games where Alco starts with a strong cohort can really get out of hand very fast.
Starting with the Nuka again, back down to 2 cards in hand. It can't be a second Spin Doctor, right? Some of these lists are only running 1. So we'll see here where Coldlava wants to run. Continue to draw up. Again, if this is the knick-knack deck, you want to find that. It's really nice because it gives you card draw while you're interacting, which is exactly the angle you want to be interacting with Alco. Following that up with Lady Luck for a sure gamble, and we'll see what we drop on the table here. Not going to get our card draw, but instead, 3 credits from our job.
Yeah, well, Knickknack doesn't have quite as much money, give quite as much money as the old Aesop's Pawn Shop. Getting a clickless card draw while you're running against all this damage can be quite nice.
Now, no res in the remote server, which, again, Regenesis was a threat that turn. That's not going through. It's definitely not a cohort, because that probably would have been res. Still staying on 2 hand size, which is a fun, tricky thing to do, especially if you flood up. But Regenesis is also still threatening here. Starting with Ritual. Draw 3. Again, with this many cards in hand, you know how safe you are. Whether you just want to check archives to force out a Spin Doctor and not worry about Regenesis, I kind of like that play line. But we'll see if Coldlava focuses more on setting up, because he's drawing very aggressively. He's drawing 6 cards this turn.
Could be a Madani coming down? Exactly.
Oh, huge. Yeah, okay. So 6 cards going to hit the table in a single click. Madani, a new console. It doesn't give you MU, which is very fascinating. We've almost never seen that before. But it does allow you to dump a bunch of programs, and once per turn, get them off. Those are muses, I guess?
Yes. And Madani does give a weird synergy with Light in that it enables you to really lower your hand size to 2, 1, sometimes even 0.
How low can you go? We're keep installing cards. Rising Tide, which with the Principia list, and I think 1 Propeller, 2 Principias makes sense. We have all the Muses. We haven't seen a DZ, MZ, which we definitely want those down to get that cheaper install. Especially on the runners, or on the corpse turn as well as the runner's turn.
Looks like they
No.
decided it wasn't worth going down to 2, even though there's an Echelon and Chesva in hand, so they could have.
Yeah, wow. So it is a cohort. So we're going to use that first mode to trash a card to gain 2 credits and draw a card, and now we've hit enough power counters. You can trigger the order there, and so Alco is going to fire. Now this actually gives you some relief because we did trash a card or a card entered archives, so you don't have to be worried about Regenesis. So I'm not sure what other agenda on the table you're really worried about here.
Yep, remember to mandatory draw, just like 3 different draw triggers at the start of
Oh
turn
my
for
god,
Alco.
yeah. Now, you need to deal with the cohort sooner than later. I think if you're wild, playing another Hansei or a discard trigger would be nice because you're threatening Alco next turn. But as long as you don't take damage, that means Alco is going to be blank text, at least for 1 more turn, hopefully.
Something that I'm curious to see how Coldlava deals with is if I've played this list a couple times, it might not be running pinhole threading, at least the old version.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
that could make it really difficult to contest the cohort if it's behind a Botu, because Fazarum can get past it.
Yeah, the Rising Tide's going to be really expensive, but there's not a lot of code gates in these lists, right? Like, if they res a Fly Swatter, I think is the most expected. You could maybe just face check and hope. But yeah, Botu also discards a card and does damage, which is functionally draw 2.5 with Alco, which turns out to be really quite good.
I think some of these decks are running Scatterfield as well as a taxing code
You're
gate.
totally right. Oh, Moonpool, right?
Oh. So it was install, res the Moonpool.
So are we just scoring a stink here? Because we can't Regenesis, but I'm pretty sure that was a Moonpool. It kind of gave me Kingdom Hearts vibes. I don't know what that art is.
Could be a 3-2.
Oh, yeah, it gives you an Alco counter, too. Yeah, 3-2, so maybe we're just getting that longevity. 2 Regenesis is back. That is not the card you're expecting in Archives, but it looks like we're going to get a 3rd advancement on here. We'll see if Fut gets res on the table or powers, but it is just, yeah, the longevity.
Longevity.
So you can make another discard off of this trigger, which like means you'll get on Alco next turn no matter what. The 3-2, the 1 of per deck you see the least of, but now is seeing a fair bit of play. So allows you to discard cards and shuffle 3 cards back. So we're straight up on Alco. Once again, just keeping ourselves on 2 hand size, but functionally starting our turn with like 6 hand sizes. Buck wild.
Smart play from Wyld too. I don't usually see this low hand size because Alco ends up overdrawing and then I'm stuck at 5. But to keep down at 2, so you only go up to 5, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're making your opponent have a blank text box, which like you'd love to do that. Now this is going to be on the Corporation's turn. We're going to use the Madani to get the Rising Tide out. Going to track that with our MU counters. Pretty important. Now this is just a 1 strength breaker. It's literally Corroder, but worse. But this deck is running, I think, at least 3 other Fractors to eventually get it to the point that a 6 strength Boto will still cost you a lot of money, it turns out.
Yeah, I think it's probably on 1 Propeller and 2 more Principias,
I
which
think
are
that's
good
right.
with the Knick-Knack engine. Lots of free, lots of credits, and just running the remote.
Azimut
Cohort.
coming down, 2 MU, 2 recurring credits just to deal with the cohort. And that is exactly as you said, yeah. We have Scatterfields, which are showing up now in full play sets. This is a 4-strength code gate in a world soon without Banhar. This is going to be a lot harder to deal with. And that gets you an install, which hopefully there's fewer options with only 2 cards in hand. But instead, we're going to Fazarum it and just go through for 2 credits.
Yeah, a lot better than having Unity need to boost like 2 or
Yeah.
3 times and then break. Trashing the cohort for free using the Azimut credits.
Yep, and we are now full MU, which means those Muses, which are functionally a 2 MU card the way that they often work, are going to be trapped behind finding a DZ/MZ. So we'll see how soon we get to that. We see the hand again, still has the echelons in them. So we have more programs in hand that we don't really need to dump down as soon as possible on the Madani.
Yeah, that's the interesting tension about Madani, which is it lets you install a lot more efficiently, but because it doesn't give you MU, you might not be able to use all those installs.
Yeah, but like making DZ into like a 2 credit per turn cycle card is just so busted. So like Coldlava definitely wants to find that for so many reasons.
Yeah, then at some point Muse for Coalescence becomes like 2 credits each, 4 credits each turn.
Yeah. I think a Petty Cash was removed for clickless 2 credits. That looks like it was discarded last turn, or maybe just this turn to Alco. Now, actually knowing where 2 Regenesises are, which were shuffled back this turn, gives you a lot of safety. I can't tell what the card on the table is. That card has been there for a long time. If it was a FUT, it would have been rezzed. If it was a Cohort, it would have been rezzed. If it was a Powers That Be, it would have been rezzed. I don't know what that card is. Is it just like a Sting on the table?
Yeah, I think maybe the two other options would be just a moon pool that's waiting, or maybe a hollow man.
Sure. Yeah, we installed the moon pool from hand. Maybe we'll just get rid of that one because this one's safe. I can't tell.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this is a Bladderwort or a hostile list because we're seeing like Hanseis and big money. I'm assuming hedge funds actually end up in this list as well.
Yes, I think we did see a hedge fund earlier.
Yeah, cool.
On another
There's another
Hansei.
Hansei. So we're going to be half our way to Alco. So if you don't take damage this turn, that will not fire. But it looks like we have a healthy hand here, discarding a card here. It could just be the third Regenesis, which at that point, the only cards, agendas in the bin were more Regenesis. So actually, being the third Regenesis could make some sense.
But without a FUT on the table, you might feel decently safe. Oh, and Coldlava has the
We're
same
checking-
question. He's checking.
It's a Sisenton now. Echelon in hand's not going to do it, but this means you'll have to use the Simul chip to Physarum through it, unless you want to take up to 6 damage, and on top of that, that could be up to 6 counters for Alco, which is a bit of a disaster.
They could also Muse to overinstall the Physarum to move it around, but then there's no MU. So Simon chip makes a lot of sense, even though you don't get the
Yeah.
discount.
I think you could install the Muse if you wanted to install the Physarum. It trashes the Muse, but the Physarum is hosted on the agenda, so if you want to do that, you can. There's some upsides to it, but this is technically a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
So we're going to reposition that again. N6, it doesn't care if there's programs in the bin, which there might not be. That used to matter about a couple of months ago. And the Physarum will slide over. We'll bypass that for 3 credits and access. And it is another Moon Pool. Trash for 1 after the Azimuth.
Yeah, Azimuth's getting good value in this game, even though it is coming up to MU.
Yeah, the card used to be in so many decks when the meta started, and now it's just Shaper decks. But it used to be common in like Hoshiko's in some criminal lists as a one of, and it is still doing work if you can get it down.
Looks like Coldlava also has an overclock in hand, so that will also synergize with Madani and maybe afford any other expensive trash costs.
Now, after we empty our job, might get some lat card draw here. The weird thing now is that the Sisenton is keeping that Physarum busy. So you have technically access to the other server with the Scatterfield. We're dumping a Killer and a Chesvo. That was a cool 3 influence splash in Coldlava's original list playing a couple weeks ago. But now, unless you want to use a Muse and run over some MU problems, the actual Scatterfield is a bit harder to deal with. Looks like we did get lot draw. Nice.
Yeah, maybe the first trigger this turn.
Yeah, pretty good. So Wyld drawn up there after the mandatory. You can see a bit of the hand behind the overlay, but it looks like we're going to make another server. Actually going to take that back.
Yeah, interesting. Not using the scatter field, or maybe considering it now. There we go.
Now this will keep Coldlava a bit busy again. We're assuming that the coder in this matchup is either Euler and or Unity. One of them is a bit cheaper than the other, but Unity here with no installed icebreakers. Actually, sorry, 1 installed icebreaker. You're still going to have to pump at least twice. Down
And
to
again-
4 cards. 2 things on the table too. Just having to check more stuff. There still could be a Regenesis threat.
Start with a ritual. Drawing up. Maybe at this point you need to consider running archives.
Yeah. Knowing how good your hand is, again, with 1 simul chip out, it's a bit more risky. I think we drew into Fermenter, but the problem here is the MU, right? Like, if we don't find a DZ, you're actually feeling the downside to Madani pretty heavily.
Yeah.
There we
Oh,
go.
There it is.
Dow at work. So now the first time we install a program in turn, not only does we have 1 more MU, but the first program is 1 cheaper, which means we can go start getting the Chesva off the corporation's turn for a credit if you really want to. What if you just have to get the fermenter cooking? We haven't found a fly swatter yet, but that is a lot of the money in this deck. It's just like making sure you always have access to a fermenter.
Yeah, fermenter or coalescence that you can try to pawn quickly.
Yeah, we haven't seen KK. We haven't seen spec work. We haven't seen any coalescence. We're just overclocking though. 5 credits for the run. 3 of them will be used. I don't know if we get blown out by a virus here. I don't think we do, because we do have access to an echelon in a pinch.
Yes, or the Muse to bring back the Physarum.
Yeah, very true.
3 credits to bypass the Sisenton. Pretty good.
Wyld, it looks like he's considering whether this is a spin doctor or a moon pool or something that you can do at instant speed. I'm not sure what other options there'd be here. But definitely pondering, looking
Yeah.
off to the horizon a bit. Oh, actually, probably just waiting here to use the extra credits off of the overclock. So we're going to get down for 2 credits, the rest of the money, get down that echelon. So we do have a 2 strength killer. Axis and a Noetic Void,
Noetic.
trash for 1. That tells you a bit more about the deck. Now, Noetic is showing up in a lot of different versions. That is Kisra's hands on them. They painted that altar a couple of years ago. But that does show up in a lot of them just because it works really well in the late game and does fire Auko. But I think we're still trying to suss out whether this is the Managarm list or Hollowman lists, because all we've seen so far I think is Scatterfield for influence.
Yeah, definitely the more asset-based scoring ones and the pure damage ladderwort alcos, but
Yeah.
it'd be hard to know what kind of upgrades you're dealing with. So
Yeah, my read is that this might look like the processes list I won UK Nats. Cohort, gonna fire. That means Alco fires too, because we'll be getting that second counter right in time. So discard, draw 1, gain 2, and then we're gonna fire the Oko if we want to. I think Coldlava's doing an okay job staying afloat. It's like we've seen one moon pool so far, a FUT hasn't got out of hand, Regenesis hasn't gone through. If a Regenesis goes through, which it came to this turn, the game really, really swings. But Coldlava's definitely been treading water. I think a Knick-Knack and starting to get the Coalescence will help. And I'm pretty sure on this turn, we might need to drop the Fermenter on the Corporation's turn. I just don't know what of our board we trash. I think it's the Fizzarum, right?
yeah, because you definitely want to move the Fizzarum now off the Sisenton with the Echelon, which breaks it for 3 credits, which is the
Yeah.
same.
So we are OKOing here. We still have 2 more petty caches if you need the money. We are at that Boto credits, and that's still a 1 credit rising tide. So gotta spend a lot to get through that button nose. Straight Spin Doctor. This is after we've outcode, right?
Yeah, and moving. Oh, we can see it's on the face now. I think I see a Managarm.
Okay. If you see a Managarm in there, that tells you a lot that this is probably like the processes lists, which actually want a Managarm Anoetic and or Managarm just like a FUT, which is a fun line. So I think we're doing this before we mandatory draw, but I don't think there's a window after you outcode before you mandatory.
Yeah, I'm not sure what triggers have been done. I think Cohort and Alco were complete. Yeah, because Alco is
Yeah,
remittance
empty.
counters.
Maybe we already mandatoried and maybe we're getting another Spin Doctor immediately. I'm not sure. Okay, cool. So it looks like we're just using that server. So timing seems totally fine. We did mandatory, we installed 3. And now Archives Iced Up is like such a strong read that there's a Regenesis play on the table. And so now it's up to you to either see if it's a bluff, see what an enemy does to you, and check multiple of these servers. Well, we'll see what Coldlava can do here. Dropping the Fermenter for free, getting up to 2 counters, so you can already click it for 4 if you just need that hedge fund, that sure gamble kick. What do you think you do on this table? A lot to diffuse suddenly.
Yeah, I would definitely be tempted to run Archives, but then you're worried. Like, I wonder if one of the face down cards is just like a surprise foot. So usually you res them in advance, but maybe you're thinking that the one unexpected damage could end up flatlining the runner if it's like Anemone and Fuji's in the bin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I think you usually do just res it anyways, but then it tells you which of the servers has the Regenesis in it, so that's also like a weird downside.
Yeah, these new Alcos can play this bit of a shell game with these iced remotes.
Exactly, yeah. Especially because you have to actually use your resources to figure out how to get like Muse through the scatter field. But even also just like having the cohort. If there's another cohort on the table, there are enough face downs you can even like never advance a Fuji. So cohort doing a fair bit of work, even just scoring a 3-1, a sting, and then having the click to install another card. A lot of times those tempo plays add up pretty well.
Yeah, Cohort can score Sting, Cohort and or Moonpool can score a Fuji on the table. Lots
too.
of threats.
Samuelship coming back. Liquidity on the Shaper side, not great. All our money's tied into the Fermenter with 2 virus counters. Only 1 credit to our name, but an overclock is going to say that 1 credit's going to go pretty far. Cards in hand is the main question here. We've played 2 rituals, emptied 1 Nuka, but it looks like a fair few cards in hand. We see a Coalescence, and I can't tell what else is in there, but enough cards to shuffle. Here you can ask for priority. In theory, you can Muse into Hush. I don't know if the list is on Hush, and there's the enemy, and that is... I wouldn't say the worst case. You're losing 2 cards here, but it's also giving Alco 2 counters, because you get 1 from the discard, 1 from the net damage guaranteed.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Coldlava take any net damage this game so far, so keeping Alco counters down, losing the Coalescence is pretty unfortunate. I think that's what you wanted for your economy, and the Silent Ship.
I don't think you can access here, because if it's Fuji Stink, you flatline. If it's double Fuji, you flatline.
Yeah, let alone if there's a Moonpool to dump agendas into the bin suddenly.
Yeah, that's a hard line to play around. Very, very important. I don't know if you're allowed to access here. It's so scary because, of course, Regenesis brings Alco to 6 points, and then you just lose to a hybrid release fast advance in the next couple turns.
Yeah.
You see Kawhi is joking. You want to touch? It's up to you. With 2 cards in hand, I don't know if you can do that.
Oh yeah, let
I've
alone
seen
one of the Fujis could have been dumped on that Anemone res too.
Yes, yeah. You have so much control over what you put in the bin there.
Yeah, I think Coldlava might just be thinking about how to use those overclock credits to help his economy right now. Maybe overinstalling the Azimuth? Yeah.
There's nothing that draws cards instant speed on the program side, right? So there's no like safety here. There's no program that denies net damage either. Some of these decks are running Air Blades because it's just like a nice tech card for a lot of these interactions.
Yeah, I think the
But it looks like we're
only
just gonna
theory
grab a Coalescence.
Healy Emperor would help here,
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
but I don't think that's card seeing any play. But converting the 4 overclock credits into real credits with these coalescents is pretty nice, especially if the knickknack comes down soon.
I think we're jacking out there. Yeah, that's saying we want to be safe here. We're going to draw to 2. So you could play around Spin Doctor if you don't want to try and get lat draw. If you don't get lat draw here, I don't know if Sting into Fut. I think that drops you down to no cards. So you're still alive, but 2 cards in hand. We're jacking out with 1 click left, taking a credit, asking, do I got lat? We're up to 3. We got lat.
Another trigger.
Now
All
we
right.
have Alco, we have Cohort, we have so many face down cards here. Wyld can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
With Genesis, if it's set up, score Fuji. It looks like we were just revealing a petty cache. I think we just looked at the bin, right? Okay, Cohort,
Yes.
getting an advancement. Not doing Alco, which means there's a Regenesis in the bin guaranteed, because we don't want to make any cards enter archives. You can still petty cache here if you want to. There's no reason not to, I don't think.
Yes, because it removes some game instead of being trashed.
Yeah, they clarified what happens when you play an operation from the heap. It does not re-enter the heap before it's removed, I am pretty sure. So going to click to gain 2 credits off that petty cache, and now double advance. Might just be a Regenesis. That's the worst case. Resing
Oh,
of powers. So now a card can enter the table, get installed from HQ or archives, which means that we can threaten game point by just putting an agenda on the table. Now, these lists are often running hybrid release, which is a 2-1. That if that is Regenesis, oh, I couldn't see it, but I'm assuming if we're running archives, it's a Regenesis.
Yeah, and
I'm assuming that was Regenesis Fuji, right? It happened entirely off camera somehow. Well, it's just too fast. Yeah, that must have been, right?
yeah, I assume so. I think our producer is going to go check right now. I wonder what you install back with the powers that be. Would it be
Looks
a
like he was
cohort?
considering the Anoetic even for the
Yeah.
remote. But we don't have enough cards in hand to like really cash that check.
Yeah, Kato's checking points.
Thanks, Gato. So it looks like it was Fuji Regenesis. Oh no, it's on the other side. Oh,
Yes.
amazing. Okay, so we're at 6 points.
Yeah.
Which this is, like, pun intended, totally wild. Because now with the Alco next turn, we're seeing so many cards. With the Cohort, we're seeing more cards. And if you do play a hybrid, a lot of these decks are playing too. Just top deck it, install advance, that's game.
Yeah, and Alka's going to draw so many cards. You can it's basically
Can't
impossible to
lock.
R&D lock them.
Yes.
I think we saw Conduit in hand, so maybe I can maybe see 3 cards. Oh, bring a
Yeah.
FUT from archives. Or the hand.
And I think it was from hand, because last click, I think, from archives, I think a Cohort hit the table. I think that's that card by the boot.
Ah, yes, yes.
Down to 2 cards in hand. We're starting with the draw, not using the Madani here. Coldlava on 0 points. Still just struggling. We're such threat here with the 2-1 from hand to close the game out. Who cares about the text? And even now, if you just hit a Fuji, it's 4 damage. Like, you have to make sure you have enough cards in hand.
Yeah, I think Coldlava is really click compressed here to like both have enough cards to check R&D and try to do, try to snipe some of those hybrids.
Fermented for 6, or 2 clicks left. We have at least, I think, 5 cards in hand, so you can check. But there's so many things that catch you off. You're less worried about flatlining than points at this point, so you can be a bit more aggressive because, yeah, if one of those hybrids slips through, and we're going to be drawing, I think, on this turn, 5 cards. Running
Oh.
HQ. This is a single. Again, HQ does flood up, but
There's
there's a
one
hybrid.
hybrid.
Huge snipe, Wild. So you need to do that. Coldlava going for the big laugh, but we're still going to draw double Cohort Alco. But that is one of the 2 hybrids. You could not ask for a better access there.
Some of these
Second
decks are
card.
even running 3 hybrids, considering how important it is to the scoring plan.
So we know it's a Cohort on the table. Wild. I don't know. Any chance he's holding 2 hybrids? That'd be the wildest.
Pun
I think we
intended.
know what that is. Yeah, that is another Cohort. So we're just taking the Cohort down to deny 1 card draw. All right, Lat not getting it. Corp down to 1 hand. That card is going to get discarded, so it's definitely not the hybrid. I guess you can do Alco first. Yeah, you should, in case that card is better than average. So now we're going to look at 3. I see a Holloman. I see a Fut. That's a Sericulture?
Sericulture, yeah.
So now we can still have 2 more card draw. 1 from the Cohort, 1 from Mandatory. And if we can find the last 2-1. Man, what a snipe from HQ. The most important run of that turn. So throwing out 1. Going to get a card draw on 2 credits. Just taking forward. The money's been good. Doesn't have it. Otherwise, I think we would snap it to the table. I think we missed the FUT damage. I think in the pop-off, we missed the FUT damage, which is probably
Oh.
okay. I think Wild just realized that. Again, this is all about tempo, making sure you're drawing enough. Checking the bin there. but I don't think we've drawn the last copy.
I think they did discard the sericulture, so there are
Mm-hmm.
2 points in the bin that they don't have a way to get out right now.
Yeah, maybe you're on Moonpool hope at this point, but I think we shuffled 1 Moonpool back, so 2 should still be in the game. Drawing up there, that's another agenda if I'm not mistaken. Just putting cards on the table, icing this one up as well. Lat's money is not bad, but again, so much card draws coming around, and if you don't deal with, well, firstly, FUT fires, or you don't deal with the cohort, we're drawing even more cards because Alka will get the second counter. Ooh, Ches was coming out for 1. MU's now fold up. Again, these credits are really good with Madani, but I'm not sure what Muse is pushing you forward.
Yeah, it suggests that Coldlava is going to be wanting to be touching centrals this turn. Maybe another lucky HQ snipe. Maybe
He's
the
like
conduit day?
thumbing the conduit, yeah. FUT's on 2, okay. Didn't miss that trigger, that's good. I don't know if it's mandatory or not, but that FUT's really important because, again, if you don't have 5 cards in hand, FUT does 3, Fuji does 2. So if you touch a Fuji, you do just lose. Well, you lose on 4 points, but you do lose. So if you can get to 4 points somehow, then you win on 7, but it's hard. All the stings are still in the deck, I think, if this one's on stings, which I guess we might have seen one by now if it was the case. Maybe we're just playing more 3-2s.
Yeah. Do you think you make a run to trash the foot first?
My read is that you don't have enough time. Oh,
Oh,
did you see
no.
that? Dragon Ritual on click. God, this card is so frustrating. When you click to draw a ritual, I die inside. So bad. It's still better than drawing if you need cards, but like, please send
Yeah,
help.
like, Diesel there would have been amazing, right? Because you can
Second
Diesel
draw-
and then send it to any central, really.
I think the second draw was a Harmony, which is another heartbreaker of a card draw if you want tempo.
Okay, checking the new remote in case it's like a Regenesis or a Moonpool threat.
Chopping Sisonton, dropping Wild down to 3 credits. Now you break this, no problem for 3. So we're going to check what this card is. I'm assuming it's a Moonpool. I don't know if it's another cohort. We lost the Azamat. In theory, you have to install it. It's a Holloman. Okay. Next turn, we would have had 5 credits, so I don't actually know if you have to trash that there.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Because it's not a fast advance threat if you're not at, what, 6, 7 credits?
Yeah, 7 usually, right? Because that's 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 6 to 8.
Yeah.
Because in theory, like if you have 6, you can fast advance a 2-1 if you draw once, but
Or sometimes you have a
Still
sneaky petty
expensive.
cache in archives. You can have
Yeah,
more
that's
credits
true.
than you seem.
yeah, you have to play around that. Even getting it off the top rope.
And that cohort's really survived the whole game. Or,
Yeah, I think that might be the
it's rather
second one.
wild.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that one has just survived. Second DZ, again, the coffee came down, so it looks like Coldlava has a plan to use it, but this is where like FUT just keeps you out from touching central. Super risky. Looks like we have another draw, and by draw I mean like draw 4 cards to try and find the last hybrid. I think we're trying to figure out what to do with the last click here. We have one more MU, not that you can't get rid of the Coalescence or the Muse. I think at this point, Coldlava, if you drew a knick-knack, this game is so different because so much of the money is tied into that. Looks like we're just firing off. Alco, Cohort. I saw Boto.
Yeah,
I think I saw
another
Spin
cohort.
Doctor. Now, mandatory draw. Do you have the hybrid?
Pausing,
like
so
just-
presumably not.
Yeah. You're just windmill here. You can like kind of see through the overlay. Get your blue tinted glasses, but clearly we don't have it, which is obviously the best thing Coldlava could ask for here. Now, regardless, I do think with the FAT, you can set up like some sort of fork where you can just put a Fuji on a table behind an enemy and say like, if you deal with this, I have more time. If you don't deal with this. But the deck has so few cards. Drawing deeper here. Getting some heat on HQ because we cannot manage the agendas if we're drawing into them unless we put them behind the Saisentan.
Or maybe even dump 1 or 2 in archives if it represents a flatline threat.
Yeah. That's the thing. As soon as you steal a single Hansei
Oh.
for another counter too, which is great because that threatens Aoko next turn. As soon as you're on 1 point, then you no longer have to respect double Fuji. The problem is if you're on 0 points, double Fuji is lethal. But luckily, Coldlava did steal that very important hybrid.
Yeah. Looks like it's simul chip, trashing the Muse and the Coalescence to get back the Coalescence on the corpse turn, I want to say.
Yep, that's plus 4 credits. I think that's the line.
Yeah. Freeing up some MU in case you need a Unity. Or
Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to get the Unity down. Like, I think you just muse for Fazerums and hope for the best.
probably freeing up MU for the Conduit.
That too. I don't know if you can touch cards. That FUD is getting out of control. 4 cards in hand. Agenda's probably in archives or in HQ at this point, because I think Wyld's at the point where it looks like he's just looking for that last point.
Now we
Ritual
get the
drawn
ritual.
up.
There's
Very
a delayed
important to
diesel.
remember. Yeah, Diesel I drew last turn. The card behind the Sisenton is also like a real threat here, because with the cohort, there's finally the bowl of soup we ordered like 40 minutes ago.
Running the new face down.
Getting rid of that coalescence, gaining 2 credits and a card draw, so 6 credit simulchip. I think we still have the card draw here, right?
I think so. Decided to musical lessons
Muse
back.
right back, so that is for 2 credits, because you pay nothing for the Muse.
Mhm.
Now we're breaking for 3. Yeah, I don't know if we got the knick-knack card draw or not. That's obviously important in this matchup. So if this is any agenda, you're losing a lot of your hand. It looks like that is
The mana charm.
Is that what that is? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do anything with that. There's nothing on top of the mana card, right?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's a Managram Alt Arts. That's the industry prizing for this event.
Oh, cool. I don't think I've seen that one. Accessing. 3rd card, Botu. Big fish. Throwing out a Madani there again. We're going to get the cohort counter, so we again see 4 more cards. That deck is looking tiny. The chance of not finding the hybrid is pretty low here, but that's what Coldlava is hoping for the best. So first we get a cohort draw. That gets us to 2 counters, which will allow us to see 3 more cards, taking 2 of them and a mandatory.
Tattoo.
Pair of Botus
All ice.
and a Scatterfield, I think?
Mhm.
1 more draw. How many cards are left out? We playing to fatigue.
Still not. I
Did you
see
see
a Fuji
it?
in
No.
hand.
It's not it. 1 more hybrid in the bottom, like 6 cards. Wyld has to be careful because it is one of the last cards, right? Like, well, I guess you win there, but if Coldlava can snipe it, you have to actually transition to winning. And I guess with Moonpool in the bin, even just fast eventing a 3-2 should be possible in most of these board states. As much as we know there's 1 Sericulture in archives.
It looks like they're setting up a bit of a fork here because I think a Fuji went down on that Managram. So if Coldlava
Yeah.
does want to steal that, it's not only going to be 5 cards from your hand, but 2 clicks.
Now, I think that's what you have to do. I think you just have to go get that damage and then run archives and like just hope that you survive. Because FUD is only the first time, and so if there is you get to 4 points, the last Fuji has no text. So you might be able to just run that Fuji, take 5 damage, run archives. Dropping Conduit on the Madani. This means we might want to overclock or install it with Chesva. I hope we have enough cards in hand. Those MU counters seem actually very valuable as long as you're like disciplined, because the MU here, there's a lot of double MU cards.
I think this is a run on R&D.
Knick-knack, a coalescence, 1 credit to
Oh, no.
break. Oh, it's on archives.
Archives.
So the most damage you can take here is
5.
6. 6 because of Sting, right? No, 7. You could take 2 stings,
2 stings.
and a Fuji and not win. I don't think his deck's on Sting, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's running more 3-2s.
Ask for access. Moonpool. That Moonpool is going to dump advancements on the Fuji and the remote server, so no matter what, you're good. But that means R&D is live and well. I mean, the conduit on the table, that's probably where you can afford to go next. So we'll see if the FUT fires here. It can't fire in R&D, so Coldlava could just send it. There's a Sarah. Culture, 3-2. Not playing the Yagi Udas, which have been more popular for some reason, and then an enemy is going back. So we'll see if an agenda's left there, because we haven't seen that many points. Only 7 points so far, and the deck can't have more than a dozen cards.
But Archives is turned face up, so Cohort can't help fast advance the Fuji. I don't know if there's another way.
Well, it has 2 advance. Oh, it only has 1 advancement for the
One,
Moonpool. Yeah, you're right. Huh.
Huh.
So HQ has points, for sure. R&D, we know at least has 2 points, but there's still 1 Fuji in play somewhere. One's in the remote server. The read could be that's not a Fuji, though, and like Coldlava could just see I have to run that because it could be a 3-2. Because you're right, it only makes sense if it's a 3-2. Because if it's a 5-3, it's not getting scored out unless you like draw well with the cohort into the Alco and find another Moonpool, the final Moonpool, and get enough agendas with it.
But this is a situation where the Managram, I think, makes that remote very difficult to run. Because Coldlava only has 2 clicks left.
Yeah, and it comes down to cards in hand, too. I think you're going to need an overclock here. We fired Knick-Knack. We haven't fired DZ. Muse for Coalescence is technically plus 2 credits, which clicklessly definitely matters. 5 minutes left in the round, so Coldlava has a lot of work to do here, and in theory, Wyld is threatening to win on the table, but I think we know that it can't be the case unless there's some trick here.
Yeah, really difficult turn to puzzle out. All right, doing the Muse for Coalescence.
Okay, so DZ installs the Muse for free. Coalescence comes in for plus 2 credits. Install for 2, gain 4.
I guess this puts them at just enough money to break the Sisenton and pay 5 credits from Anagarm.
I think we're running it. Now, this will keep Coldlava busy, but it does not stop Wyld once again for drawing like 5 cards this turn, trying to find that that last 2-1 that we assume is in the deck.
They have a really healthy hand thanks to the knickknack.
Fuji, 2 damage. Fut, you can choose the order. So Fut, you can move up to 2 counters, and you can do that much plus 1 net damage. So this will knock out almost all of the hand, if not all. I don't know if Coldlava is on 5 or 6. Maybe with knickknack we're on 6. No, it's all 5.
Oh.
Yeah, the order not mattering here. Because we don't have steel skins, so just showing the 5. Do you trash the Managarm? We can't, right?
No, yeah, there are no credits. But now the last Fuji does win you the game.
Do you just run R&D?
No,
No, getting a little draw. No, let's see the top of R&D there, because you could have ran, potentially. Alco is safe. It was a sericulture. That doesn't win. But Lat, in theory, Coldlava here is on 4 points.
And still no hybrid.
None so far. That interaction off the remote steal also gave 2 counters to Alco if it wasn't missed. 1 from the Fut, 1 from the Fuji. It's not per instance, it's per, like, well, it is not per amount of damage, per instance. So those are 2 separate instances. So that's 2 different counters. Coldlava can claw this back, like, whether we have a moon pool set up or not, we're still drawing, though. Still haven't got mandatory. Waiting here for 2 more card draw from Cohort.
Cohort draw?
Do you see it?
They're still pausing again, so I assume not.
HQ wide open, RD wide open. A Fuji is somewhere in the game. The problem is now it's still 3 net damage if you steal any non-Fuji agenda because Fut is on the table. So the only safe thing here to do, and we know an enemy went back, is draw 2, run R&D, run HQ.
Yes. We'll draw 1 because knickknack I think will draw you a card.
Oh yeah,
mostly.
knickknack huge. Yeah, Coalescence Muse is giving you a lot of fuel. Unfortunately, it was like backloaded in this game. You wanted it earlier, but that does help a heck of a lot. An enemy is the ice you have to play around here. Maybe even a Botu, but that's quite expensive for both players. Card on the Managarm as well. No matter what that is, that's trading well for Wyld. Ooh, using the server too.
I didn't
3
see what
cards
the
in
cards
hand?
are, but I did see 2 agendas in hand, so he might just be putting them on the table and going, you can't run both.
And yeah, some of these lists are only on 2 in enemies, some are on 3, but that card is just going to be 2 damage to you no matter what. Running, Botu, 6 to res. That Rising Tide got a bit stronger, but I don't think we have the money to break this. I don't think we have a way to cheat through this, unless we have some Chromatophore somewhere, but we have no access to any breakers, so this is going to be 2 damage. Did
Remembering
Coldlava
the
forget to drop
knickknack draw.
Oh my god,
We're just keeping them
remember.
alive.
Wait, I'm good, right? Yeah. So Botu does 2 net damage, and then it requires Wyld to discard cards, which if you think the agendas are safer in archives, you can take that if you want. But this Rising Tide is at 2 strength because we did lose another Fractor. We haven't seen the Principias hit the table yet. They will be installed really cheaply. We have 2 coffee money, but unfortunately this is on threat 4, so this is a 6 strength Botu.
Yeah, I think they're double checking. 1 Principia might have been lost to damage.
I think last turn when we lost the whole hand, we lost 1 Fractor.
But looks like it's firing twice.
Knickknack
Zelda
and
firing.
Telework, no cards in hand. The only card you can touch here is Fuji, but it's up to Wyld to put it on the table behind ice. Discarding to end the run down to 2 cards in hand. Do you check archives? You check HQ. Dude, great game so far. We're running HQ 50-50. Sericulture, that's game 6 to 6. Coldlava getting flatlined finally by the Fut, trying to find out where the last Fuji is. There's all the Regenesis. The last hybrid, the Regenesis, the Fuji, all the points there in archives. So luckily there was no server I think that was winning on that turn because it's all about that last Fuji. So Coldlava, great fight there, but Wyld taking it with a flatline 6 to 6. What an exciting game.
Oof, yeah, Coldlava really clawed it back from the being down 6-1 at one point.
Yep.
After
Yeah,
the
that
Kansas
snipe on
war.
HQ, right? Like World Championship 2024. Like, you know it's there. You gotta take it or the game's over on the spot. And Wyld kept fighting, just putting out more problems than you can deal with. And it's about the card compression, right? Like clicks to draw, clicks to check the stuff, money. It's like threatening you on every single angle, which is like such a big reason why Alco has been so performant and also kind of so fun to play for corporation players.
Yeah, and the Manning Arm tax there really made the remotes either uncontestable or extremely taxing.
Yeah, very, very cool. Well played to both players. I do think if Coldlava, you always want to say that you can draw better, but the knickknacks showing up a bit too late. The early economy sold out, where we drew a hand of 3 muses after like our opening. That's not great unless you have the knickknacks there. And I think the list might not be on 3. Maybe it's only on 2. But if you drew in a different order there, I do think we have the economy. But yeah, if it doesn't spin up, you're really fighting to keep afloat. And Coldlava fought super well.
Yeah, but credit to Wyld too for, I mean, obviously playing a great game, but in terms of the lat setup, denying lat draw for the first 5 turns can make a huge difference to the speed.
Just like the emotional damage of the Spin Doctor on turn 1, right? Like that's worth so much. All right, I'm going to look at some results really quickly. We have a bunch of results for round 3. So at the top tables, Stwyde remaining undefeated, taking a game off of our emoji HBPD player. I have a pretty good guess who that player can be at this point. Table 3, another Alco game. Actually, Wenjong on Maggie taking the win there. Eli undefeated on a Loup against another Alco. So Alco not doing so hot this 3rd round today. And then further then, we have LEO win. Wynaut keeping that LEO dream alive. We have
Let's
an off
go.
versus Hoshiko. Yeah, I'm excited to see more LEO. That was a really fun matchup. And then we have Dan on Nuvem taking the game off Erica Lat. Very cool. This is just round 3. I think we're going to throw for a quick break here. We have 4 more rounds today. There's 7 rounds of single-sided Swiss if you're just watching, and then tomorrow will be the top cut and some side tournaments. So don't go anywhere. The stuff will return tomorrow. We're going to throw to a little break here while the round 3 completes. We have 2 more rounds before the break if you want to schedule your dinner around that. But thanks so much for watching. My name is Andre from the Matchball
I'm
Grid,
Laura.
and we'll be back in a bit.
Can move, 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 move. into it.
Welcome back to the New York City Megacity. We're just entering round 4, so just about halfway through the day. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid.
I'm Laura.
Thanks so much for joining us. On the left, it is AskBT Sleeper Agent playing some precision design. Have you seen that 3D PD identity?
No.
So these are really cool. They came out of, I think, Pittsburgh or somewhere in Pennsylvania last year. A player made these, and they made 3 of these different identities that have like a plastic, like kind of if it was from a board game that slots into this wooden piece. And so this is precision design. You get that giant like kind of energy wheel. I'm not sure what's happening on the moon. And so the player here, might be known as Daria or NotAgain to many, has been saying that PD is not dead. And so going to have something to prove, especially before the meta changes. Across the table, Dave976 playing Sable. This is a matchup that classically is seen to be criminal favored, as the early game can be a struggle. But I think Daria did pretty well at OTG playing a PD list that was a bit interesting. It was like not totally what you'd expect, some slight spice. I'm gonna check what that spice is because it's been a minute since I've seen that list.
Yeah, it looks like Sable went for the mulligan, so they might not have the ideal, most explosive starts. I think I'm only seeing a class act in hand. Starting the red level clearance into a humanoid resources.
Oh, I've never done this turn 1, the clickless humanoid. So you install it clicklessly with the red level clearance and just fire it. So we're going to get double install hopefully in operation. That's always exciting. Again, yeah, this list might have come third at OTG. So it's on digital rights management, 2 anoetic voids, spin doctors, and tattoo bullets. So actually nothing too spicy. I think the coolest tech here is 3 copies of Pulse, if that's still in the list, as one of your few ways you can hopefully interact favorably with a deep dive, because you take the click away. So yeah, did you see the anoetics? We have a couple agendas in hand, and that's kind of hard to deal with, but I think we also have a hedge fund.
Yeah, and I think 1 spin doctor. Yep, there's
Cool.
a hedge fund. So yeah, getting lots of value turn 1.
Now on 11 credits on turn 1, you can just eat that transfer. Generally, Ice HQ is the priority. We'll see if it's as soon as like seamless launch into remote server. Mark was Archives?
Seems like it. Starting with the Nuka.
Oh my god, that shark is not part of the art. Yeah, there's a big shark on the table. So.
Oh,
Did you see that too? I didn't see it.
it blends in really well.
Yeah, it's perfect. The blue water. We're going to start with the Nuka there. So whether we get a run event for Archives or an info bounty, but not seeing if we're going to contest, not seeing if we're going to go for a transfer. But we at least have a clean getaway if we want to send it clicklessly Archives. Again, this is table 7. No, sorry, this is table 8. So checking the standings, I don't know if either of these players have lost a game. We only have 4 undefeated players. So each of these players have only lost 1 game. On the left, AskBT Sleeper Agent is the top strength of schedule at 6 points. So definitely a player wants to keep that strength of schedule up.
Yeah, looks like we have a clean getaway on Archives, getting the click back. But yeah, I think some of these Sables are going a little bit slower than like a Red Crim that can really blow you out on open centrals. They're installing Breaker, they're trying to like... There's a sure gamble.
It's also important in the early game to try and figure out what Sable you're playing against. And luckily, the deep dive Sable is not as popular as it was a couple months ago. But as soon as you see a Nuka, you know by definition they can't have more than like 2 deep dives. So it's probably just like the red criminal you expect. And yeah, there you see the hand, digital rights management. That's a full art. So this is probably very similar to the list that was being played at OTG that did quite well for, again, SBT, Sleeper Agent.
There's a Mitra.
Oh, Mitra. Oh, sick. Scoring out a 3-2 there just for 3 advancements, adding a card back to hand. I think it was the hedge fund that went back. Again, we have 6 hand size with PD, but that's just an Ingaton. Just saying points is all that matters. Playing the most fundamental here. We have 6 cards in hand and 2 agendas in there. Let's see if we get the HQ mark. I believe that's what we have. Move that shark.
But these Sables aren't also running many multi-access events, right? There's no like jailbreaks like we saw earlier
No,
in the
like
MuslihaT
nothing.
game. We do see
Yeah.
a transfer and a penny shaver, so lots of good events for the mark this turn.
Yeah, starting with a healthy hand there after the class act came down. So we'll see what Dave wants to do to set the pressure up. Again, if you do steal that agenda, it's not going to the remote server. So obviously, fewer problems. Transfer going across, no penny shaver. Access here in 6 cards. You only know one of these cards. Hitting the hedge fund is always so demoralizing. The one card you know back in there, but at least it's less likely than anything else.
Yeah, and the 6 hand size really help pad to avoid getting agendas nicked, but we'll see. Yeah, 6
It's a 1
does.
3 here. Yeah, 6 works. You usually reloading.
There's
Ooh,
one.
Ingaton 2. Good hit there. No Hermes. But now there's only one agenda in hand. I think it is an off-world office in hand. Yeah, that's a Pouch Surfer's Altart. Up on healthy credits. Again, yeah, you're not worried about like dropping a conduit, so all the pressure is on HQ if you have it. After you steal that second agenda, especially after the no mulligan, I think maybe did SPT mulligan?
No, I think they kept.
Yeah, so you might not expect a second agenda or third agenda. The problem is like obviously a humanoid fired, and anything can happen when you draw 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
See if that tag gets cleared. We still have ways to run. We got our click back. That tag is mostly the Nuka as a target, and we'll see if we clear that there, holding onto the copy of the Baya Bands, which is one of the nicest ways to clear a tag, while also getting an access or some card draw. Penny Shaver coming down as well. Could have came down the click before. Going to draw 2, 3 with the class act because we haven't drawn so far. We're going to have to return one of those to the bottom. Do you think you clear the tag, or do you think you just play the whole game floating? It's like the turn, the twinning you can't. It looks like we're clearing the tag.
Yeah. It's unclear what other mode you'd want. Maybe the install, because I think there's a New York Chesva in hand. Seeing the top card. Trashing a humanoid.
Just for one, I'm checking Daria's OTG list. It is on 3 humanoids, less spin doctors, only 2. So we'll see if he just like double ices the remote server and pushes. Only on 5 credits though. The transfer actually has a huge impact. Going back again, we have Penny Shaver. You just want to touch cards, so going to see another card, not running HQ, that's open, trying to lock the top of the deck. Looks like a bit of a reader, kind of a squint there. Maybe it's the hat brim, but we're getting our 3 credits to enter Penny Shaver. No tag left. Some of those cards in hand I don't fully recognize, but looks like we're counting our credits for some sort of install.
Yeah. I'm not sure what that top card is. Looks like some.
Yeah, right?
Another
Very
alt
purple.
art. Yeah. Getting out of
Carbon for 3?
interesting.
Not my favorite rush out install here, because you're expecting mostly drafters, and you break that for 4, which is like not really a thing you want to be doing.
Oh, I know what the reader was.
What's that?
It's a Lycean.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Cool. Lycean also with like, that is a Mitra in the remote server. So now you can choose to put in the Lycean if you want to, which is kind of cool. This ice, you have to keep resing it over and over again with or without a Vovo. And then the subroutines, the types of it matter. So maybe seeing that, that's the reason why we dropped our Carmen, because we only break that for 1 credit. Or actually 2, because, well, it depends on, you know, the types of it. Up to 3, I guess.
Yeah, Carmen is now needed to prevent the rig shooting, which could be a pretty serious blowout if you like install your Pure and lose it to the Lycean.
I'll be honest, I don't even know the text on Lycean. Oh, that is the participation Chesva. Sick. So 2 credits for Centrals. We'll see if we can use those off of Abaya. Otherwise, the remote run. We know a Seamless is not in hand. Or at least we didn't see one get returned, but we're back up on 9 credits after that hedge fund was returned and replayed.
Do you see what the ice is on the remote?
No, I'm assuming it was the Lycean, right? With the Mitra, it doesn't matter, right? It can be anything.
Yeah, no, the ice was there since turn.
Oh,
pretty
yeah, you're
early,
right. You're right.
Since the humanoid fire, the Lycean I think is still in hand.
Yeah. So like that's the thing, that Mitra can make it the Lycean, but yeah, I actually don't know what it is. Finishing off Nuka, draw 4, return 1, so we should have some options. 21 card on the bottom, so we have a lot of cards in hand. Mark is still HQ if we didn't forget to re-roll it, but the Shark is still attacking the identity.
There's a Bravado drawn, which unfortunately you can't use on your Mark, or any Mark, because there's no ice on Centrals.
Yeah, I wonder if you can just send it and see what happens. Gamble. Nice, I think we went from 5 to 9. We have 5, right? Yeah. Going up to 9. We have 1 click left here. You always can just run HQ, you should. It's clickless and it's a penny shaver, so Carpe Diem even better. So that's plus 4 credits and an Axis, and you can trash with Chesva, you get the penny shaver, all that all together. And you get that money, of course, first. So
Yeah,
Dave's econ is good. Card draw's been good too, and we still have some clicks left here, or at least 1 click. So I don't think there's any agendas in hand. Is the Lycian is the card we know, and that is an Anoetic for
Anoetic.
1. Easy to trash with the Chesva. So the hand is Lycian Spin Doctor, I think?
Yes, looks like it. The Spin Doctor full art.
I wonder if you can just provide a last click in the remote server that force reses, but I don't know. I wouldn't be playing around Mitra, which technically like gives the corporation some money.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you want to run R&D to lock the top, we don't know. We have that. Yeah, there you go. The Stone Ship, which you can fire on the corporation's turn to get a bit more value. And Seamless Top Deck. That's perfect because that's an off-world office at the remote server. And SPT Sleeper Agent did not have the Seamless. So that wasn't going to get scored unless it was the perfect top deck and return to hand. So you're scoring for 3, getting 4 back.
Yeah, and that's when the PD tempo really starts to accelerate, because they just always have a Seamless on tap and can score really any never advanced card. 3-2, a 4-2,
yeah.
or a 4-3, and vulnerability audit.
And I do think this deck might be on them. This is the first turn that we're not threatening something. This deck's on 2 vulnerability audits, off-worlds and Ingatons. So there's only 8 agendas in the deck, which is not too rare for these 44 card decks. But here, Dave definitely wants to get the market R&D and start locking the top. Luckily, with the Spin Doctor in hand, our core player can break the lock and draw a bit deeper, a bit faster. But it's going to come down to finding your breakers and pushing the remote server. Let's see if we can get a good mark here. R&D is where the game currently is. We know the Lycian in hand and a Seamless.
I think the Stone Ship
4.
draw was transfer in mutual favor.
Ooh, seems okay. Transfer's impactful enough. Not the most important, but R&D is wide open here. We'd love to get a twinning. And then you can just boost the Carmen while running to see some more cards if you want to. Click 1 draw, Class Act. We've been firing that consistently. Card draw's been pretty good. Some of these decks are running a full play set of Nukas. It looks like another transfer. I don't know if you want to just full send and take 6 credits away.
On 13 credits, SPT Sleeper Agent's pretty fine, probably eating a transfer, even 2. Probably has enough money to still res that remote ice.
Yeah, that's the thing with Seamless, right? Like, as few as 1 credit, you can score at a 3-2.
Yeah, the combination of fast advancing and just a bit of econ, soft econ compression.
So running here before installing the info bounty, just means that like money is good, but we have more clicks to do things. Because the info bounty obviously is free the turn, it just costs a click. So saying that money is not the rate limiting factor here, and I kind of see that with Dave. Like, we just need to find more breakers and more pressure to see more cards.
Yeah, seeing how fast the PD is going, you probably know.
Okay, wait, never mind. I think you just realized I should have put the info bounty down first. So we're running HQ instead. We have so much money waiting on that penny shaver. We'll get another counter here. And we know, again, most of this hand, that's the Seamless we just saw come back. Yeah, that access, again, it's just because we want to take maybe the penny shaver, but you definitely need to go deeper because that not a very high probability to see an unknown card. It does turn up the DRM, which is kind of cool, which I wonder if we would have just fired Digital Rights Management, which is a card you can't play if the runner has ran HQ successfully last turn. So might be actually a more impactful run than it looks.
Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about playing around that, but we do see the DRM in hand. I don't think Dave's seen it yet.
No, Dave hasn't seen it, unless he's played against SPT Sleeper Agent and knows the play pattern.
Okay, there's the info bounty.
Oh, info bounty came down. Bummer. Drawing into the 3rd humanoid and an MIC. RLC as well. So we have a lot of click compression if we want to get some forward momentum, install a lot of cards.
Interesting. Do you think you install the humanoid this turn or save to do the install an ice and do the RLC humanoid combo next turn?
I don't know. It looks like that is what we want to do here. It depends on what the remote ice is, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But this is another turn where like we haven't made something that the runner has to deal with. So as long as we get a reasonable mark, I think we know that's an MIC that we're expecting on HQ. So finding our decoder, we're firing the Stone Ship on the corporation's turn for the ability to see a bit deeper. And I do think we see the Unity there, which is not the best answer for MIC, but it's always going to be a bit hard.
Yes. But you can run last click, and with Sable, if it's your mark, you'll get a click back.
Yeah.
So that makes MIC a good deal cheaper, 2 credits cheaper to break.
Yeah, with the transfer in hand too, like 9 credit swing potentially. Archives Mark, not the best, but hey, that's at least 3 or 2.5 credits with Info Bounty Penny Shaver. So this hand, we got the Bravados, we have the Carpe Diem, so we can make a fair bit of money clickless off this. I don't think you have to draw first with Classic. We're definitely going to be drawing here, but we want to find a twinning, so maybe you want to draw first there to get your twinning.
It could be that Dave is feeling some of the pressure and doesn't think he has quite enough time to set up the twinning and just wants to get all the breakers down to be ready to start contesting.
Yeah. No matter what, yeah, you need to draw deeper. I have no doubt we'll see a draw here. Our money is good, right? Like, Penny Shaver is a click for 6 or 7 credits. I can't tell exactly, which you only take that if you need it. Running Guarantee, another Penny Shaver. Just going for singles here. The deck only has 5 more agendas in it. Looks like this might be a trashable if you want to put the chest to work, but it's a...
Tranquility?
Tranquility?
I think that's an alt art.
Yeah, I think so.
Mutual Favor.
Cool. So that should get us our Fractor. We're assuming Kurapira, because I think we kept the Unity.
I
This
guess
also
in
shuffles
theory,
the deck.
Yeah, you want a Mutual Favor before your Class Act draw, because then it takes 1 card you don't want to draw out of your hand. Hard to say.
Yeah, but then it shuffles the cards on the bottom, so it's like, it depends what's on the bottom, because obviously, like, Dave has bottomed a lot of cards so far.
Yeah, that's true. If you bottom a twinning, then this is definitely the
Yeah.
right play.
Yeah, this is what you want to do for sure. All right, so Breaker installed. Again, if you made a successful run, that's great. And so now if we install the Unity from hand, we are breaking MIC for 4. I wonder if you just drop the Unity and run HQ and say, I'm pretty sure it's an MIC, res it for 6. We have to play around ablative slightly. That's the one thing that you don't run last click, because you can bring back a humanoid or a nanoetic, whatever you need more.
Now Class
And
Act
finally,
draw?
yes, draw 2. We still have 1 more click because of the mark. Did you catch those cards?
No.
I think maybe an Info Bounty? Or not an Info Bounty, Open Market? But we're still holding on to a couple Shaper cards there, so it looks like we have the Unity for sure. Oh, just a sure gamble for 4. Again, when you have the Penny Shaper, it's always hard. Do you click that for 7 or you play the card from hand for 4? And that is, yeah, the Tranquility. So RLC, we're going to fire this, which means that we can put more cards in the remote server. So we're going to go straight for the humanoid. This installs 2, draws 3, gains 4, technically. We drew an off-world office with the Seamless in hand, so we'll see if we make a play here. I think you have a read from Dave that he has the Unity in hand, because he went for the Kurapira with the Mutual, knowing that you drew an MIC, if I track that correctly.
Yeah. I do like him holding it in hand to not show that yet, but you can definitely guess.
Yeah. Yeah, not showing it is exactly what you want to do, but I do think you can maybe guess.
So we have it.
First install. Again, it's a Mitra in the remote server, so not going to do anything too interesting. There is also, we know that there's a copy. Oh, playing DRM last click. That is so cool with Humanoid.
Yeah, getting the vulnerability, just saying I'm going to win next point if you don't, next turn if you don't run.
This is game point. If this goes to the remote server, we know there's a Seamless in hand. You can install it because not a successful HQ run happened. It's on top of 2 upgrades. Now, unfortunately, none of those upgrades do that much, we don't think, because one of them is a Tranquility, which is kind of a known. We saw that got draw. The other one is a Mitra, which I don't think has much to do here besides gain 3 credits. Now, Dave has maybe access to finding a Lucky Hermes and kind of disrupting this because we know which one the agenda is.
Dave's running Penny Shaver. It's possible
yeah,
that he's running
yeah,
2
yeah.
consoles, but
Yeah, you're right. It's not possible. So I think here we just drop the Unity, run the remote server after running Centrals, and just say, like, we can brute force through Anoetic, hopefully enough. We have a lot of money. This actually might matter, that playing the sure gamble instead of taking the 8 credits off the Penny Shaver when you need to go now.
yeah, I think there's a pulse on the outside of the remote, so maybe the
Yes.
play is to pulse and then switch into MIC and try to do a click tax.
Or you do like a double pulse play if you have another one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there's other ice in hand. I think I saw an extra MIC in.
Yeah.
Daria's
There's nothing
hand.
in the bin, right?
No, I think it's all face up. We're starting with a pinhole.
Sick. So this will either challenge probably the Mitra, the one that's there longer, because I think you have a better read. Now this actually turns off Info Bounty, which is unfortunate, because you do replace the breach.
Still getting a
You
penny
do get the
for
click
credit.
back. So the Mitra's coming down, so there's less tricks for sure. It's a Mitra for 3. You can use the Chesva if you want to. But yeah, Pulse MIC is not something I would play around, which means if you run now, you lose the 3rd to Pulse, the 4th to MIC. You have to run now, which means... Oh, actually, no, you have an extra click with
back down from
Sable. Yeah.
But you need to click to
So
install the Unity.
I think you're still perfect if you install Unity Run.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think your credit positive enough to Bravado. Unity coming down for 3. 3 clicks left. So if you Bravado now, if you take the Penny Shiver, MIC into Pulse costs 9, and that's enough for SPT to score out. Oh no.
Ooh.
That exact line, you don't have enough clicks here. Going for the Bravado. Again, we haven't seen a Pulse so far, so it's not something I would play around. But the Pulse is rezzed. You lose a click.
And
No res? No res. We're just giving over 3 points here.
oh, interesting.
Keeping the surprise of the server for later. So taking the 3 points, we're up to 5. Penny Shaver grants a credit. Here, you probably can consider trashing the Tranquility. Looks like it's going to stay. We have so much money, and a Bravado is going to give so much more. 8 credits coming in.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the no res. It's possible that
It's
he
not an
wants to keep the
MIC.
pulse secret, but yeah, I think
Yeah, I think that Mitra play was to install the MIC from hand. So it's Pulse, swap Ice to Mitra, Mitra Ice to MIC, and then you're right, that would be a lockout. But pinholing down the Mitra made that not possible. So now, running R&D. Didn't see this card before. Trashing a Managarm from last year's Sovereign of Subways. A drafter. First click into a sure gamble. Second click just finding something to jam. That's a Brawn. But there is still there's an agenda in hand, right?
yeah, I think it's an off-world,
Off-world? Yeah.
which not exactly what Daria wants to score here, but it's maybe safer elsewhere.
You read on the remote server, if it wasn't res that turn, it's just like end the runs. Is this a scoop? Oh no. Just a scoop. Bummer to see. Sometimes you just want to end the game to like preserve energy and like I don't know if face is the correct term, but yeah, Daria just saying you rushed me out. I can't win from here. Saying that at this point Sable will take it over, which I can see some truth to that. I wonder if there's like an MIC pulse line you can hard table, but like yeah, unfortunately that's going to be it for the runner. Just 5-4. You can always end the game whenever you want. Well played to both.
Yeah. Definitely a scary start, but Dave just played fast, got all the breakers down, and could kind of do
Yeah.
whatever he wanted from there.
The opening was really, really quite nice. Like, I don't know if that second transfer mattered, but just getting the card draw, finding everything, and then the Mitra pinhole, I do think keeps you off that potential swap, which MIC into Pulse, not something you play around. And if you don't have the extra clicks, that's going to be a hard end to run. Really, really cool interaction. Well played to both. With 20 minutes left in the round, we will be throwing it to break. Again, we have round 5 coming up. After that will be the lunch break. So you can decide if you want to get a quick sandwich now or you want to wait for a bit more. But in 20 minutes, we will be returning for our 5th round again. This is a 7-round tournament today, and then the top 8 returns tomorrow. Just to go through the standings so far, there are 4 players going into this round that are undefeated. I don't think we have any results to report so far, but you generally want to only take about 2 losses to have a chance to make it next day, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. With that, we'll be throwing it to a break. My name is Andre,
I'm Laura.
and we'll see you in just a bit.
into it. Portable headphone dance floor. Let's go. Keep moving. PhD. Let's go. PhD.
Back to the New York City Megacity Championship. My name is Andre,
I'm Laura.
and thanks so much for tuning in. We're just about to start round 5. There's only 3 rounds left today. Round 5, after that there's a dinner break, and then we're returning for 2 more again. We had 31 players here today in the New York City Megacity. I think we had 5 buys checked in at round 1, and so far only 2 players left undefeated. Wenjong versus Stwyde, which is exactly what we're going to see on round 1. Wenjong, you might know that name, maybe under Hector Rest if you've been playing online. And Wenjong has been playing this game for about a year and a half at this point, and has been doing very, very well. Well, Iswak is probably the identity you're associating, now playing Leo Construction Labor Solutions, which we have, I think, 2 Leo players that are both doing quite well at this tournament, so we're going to see some good Leo play. Opposite, Stwyde, excuse me, playing Hoshiko. You might know Stwyde as part of the Startup Balance team, the Startup Committee, so more plugged into that, but doing really well here in Standard as well. And while there's a fair bit of Hoshiko, I think there's only like 1 Hoshiko game this entire round. Hey, actually, Laura, you looked at the numbers last round about the corp win rate. What did that look like?
Yeah, fun fact, we got 3 corp wins in 15 games. So that's a 20% corp win rate. Not ideal.
That's not ideal. So I don't know what happens. I've seen that in most tournaments. There's one round where it's just like one-sided and then averages brings it back up. But last round, I really hope you were playing runner on that side. So we did see that on our watched tournament, our watched game on camera. But we'll see if that does continue to hold up.
Another fun fact, I think one reason that Wenjong joked he's playing Leo is because at OTG he won this lovely reflective Leo ID from
Oh,
Stwyde,
no way.
I think.
Get out. Yeah, Stwyde does some 3D printing, which is great. I have a couple Stwyde alt arts, so I guess that's what we're seeing there. It looks really nice, really shiny. So this is going to be a good matchup. For those who don't know either of these players, they're both very nice folks, so I've no doubt they're already going to have a great time. We might have missed the mulligans there. Leo, this is something, Laura, you've been playing a fair bit of tournaments and doing well too. What do you want to say to people quickly watching at home? What should they be watching out for as the game progresses?
Oh, I mean, definitely, like the Leo game earlier, Leo's trying to get through an early mid game, especially against Banhar you're expecting on the Anarch side. So you want to double ice up quickly, maybe with ideally something like a Tattoo Bolo on the outside, gets you a lot of money. And yeah, if you can get to this like mid-late game board state and survive a couple of twinning digs, Hosh was just going to run out of money and not be able to run anything.
So it looks like Wenjong has a great start here. A hedge fund that I don't think got played, and we put cards on the table. The card in the remote server is a Mitra, which we're seeing more and more play today, more than anything. With the 1 trashable in hand found, we're losing there Mersha for just 2 credits, and we're making that money back entirely from the raindrops, but not drawing cards. Hoshiko, flipped. Again, you always touch something. And we have, I think, companions in hand. A handful of full arts and alt arts. So we'll see how many of those hit the table.
All right, there's a Mystic.
Gonna get a credit turn, poking the top of R&D. These decks usually don't have a lot of agendas. I think that's a planogram. Just a little bit of influence blend for some card draw or some credits.
Yeah, and definitely good as a way to bounce back from 0 credits to 3.
Yeah, we know what's in the remote server. It looks like last click we're checking this. So you always can res. Kind of don't want it with a hedge fund. Worst case is you take a core damage from Boomy, which is not super important in the matchup as a whole. But at minimum, you can just res the Mitra to gain 3 credits. You don't need to do the swap if you want. What's the ice that Wenjong has his thumb on?
I want to say that's an MIC in hand.
I think it might be one of the altered MICs from OTG, the one that has like kind of soldiers on it. Yeah, I think that's the case.
Oh, and using
So
the planogram to draw 3 instead of 3 credits.
Oh, there's so many cards I don't know what that is. Do you know what that shiny orb is? Is it a
No.
Tranquility maybe? It looks like it. So installed, I think it's a Tranquility, that's my res, and then we're going to finish off there with a hedge fund. So 2 cards on the remote server, not resing a Regolith, not resing an Anthill or a Nico or any of the economic options like a humanoid resources. So now another problem. Hoshiko going to get that card draw, trade it for a credit. We see the hand there with a Wheels going to hit the table, so you might be a bit scared of the tag there, but assuming it's a Byroid, you can mostly click through a fair few of them that can be rezzed, at least easily rezzed. Now you do have the control here, whether you want to Mitra flip into the MIC in hand, so Mitra is going to get rezzed, so we can swap from HQ to hand, gaining 3 credits, and now we still can res this before the runner can jack out. So I'm assuming it's an MIC for 6. Oh, there you go. That is the soldier MIC art. So that's going to take away a lot of the clicks and give a tag. So the hand is going to come as soon as it go as soon as it hit the table. Oh, okay, no, we're not clearing the tag right away.
But yeah, Hannah into Leo can be a bit tricky because it looks like we are trashing it for the clear the tag.
So we functionally spent 2 credits to make a free run, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think that's what it works out to. It's
Yeah.
not super intuitive. And then hand is some cheap into runs. Like MIC is not that easy to deal with unless you get a Banhart down. And luckily we have a cheap ice to put in front of it. So dropping another companion, flipping out with Hoshiko is good for economy, not so much for card draw. And I think we've drawn like every single MIC in the deck.
Yeah,
It looks like there
and-
might be all three. Oh,
There's
second
another
Tranquility.
which you can't install in the first one, unfortunately. So probably drawing for
Not
a
a great
Tranquility
job.
trigger. And that's a
Spin is
doctor.
fine. It is a Trank install, gain 2 credits, and that is another threat now. Let's see if Stwyde interacts with here. This deck could have as few as 7 agendas, I think. So we'll see again. Here, the easy run is to run R&D to get that Hoshiko flip, and it looks like all the points are still in R&D, as much as Wenjong can kind of break that lock really quickly and draw some unknown cards with a Spin Doctor.
That was a sure gamble and a pinhole drawn. I'm not sure what the last card was from the Nuka.
Now this Taka was also dropped, and like Taka early is a bit of a risk, because it has a really bad downside, third
Tranquility.
Because if you can't use those Taka credits on a breaker, you just take a tag, which is not really sustainable. So if that's the case here, especially on 0 credits, my guess is that Taka is going to be just leaving the arena in a couple turns, especially if he's stealing an agenda there off the top.
Stwyde staying at 0 credits. So, oh no, Hosh will flip to 2. But has
Fermenter
money
came
on
down?
companions and Fermenter.
Yeah, this Hosh now will be on 3 credits next turn, so you can easily play anything, but you definitely want to find an operation, or sorry, an event to get back in it.
An ADT. And I think
I
there's
think
a
you just
seamless
push it.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah, for
Move the
sure.
Spin Doctor.
Just using the Spin Doctor, sometimes you leave those in the bin for ablatives and further Spin Doctor, but 2 high value cards going back in, and I'm pretty sure we'll see an install for 2 credits, and then either double ice on the remote server and maybe an ice on R&D. We have a lot of money to work with. That Tranquility really just well timed here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any way that to be worried about from Stwyde getting in. Like, he's even a botchless with the
No.
Fly Swatter on the outside. It's pretty perfect.
So this is all before mandatory, so we could have drawn one of the cards shuffled back, but there's that second ice, paying 1. Card on the remote server, get 2 on Tranquility with a seamless launch. We can also pre-advance it, and that's what we're going to do here. And this means that next turn, if you don't want to use a seamless launch, you don't have to, but also you have a nice thing to put on top of the Tranquility. You don't waste that once per turn value.
Exactly. I just want to say that is one of, I think, the most fun parts of playing Leo. You can just boldly pre-advance your agendas and go, you can't get through this ice.
Yeah. So yeah, that's really hard, like Byroid into MIC, as much as it is destructive. And the MIC on its own is just a hard thing to deal with. Emptying there the Nuka. We have 3 clicks left here. So much money on the Taka. That's a strike fund, so it's functionally a sure gamble for 4. Sating Mystic Miami is 3 credits. We'll see if we have something else again. I think that Taka is just going to leave really quickly. It's really hard to get that down. Now, after that, we're installing the Twinning, so we can't charge it this turn. But still getting out of hand. Is this Fermenter is all the money Stwyde has for the next couple turns. So I don't know the Wenjong has him a virus, whether you can take a turn off to perch here. It actually might not be unreasonable. It's just you're getting that value from Mystic in the background.
Yeah, well, I think Stwyde has a sure gamble on hand, so with the Mystic credit next turn, he'll be able to play
Easy.
this. Yeah, and charge Twinning. Seems
Stwyde
like
looking at that hand.
He's
Yeah,
taking
there's
a turn
that
not to
gamble.
touch any cards.
Is that a decent MZ?
The green card I see is a Stone Chip.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. Yes, that's a stone ship. That makes a lot more sense. We have a pinhole. That's a Keysra alt art there as well. Not that we have that much to challenge here. And then Wenjong not only scoring the ADT next turn, but seeing the top 5 of the cards. Firing that ability lets you know whether you need to protect R&D. Can get you the next agenda. Can fire the Tranquility. Let alone, of course, you can go get a big ice. As big as a tier sometimes in these decks.
That's really the high of Tranquility.
Yeah.
Getting a tier, getting the next agenda when it's safe. And then the lows are when you see a bunch of agendas in operations.
Yeah, I'll jam an
Or-
agenda. I think it's actually a good turn to jam an agenda, but yeah, it's totally different when you get that free run. Stone Ship coming down. Mystic still sated. Taka still there. Gonna be a problem. And top deck was just to send a message. So you can seamless jam to send a message, but it'll be sitting there for a couple turns. So Wenjong having to think here. I'm assuming that means the top deck is interesting. That Wenjong is not just like slamming out. So we'll see if it is just triple advance or the seamless interacting. I think we just know 1 Tranquility in hand. We have every MIC in the game. And it looks like we're going to go for the quad advance. So we're going to be discarding cards here, I think. And now ADT looks at the top 5. You can't shuffle them, but we're going to be installing a card and rezzing it if you can, free of cost.
All right, let's see if we can get a look here.
So
Looks
the
like a-
Mersha is the bottom, right?
Yes. Looks like an agenda's a second, a seamless is third.
Yeah, I think that's a seamless. No, that's a Brawn. Oh, we can't move the order. Careful, Wenjong. Yeah, I think he caught
He's
us
putting it
out.
back.
Yeah, that definitely goes down there. Very close. Top card might be a Spin Doctor. No, it's a Regolith. And then the bottom is a Mersha. So there's one ice in there, but I don't think it's, I think it's a Boomy. It's only 3
Yes.
credits.
Yeah, so top card Regolith would be nice, but it does leave the agenda at the top.
Oh, it's a, yeah. So I think you could go for the Brawn, or you can install the Mersha and then just say the Regolith's on top. That's fine. It looks like it might just be the Mersha.
And Mersha does let you install ice this turn, so I think
Yep.
it means he won't have discard.
It also fires a Tranquility, which is exactly what you want to do here. Keeping the Seamless in hand, that is kind of perfect because we can use all our cards. So Mersha sliding over to R&D, installing an ice clicklessly, saving 1 credit if you did have to pay. A pretty good efficient turn. Down to only 6 credits now, though, which can be as little as 1 ice res. We'll see if Hoshiko wants to start interacting. Fermenter should get a counter here, and it looks like that is going to be a big burst up. I think we lost a Fermenter, right? We didn't get the counter. Yeah, there we go. Wenjong pointing it out. All right, we're building that multi-axis. We have 1 agenda in hand. Again, this deck might not have that many agendas. Generally like 7 to 8.
Starting with Sure Gamble, I think it was, to charge the twinning with the Mystic money.
We have no way to spend the Taka. Again, the early Taka is so hard to put on the table sometimes because you need your breakers and the ability to use them. As much as you can always just like pump them while running if you need to get rid of those credits.
There's a Buzzsaw.
Cool art. So we're going to need a bit more support if we want to challenge the MIC, but the remote server is not doing that much. Now, the top of the deck was known, and sometimes that actually makes you want to pressure R&D because they clearly protected R&D, which means maybe the top of the deck was an agenda, but maybe if there's an agenda there, you'd put in the remote server. So like sometimes it's hard to tell, but that's all the money for a second MIC here. So that is broken. 3 to boost, 2 to fully break. So Taka getting exactly what she wanted to. Mersha just LEOing to end the run, and it's a Regolith on top, which it does look like Wenjong is counting on surviving so he can get out of this credit hole. Here, you can swing HQ C2, and if you steal that, send a message. It's 3 points and an interesting board state change. Checking archives? Not sure why.
Yeah, interesting.
Just to get the Hoshiko. Cool. That tracks. Top deck is a Regolith.
Oh, and looks like Wenjong's put the top few cards sideways to mark the cards that he knows.
Yeah. It's a cool thing to remind yourself too, but it also does help your opponent, so you're hoping they're tracking. But exactly enough credits off of the Tranquility to get the Regolith to get to work, so that is the card that was protected there. The next card is on the deck. It's an agenda, right? It's an off-world?
Yes.
Okay.
But it will be expensive for Buzzsaw to boost into the MIC until we have Leech,
Yep.
I'm guessing. is
Or
what
Game
Hoshiko's
Dragon.
running. Yeah.
A lot of money on the Fermenter. Stwyde doing quite well here to keep afloat. I think we see a Hush in hand too, which is kind of interesting.
Oh.
Hoshiko trading a credit for a card draw. Again, your 2 companions get up, so like you're still going plus. Trying to figure out where the run was last turn. Yeah, just on archives. This deck is almost entirely full in alt arts. It's wild there's no Stone Ship alt art I'm aware of, but cracking the Fermenter for 8 credits. Good financial start here. You can run R&D and see 3 cards if you really want to. That is,
Leech.
Leech, cool.
Yeah. So I
Very
think that
good.
there's a double purpose checking archive too, making sure there's no more virus in there so that these runs are valuable.
Yeah, now at this point you're running R&D, seeing 3 cards. This steals an off-world office,
Yeah.
which gives you more companion value. So using that Leech to save 3 credits, breaking for 2 separate teams, 1 off Taka. So here you can see most of the lock from the ADT. We'll see how many, you don't actually need to spend any counters to be able to see an agenda, is what
is-
Wenjong knows.
Last click, so Wenjong could sacrifice the MIC in order to keep the agenda,
Oh.
but then just has it in hand.
Good spin
I think
Dr.
he's
Catch
considering
there.
it, yeah.
Oh, wow. That means that he's just using the LEO ability. We've seen LEO twice already, which is actually a lot for the stream so far. I think we've only got to see it once today.
Oh, that's not Elio, that's just the card
Oh my
text
god,
MIC.
you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just MIC. Yeah, not a buy right. Now, Wenjong is really committing to getting that off-world in the remote server right now. The problem is I think that remote server might just be 2 code gates. Is that just Fly Swatter into MIC?
I think that's the ice we saw. Maybe it's a Boomy?
Yeah, even that doesn't do enough.
Yeah. It's true that Stwyde will need 2 leech counters, but with an open archives in R&D, that shouldn't be hard to get at all.
Yeah. Hoshiko's still flipped. Wenjong can always take 6 credits, can jam, can even just like take 3, jam, install another ice, because we do have the Seamless Launch in hand. And the next 3 cards in R&D, it's a Brawn into a Hagen, or sorry, Brawn into a Boomy into, we don't know, because at that point we're breaking lock.
Yes.
Second ice on HQ. There's still a send a message in there.
Wow.
Gaining 3 credits, yeah. Just leading those, like, those are very important counters. We're taking 6 off the regolith, but those leech counters go pretty far, especially with the bronze and the MICs.
Yeah, MIC being broken for 2 with Leech Buzzsaw feels pretty painful when you res it for 6.
Oh, yeah. 2 cards known. We'll see where Stwyde wants to run R&D is the easy way to keep Hoshiko. We're going to start with the Steel Skin. It's been in hand since turn 1, so just gain 3 credits, charge your twinning as well.
Yeah, and twinning just gets to a menacing amount of counters. Ooh, there's a compilation.
Hey, what's really cool considering the ban list, right? Like, this has not been a ban hard game so far, and Stwyde is just playing, like, good Anarch, and it's, like, obviously landing right now.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think Banhar would have put a lot more pressure in the early game.
For sure. But, like, still doing okay.
Oh, interesting. Seeing the 2 cards.
Yeah, so this will break lock. The Brawn, I think we want to host this, so we're going to pay 1 for the compilation. I don't think you can use Taka, but you could use, if you have it, seeing a 3rd card, 1 on a card. It's another Brawn, unfortunately. That alt art coming from Worlds, if you played in Startup and got a couple wins. Full up on MU, haven't found that. I'm assuming Keiko at this point. So it is a Boomy. Next card we know is a Brawn, but Wenjong doesn't. So the question is whether you're feeling okay jamming in the remote server. We have those Taka credits, we have the right breakers, and we have the Rising Tide. So it's just the sentries. So the problem is, like, Boomy you can click through. On Cell, I guess you can click through, but then you might have issues with LEO.
Yeah, there are some pretty good sentries, the 2 you mentioned. I wonder if this deck is running tier, but...
Yeah, you can click through that if you really want to. Install on top of the Tranquility. I do think that was the 4-2. Gaining 2 credits, we're using it immediately to install the ice. And now with the Seamless, we're threatening an off-world office, taking Wenjong to gain point. So far, Stwyde has seen a fair few cards, but not a single agenda just yet. Hoshiko charging up. Yep.
This deck could also be running Hermes. Some Hoshikos are running Hermes, and that would be really bad
that's
for
true.
doing these agenda pushes. But see, I haven't seen a console yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much influence. I think it's just been like Nuka,
And
Pinhole, Stone Chip,
compilation.
Cup, yeah. But so far it just looks like very reg. So yeah, Hermes kind of fits into that. Some of the decks only run 1 Hermes and say that that's good enough. I don't need the MU that bad. Maybe with Leech you do. Getting that free card draw, I think our economy, as long as you draw into enough events, we're okay.
Ooh, that's a
Just keeping
boomerang.
Hoshiko flipped.
Some more of the influence going on
So,
the second ice.
Second.
Interesting.
Now we only have 2 credits here. How are we running this with 2 credits? Just hoping for the best?
I guess there's Taka credits
Oh, yeah, you're totally right.
and 1 Leech counter, but this is like a little bit dicey. Maybe the idea is just to make Wenjong spend money.
Yeah, Wenjong up on 14, so there's the Boomy
There's
at
the Boomy.
first. No Trojan. You might just be okay taking the core damage here, but if you want to click through this, it'll add no clicks left, and so you can just use the LEO to trade for the agenda, which Wenjong has not been shy to do. So it looks like we're going to click the program sub and take the core damage. That means MIC into LEO will ensure this 4-2 going across, and Wenjong has trashed a fair bit of ice so far.
Ooh, that's a pinhole. That's a good hit, and not hitting, I think, the Steel Skins or Strike Cleanse we think might be in hand. Oh, it looks
Yeah, I
like there's
think
a Keiko and a
one
Hush.
Steel Skin.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We're going to continue. This one is boomeranged. It's just a fly
That's a lot
swatter.
of fly
It purges the
swatter.
leech. Actually, very
Ooh.
important.
Yeah, that's
think we
huge.
Might still have enough Taka credits, but that does get the purge. You break that for free with the boomerang, and then you have to pay 4 for the MIC, which I think you can just do.
No,
but then
then
you
you
have a
only
bunch of
break
ways.
1 subroutine, so I think you lose a click.
Yeah, do you trade that for the boomy, I guess?
Probably.
Getting the twinning there, breaking for 1. It looks like we
Oh,
are just
jacking out
running
instead.
RD. Let's see 3 cards here. That's the Brawn.
That's a vulnerability
4,
audit.
3, huge. And a drafter. So now Mystic is going to have some issues that needs to bring up with management. But that 4-3 is huge because a lot of these decks, you know, you need the 4-3 to go through. This deck might be on as many as 4 4-3s. We see send a message in hand. And Mystic hitting the Hush, missing what I think we think there's a Steel Skin in there, right?
Yeah, I think the hand is Steel Skin and Keiko.
Cool, yeah.
But I mean, Wenjong has all he needs to score here, right? He has a send a message in hand and the ADTs being seamless right now. So let's see if I can get a big ol' ice to make the remote, you know, nigh defendable.
Oh, I thought that was an off-roll. Yeah, ADT is even better.
Yeah.
So we're going to look at the top 5 again, just knowing the order is important, especially if you find a Spin Doctor, you can bail out of there. So
Oh.
what do we see? Seamless, Regolith, Mersha, Drafter.
Yes. So no ice, which is probably a little bit disappointing.
What do you care if you have the Mersha on top of the Tranquility? Do you need the Regolith on top of the Tranquility, or would you rather have the Mersha?
That's a really tough one. Mercy's
Wenjong's laughing.
probably really hoping for a big ice, because these decks usually run, what, bronze? I mean,
Yeah.
bronze for sure.
This is what happens, like, any time that I score out an ADT, the card you drew on Mandatory was a Brawn, and I think that just happened to Wenjong here.
Yeah. Okay, I think he's going for the Regolith. on the
Card 5.
bottom?
Yes.
Yes.
Res for free, 15 credits, and we can still buy the Tranquility. So you technically can always draw a card here if you know the top deck is an agenda, but it looks like the entire top of the deck is entirely safe to the twinning.
But they both still know that the send a message is in hand, so that might be Stwyde's next target. And both Copulation and Twinning don't interact well with Leo's ability, which, because those are committed on Breach.
Yeah.
They can't be ETR'd.
Mystic, 4 credits on it. Adding another companion to the mix, but our money's not great here. We definitely need that. Yeah, there you go, the burst economy. So Strike Fund, I still think Talk is at 3. So might have some problems. We'll see if we can get another event there, but at least we're charging the twinning. Might be an okay turn to let Hoshiko flip back if you want more credits than you want cards. Second click draw. Again, you can always do the ordering a bit different there, but I don't think we're getting punished. I think we drew another Strike Fund. I can't tell what that last card is.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look of it either.
So now I have to run just to use Taka. So you can use one on Rising Tide just to boost. This will make sure that you're still continuing to be magical with Hoshiko. You get a leech counter, so it's actually not that bad at all.
Yeah, and it's probably worth seeing just whatever Wenjong saw in the ADT in case they were agendas that he didn't want to push.
Yeah, I think we're missing a leech trigger here, but we're going for, I think, a 50-50 to hit a valuable card, and Keiko, unfortunately, getting sent out by Mystic's greed. Drafter, good at draw. Actually, it's a nice that we can't deal with. We are lacking your killer. I'm not sure what it is. I'm assuming we're spending just a bit of influence on Echelon. I don't think this is a Hantu deck or a Tattoo Bola deck. Sorry, Boitata deck.
Yes.
Very simple turn install. Take 6. Money's good. We have Bronze Cerez.
Seems like the drafter went on R&D.
Yeah, I think so. Which is exactly what you want here. Because that drafter fire is really good for you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm interested because Wenjong knows R&D is safe, so I don't know what he's scared about. Maybe he thinks that the game will go past what he has locked.
Yeah, with twinning you can kind of get there. I think there's also, we know, a couple trashables.
Yes.
It also kind of sells that you're like drawing agendas, which makes Stwyde, you know, act in certain ways that might not be, you know, the best. But it also just stops like those easy accesses and information and leeches, so you can at least run archives.
Yes. Ooh.
Ooh.
Overinstalling the compilation for a... There's the
Echelon? Cool art.
Yes.
So it is exactly 3 strength. That's where you want it. And while the Rising Tide, I think, is still at 1, which is going to be a problem for the Bronze, we're breaking 2 for the expected drafter on R&D. Running last click there. Got some options. If it is an on sell, it's a bit expensive, but the leech counter goes pretty far there. Wenjong is thinking, again, this is a drafter. You res for 3. The runner breaks for 2. Do you need all your money on the next turn?
It
I do
is
think you
2
need
Taka credits.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, no matter what you're going to spend Taka credits, that's functionally only 1 credit, because you'll just boost for no reason. Mystic still has issues, right? Like, at some point you give up on Mystic, but I think we still have 2 more sure gambles, which is kind of how you fix that problem. But at least if it hits, I think there's a Steel Skin and a Strike Fund in hand, so Mystic can just, like, help you out here if you're lucky. Wenjong thinking about it. Yeah. Considering the top card we're accessing here, I think it's a Mersha.
Yeah, it might be he
I'm not-
wants to keep the Mersha to make the remote push a lot safer.
So breaking for 2. We'll see how many counters we use with the twinning. Looks like just a single. Oh, we're seeing
yeah.
2.
There's the Mersha.
And this is a
There's
Regolith.
the Regolith.
I think after that's another ice and then another Regolith.
No,
Oh,
I
this is
think
guaranteed.
was a Regolith. Oh.
Steel Skin. No, but I think there was 2 Regoliths in it, right?
Yeah, so the one was installed and one was the 5th one at the bottom? Hard to remember.
I think it's like 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there you go. That's a Regolith.
Yeah.
Cool. So the next card's an ice and then we're breaking lock. Or no, it's a seamless. I forget. Oh man, you can note take in tournaments.
I know, I'm impressed that
okay.
Wenjong hasn't written any of this down.
So this draw breaks lock, which is a scary place to be in, because the game clearly here, Stwyde, every turn can see at least 2 cards in R&D. And on 4 points, at least you have to send a message in hand to put in the remote server. But with the breaker situation, hard to tell how explosive Mystic will be on the following turn. You don't know if the remote server is safe. We haven't found a Managarm. We haven't found an Anoetic, and I do think we might have an Anoetic. If not, Mitra probably doesn't do enough. But Stwyde has to run the server multiple times, at least, to deal with the Boomy.
I think Wenjong's considering whether to push to send a message with a Brawn in the remote server. It is expensive, but I think he's drawing into 2 seamlesses soon. Oh no, he
Yeah.
used 1 seamless with ADT, so he's only drawing in 1 more seamless.
So you could do like install Ice Advance and say that's the game, because at least if Stwyde steals to send a message, right? Like you don't lose the game.
Yes.
It's always nice to have that flex.
Yeah, but these Hoshiko board states can be a little tricky to read with all the fake money on companions, and it being pretty hard to assess how quickly they can burst back up.
Yeah, I'm glad that Stwyde cat caught the leech. I think we still missed a leech at some point, but they're gonna be so important because a lot of this ice is pretty tall. Gain 6. We do also know another seamless is coming up, so you could just push the send a message if you are okay with only these 3 ice.
Take 9 off Regolith ends up being the choice.
Yeah, not presenting an issue for your opponent, but getting good money if you need to res multiple bronze. Hoshiko, Mystic, Paladin, Taka, so much money that you might struggle to interact with, but we're hoping for some big events. This seems the sort of list that would spend like 4 influence on clean getaways, right?
Yeah, probably. Maybe or extra boomerangs.
Just reg Hoshiko.
Yeah.
The Keiko can come down, but we're
Sorry, the
Rising Tide.
raindrops
Oh, sorry, Raindrops, excuse me.
on the
Mystic
drafter.
breaking for 2?
Yeah, so nothing firing, just getting money, seeing 3 with the twinning. So now we're past the ADT lock, so that's the last seamless.
2
That's a
cards,
planogram?
predictive.
Yeah,
Hedge.
fund, I think. That
Yeah,
must
I
be a
think
relief
that's
for
right.
Wenjong.
Knowing now we can keep the whole game in your hand, put in the remote server, I just don't know. It's up to Stwyde to keep the money up here. Truan got up into a sure gamble, so that's going to be like a click for, I think, 7?
Remembering the leech counter.
Yeah, good reminder from the corporation who really does not want this leech counter to exist.
Yeah.
Like each leech counter is worth 3 credits on the remote server. It's massive
Yeah.
to forget that trigger. All the companions kept in check for the first time in a while. Can Wenjong do Brawn push?
That's what I'm thinking is coming next turn. Ooh, a Keiko coming down.
Full price? This will now be a credit a turn. That's been in hand for a while, but yeah, we've used a companion, so you shouldn't get the credit off of that. I think you have to pay for it. But using the paladin instead. Install.
Yeah.
Did you catch what that was? Was that the same?
No,
I think
but
that's the only
see-
card we have.
See
Yeah.
advance. I think that's the only thing it could be. And then a
Give
knife
us
on
a
the
brawn.
outside. Paying
It's
3
that
full costs for it.
Is it that simple?
It might be.
R&D is safe, HQ is safe. The remote server, we have Brawn, we have Boomy, we have MIC. You have to run this 3 times, or at least twice, because you needed the MIC. You hopefully have a click for.
Yeah. So you only have 1 click to spend before running. Oh, but it just runs first click.
Big Brawn.
Seeing the Brawn. And Brawn's
that
expensive
is-
because your leech is committed to the MIC.
Yeah, it's 8 to break with Rising Tide. You could save a credit and let an ice install happen, but I don't think that's going to be favoring you. And I
And
do
it's
think we have
definitely ice
another
in
MIC in
archives.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's MIC in archives too.
Elio flipping it to make sure you keep this in mind, that you have to get through all of this and then do it again when the Boomy gets thrown at you. It's cool to keep the boomerang. It saves a credit on this turn, which could be super important. Now, the problem is if you use the boomerang, it won't get shuffled back, but that's obviously not the biggest problem you have when you know there's a seamless launch in hand and it looks like a 5-3 in the remote.
Yes. You really want to boomerang the bronze to spend a boomerang and a click, but that might even be too slow at this point.
Yep.
All right, spending the money to break the bronze.
I think we used a couple leech counters, so the math here has been done. But no matter what, you're going to have to break a full brawn once more this turn. So this is our first click, right?
Yes.
Seems good. Hand is a fencer. I don't think the hand is anything that can make money quickly. But using the Taka actually gives you a credit. We haven't used the Taka yet, but spending the Taka gives you a Keiko credit, so it's actually 2 credits.
I think
And-
Stwyde making these stacks of 5 to try to do the math, if it's even possible to run through Brawn twice. But Brawn twice, I think no Rising Tide in the bin, so really just 1-1.
It's expensive. Yeah.
I think.
This is the sort of thing, it's like, as a core player, I will put the brawn there and assume that it's expensive enough. I don't know if Wenjong's run the math, because it is kind of tricky. It takes some time. But, like, it feels right. It feels like 12 credits is not enough to challenge this. And all the leech counters in Taka. All right, we're using a bunch of leeches. The rest will get through the brawn. Taka hasn't been touched yet. We're down to 2 credits already. I don't know how deep we are into the server, but we have to run that back. The thing is, like, I think you bounce here unless you've done the math that you can't get in. So maybe Stwyde knows something we don't. Gonna take the core damage. If this hits the strike fund, that's the math can be different. No,
Another
20. Now we'll use the boomerang. So we're expecting not to get the shuffle here. And then MIC is 2 more credits.
Yes.
Alongside the leech, of course.
Yeah.
With 1 credit, there's no way you can do this, right? LEO.
Yep.
And so now there's no agendas in R&D. We can only see 2 cards in HQ. Twinning should have a counter here. But Wenjong just has it. Totally locked down. This is like the Leo dream.
Yeah. And I think we're pretty sure that there shouldn't be anything else in HQ. I mean, we know, but I think
No.
Stwyde knows because R&D's been so locked this whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 cards got through in the early game, but that is the card in the remote server at this point. Stwyde needs to get a lot of agendas quickly too. Like if that's the winning agenda, you can't attack the credits. 12 credits is way too much when you only need 3 to score out, and now you need to find 2 agendas. We know the next 2 cards in R&D. Twinning can only see 2 cards. Really tricky here. This is where Wenjong probably relaxes. For the first time maybe this game.
Yeah, do you think there are any outs here?
Finality, top deck.
Yeah, that's true.
1 more draw for finality. Click for credit. Run R&D. This is a known card though. Predictive into hedge fund. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Stwyde remembers I've seen these cards, so there's nothing to be seen there. Wenjong has a good game. That's a seamless launch in hand, triple advance. We don't need to do that mandatory. And that'll be 7 points for LEO construction. Well played to both players.
Yeah.
Fist bump. Sick. That was a good LEO game. That's like
Yeah.
exactly what you want to. R&D was kind of kind. Wenjong did draw the ice well, drew the economy. The predictive planogram was appreciated. This deck, I think we're looking through the upgrades there. I saw a bunch of Mitras. I don't know if we saw an Anoetic, so just
Yeah.
kind of, you know, Manic-Arm, I'm assuming, and just good ice.
Yeah, it turns out the Leo ability basically gives you more than a Managarm, so the Managarm
Yeah.
wasn't even necessary there.
I think Stwyde top deck, yeah, the Banhar came down maybe 1 turn too late. I think the
Yeah.
Banhar, the Brawn actually does have a huge impact, so
Yes.
that obviously will change in just a couple weeks. But just all the 5-3s, low agenda density, good agendas, and pushing forward. Well played to both.
Yeah, really excellent game, really technical. In hindsight, I think I really think that Wenjong's play stacking the MIC on R&D to draw the agenda ended
Yeah.
up being really decisive. This way he was able to push it and not lose it on Twinnings, or even leaving R&D open. It's where we see that the information from ADT was
Oh my
just
God,
as important,
it's
if not,
huge.
yeah, than the
was
actual
so
install
good.
res.
Like, I think he traded an MIC for a Regolith, right? Like, he's just like, I need the Regolith. It's because the only way I get out of this, and I fire my Tranquility, and traded a whole MIC for the Rego. And it was
Yeah.
like the play. It was so important.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, ADT information is worth like almost as much as a free Brawn in a lot of board states, if not more. It's very, very cool.
I do wonder what the ice on HQ was, if there was a chance to get through earlier. Just a Fly Swatter and didn't see the other one.
Yeah, I didn't catch it, but no HQ runs that whole game, I don't think.
Yeah, yeah.
With that, that is the end of round 5. Wenjong is the only undefeated player, so feeling pretty good with 2 rounds left. I think basically guaranteed to be playing some more Netrunner tomorrow. But Stwyde only taking the first loss. We have a big chance we'll see more of him. But with that, we only have 8 minutes left in the round. After this round, there will be a lunch break. So the stream will be returning in about an hour and 8 minutes. So a bit after 7, I think is the read, local time.
Yes, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Cool. With that, we'll have some more Netrunner, 2 more rounds. Enjoy your lunch, or enjoy your dinner, excuse me. My name is Andre from the Metfall Grid,
I'm Laura, out here in Brooklyn.
and we've been having a great time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit. Actually, go have a lunch. Go have a dinner. We'll see you in a bit. Take care.
Bye.
get into it. into it. Get into it. Portable headphone dance floor. Let's go. PhD. get into it. Telephone dance floor. Let's go. PhD. PhD. Too Mellow presents Portable Headphone Dance Floor. Let's go.
Commentating. We have Ray playing Precision Design on the left and Eli playing Lou on the right. We just came back from an hour-long dinner break. Hope you all had a good dinner or whatever time zone you're in. This is the one Lou we have in the field today, if I'm not mistaken. It should be an interesting matchup with trashing cards, trying to run through the early ice with Banhart, because PD, as we saw once earlier, can really threaten to rush out by restoring Seamless's back to hand. Players getting the asset to start the game. I didn't quite get a chance to see if they kept or mulliganed. The Ray is off to a start. Looks like we have a click one draw. Looks like we have a hedge fund in hand, but probably want to get some ice. Expecting a card like Banhar to be coming down soon. Yep, and ending with the hedge fund. So just icing HQ. I'm not sure there's any server you're particularly scared of. I didn't see any agendas in HQ. I don't know if this Loup deck is maybe playing Cacophony, trying to do some sabotage. There it is. All right, I think it was click 1, install Cacophony. Click 2, run R&D, looking for a trashable, and there's a trashable. Trashing for 1 credit with Loup, and getting the credit back, trashing the Analytic Void, getting a charge on Cacophony. So very quickly that will start ramping up, as I guess the Loup wants to be trashing cards like Managarm, like Anoetic, and then maybe some defensive upgrades, those defensive upgrades, and maybe some assets like Humanoid, Nico Campaign, etc. Gain out Fermenter, that's a QTM Fermenter. 2 credits each turn on a virus counter. Should be good money for the rest of the game. Right, it's back to Ray. Drawing an unknown card. Looks like a piece of ice. Thinking about the turn here, you probably want a piece of ice on R&D, yeah, to prevent the just free Loup trashes. And Loup hasn't put down a Banhar or any breaker yet. We're expecting probably Botulus to try to cheat through this ice quickly and just sort of roll a lot of momentum forward with the Cacophony. Of course, seeing Sabotage, that forces either 3 Sabotage, some mix from HQ R&D. Ice on the remote, setting up something, we assume, next turn, but not pushing this turn. So giving Loup more time to keep setting up. Right, there's the Banhar for 1 credit. Really makes these single ice servers a lot weaker as each subroutine just becomes net damage. This card will be banned in the next season, as we just found out yesterday. So this will be the last event for some of these players to put it into play. They installed, I'm not sure what that alt art is. Maybe a companion? Yeah, it's a 1 credit install. It might be a Solidarity badge. Yeah, we'll see as it gets triggers. All right, back to the corporation's turn. Did the mandatory draw? Still hasn't been able to push anything on the remote yet, so definitely not the start you want as PD. Now a little late to push after Banhar. I think we see a Mitra in hand, a Humanoid, and a Managarm. So all tempting options. And a lot of ice too. So looks like the corporation does have enough to double ice the remote, which is what you want against Banhar. But we'll have to see if, yeah, so click 1 draw, click 2 install a piece of ice on the remote, and then last click putting acid there, I think was the Humanoid, which could definitely give a lot of tempo for the corporation to move forward. The Fermenter ticks up. Putting the Banhar on the remote server makes a lot of sense, even if you can't get through both of them, just to force the reses. The runner clicks for a credit, I think. Installing a Botulus. All right, so it does get a counter, so the runner might be able to trash this. The Loup is debating whether to run the server. Oh, they have run. It's a drafter. And okay.
Hey, Laura.
Oh, hey, Andre. Welcome back. Hope you had a good dinner.
I did, thank you. How are the games so far?
It's good. We've just started this one. The Loup has gone down the Banhar and is charging through the remote.
Oh, perfect. So this is Eli and Lou. Excited to see this matchup. Next ice is Botcheston. Do we have any idea what's in the PD remote?
No, it was installed the previous turn. I think we've seen Pulses in hand. I think we've seen Huggins in hand. So could be a lot of the HP options, but they don't have a lot of money to res this.
Mitra, I wonder if this is the same deck that we saw earlier that SBT Sleep Raging was playing, because we're seeing a lot of the same cards like Pulse, Mitra, Anoetic.
Yeah, and the Humanoid, which is a very good PD card for tempo, which wasn't pushed on the
Yeah.
remote, so there actually isn't going to even be, so the botch list is killed, and there isn't going to be something for Loup to trash, which is definitely unfortunate since they want the trigger, the Solidarity Badge, the Cacophony counter.
The Mitra interaction with things like Botchas and Boomerang that are hosted is just so good. Now, you don't have to res the ice, but you did just entirely shut that down. Now, if this was a Fly Swatter, I do think you could res and purge if you really wanted. That Fermenter is taking away, but it looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, and the Econ's a little tricky for Eli, so it seems like they're going to need that to click that Fermenter at some point in the near future. Ooh, getting
Azuma
out
coming down for
Azuma.
more trashes. That's a Cacophony on the table. I take that that's the power counter, not a tag, right?
Yes. I think it
Super
was
cool.
installed turn 1 and trash an Anoetic turn 1.
Amazing. Okay, so that is a really nice combination. We'll see what else we have for trashing. I'm assuming we're on 3 Gourmand, maybe even an Audrey, but we'll find out if we have like a Carnivore or something super, super spicy on top of that. Red level clearance, it looks like we're doing the trick. I've not done this once, and players have been doing this like 2 or 3 times so far. But if we clicklessly install, that's the Humanoid. We can just fire it, build our own predicted planogram with a tag.
Yeah, it's happening more consistently than I'd expected.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I guess 44 cards in PD, that's a nice start.
Yeah, and that explains why the Humanoid didn't go down last turn, because it's safer in hand among 5 other cards when you can do it instantly than on the board for Loup to trash.
Reyes drawing up, got some options there. We still got double install into an operation, and these decks are structured in a way that the operation shouldn't be too much of a struggle.
Yes, you're probably running hedge funds, you're probably running, what other operations are there? Planogram maybe?
Yeah, Seamless is a bit bad. We see a Greasing in hand, so that's actually like a triple install if you really want to work on it. And currently with just Banhar, even if you just get that ablative on the remote server, it looks like an Ingatown in hand. We might be able to push through.
Yeah, so an
First
extra
install,
ice for Banhar.
third ice. That's 2 credits again. We'll see what Eli has as options to deal with ice outside of just Banhar. There's installed. This should be our operation Greasing. And that's not a real tag, that's a Cacophony counter, so we can get just 2 credits, but ideally you want to install a card. 2 in the remote server makes that so much harder to read.
Yeah, we're expecting a defensive upgrade like Managarm or Anoetic. I think we see the Managarm maybe still in hand, or maybe there's a second one.
Yeah, even just Mitras, like as soon as you see one, it starts to think, okay, is there any big blowout here? Luckily, I don't think there's any ice that just loses you the game if you hit it, but all the control here is with Ray to figure out what ice is the best positioned. Banhar gonna run HQ here. We drew a lot. That's a big thing. If you draw 3 and mandatory with the Humanoid, generally there's an agenda in play. I think we believe it's in a remote server.
Yes, 1 definitely would have been pushed in the remote, but yeah, you never know when draw 3, 4 with mandatory?
Eli down on 1 credit. Do you risk face checking HQ hoping not to find the fly swatter, or do you have to crack the fermenter first?
I think you have to crack it first. You do have the Azimuth money to trash things, and yeah, there's the Fermenter trash after click 1 draw.
8 credits, cards in hand to send Banhar if you want some pressure on HQ, but we're just hoping to find a raw trashable. If he's still an agenda or trash, like Cacophony can fire this turn if you wanted, which is sometimes an awkward turn because then PD, if they score on the remote server, they can just grab an agenda back that you sabotaged or even a better card for the board state.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't think about PD restoring an agenda, but that might be just what you want to keep on pushing and keep putting out threats.
Drafter, 3 credits for 2 net damage, not a bad trade. We have exactly 2 cards in hand. So we're assuming one of those is a steel skin, otherwise MIC or Brawn would be lethal. There you go. Draw 2, this will interrupt. They're different instances of damage, so you don't do 2 at once. Let's do 1 net damage, then do 1 net damage.
Yeah, so these newly drawn cards are going to possibly risk damage, but I don't think there's anything too sad to lose here. Oh, it's a strike fund, so that's the best thing to lose.
Perfect. I wonder if that was drawn in during the run or not, but just tempo positive face check. So we get an access here, only 3 cards in hand. If we know there's a Seamless in there, that can't be trashed, and either Sure Gamble, that's going to stay. Or sorry, a hedge fund, excuse me.
Yeah, and Lou would really love a Gourmand here, which would enable them to trash any card accessed.
Coffee's still not triggering. Azuma knocking the value. Lou's only fired 1 so far. There's so much riding on that. The Solidarity Badge, the Cacophony. Unfortunately, yeah, it's Gourmand or bust at this point. Eli, she has 1 more click to draw and pass the turn. We'll see what Seamless Launch does, or whether we'll keep it for a further turn. Sometimes, if you just got those operations, you'll play them, because you might not hold on for them for too much longer once a Gourmand comes down.
All right, Seamless Launch, double advance. If it's the Ingaton, then that means you have a counter to push.
Yeah. Which is nice. Ingaton with the dividends counter, so you can use that at end of turn to install a card from archives, not from HQ. It's, I think, when your discard phase ends, so you can always down discard 2 hand size and then jam. We don't know what that upgrade is. If it's a Tranquility, you could res it and pop, but I don't know what's in there. Do we want to just push another Humanoid and say all gas, no brakes?
Yeah, that seems pretty safe in that remote, unless there's a pinhole.
Ooh, hand is his third drafter. One trashable, the humanoid, and then a hedge fund. So,
Ooh, just RLC.
yep, this is just the PD trigger. So I'm not sure if we're going to go use the Ingaton just yet.
Ah, yes.
Notably, the seamless launch didn't go back. That sometimes tells that your corporation opponent has one in hand already, because that's usually the easy take back there. We'll see now if we transition to pressuring R&D, because the red level clearance looks like we kind of want to draw cards and break lock more than we want to jam an agenda next turn. So I like that change of pressure from Eli.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a humanoid in hand, so I think they're hoping to do the RLC humanoid trick.
Exactly, yeah. We've been seeing that so consistently, which is good fun. Buffer drive. So while we have some recursion there, that just means you could be a bit more blasé with your Banhar, but you usually don't deck out against the PD matchup. Straight raindrops, running R&D here. Any card we lose will get back. Corporation has only 4 credits, so you can still res some of the smaller stuff. Tattoo Bolas, Hagens, Ablatives, as much as some of those you might not, but Tattoo Bola is such a good swap. Yeah, immediately into a Banhar.
Yeah. But against the raindrops, it seems like it's more value to deny the draw. Oh, and that's
Ooh,
a
Ingaton.
steal. So charging Cacophony.
That means you can't go back because Banhar wasn't used. So while you only get credits from your raindrops, you can't just go back and hope for another trashable, but Cacophony is alive and well. Awkward thing about Cacophony is if you see the top of the deck and it's not stolen or trash, like you know it's not an agenda, so sabotage is slightly easier. But it looks like we are running back here.
Yeah.
Trashable. One cost looks like a humanoid it is.
Third humanoid.
So Loup gets a credit and a card draw. Solidarity Badge will get a card draw.
But Cacophony is already triggered, so
Yep. Do you go back one more? See 3 cards?
yeah, seems tempting.
You've already got a lot of your, you got a lot of your triggers. So I think it depends on how good Eli's hand is to contest a remote server or whatever else he thinks that needs to be done. And to turn though, Cacophony, this is Sabotage 3, I think. It's a really big number for a reusable card.
Looks like we're doing 3 from the top. I wonder what PD is sad about losing. Maybe losing an extra seamless.
Yeah. I think this deck actually might not have the full playset of Spin Doctors, at least the last iteration I found.
Yeah, I think these decks are trying to go fast rather than filtering the hand, so not having Spin Doctor could be pretty tricky.
But what's so wild is if you get an agenda in the bin, you can just say, okay, I'll Ingatana it back at the end of turn. Like, the timing of Cacophony is so generous for the corporation.
Yes, that's a really interesting window. They have a whole turn to react, and you could even Ingaton out the Spin Doctor if it ends up being trashed.
Exactly, yeah. It looks like we're going to do the trick again.
Yes.
Clickless install, get that humanoid going. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we can do with that double install. The closest we have to Rashida in the format, and so far it's doing a lot of work today. I think every humanoid we've seen today has fired an operation.
Yes, and that's a really bad failure point of
Yeah.
humanoid if you don't get the operation play.
Huge difference in what you're doing for your clicks. So Ray here has some decisions. We don't know anything about the top of the deck. Neither does the runner.
But the turn is set by humanoid. It's going to be install operation. Probably looks like a handful of ice.
Yeah, I do see a fair few ice there. So the Hagen is a pretty interesting face check. It does threaten the Azimuth as much as we do have Banhar on the outermost. We know the drafters there, a Lycean, so this has to be the same list. I don't believe we're seeing 2 Lyceans in the same day, unless they're related. Kind of cool with Mitra.
Yeah, but it's interesting with this deck because it might not be running any of these breaker types. It might just be Botulus, which actually doesn't really care about Lycean.
Yeah, what's the text of Lycean? You can just choose the types, right? So you just make it 3 damage for Banhar all the time?
Yes, that is true.
You
That is
gotta-
good Banhar text.
Yeah, just pay 3 for 3.
Oh, and there's a hedge fund every time.
We saw that. Yeah, perfect efficiency. Card on the remote server. Second ice on R&D. I'm not sure that we saw an agenda hit the remote, so I have no read what's in there, but clearly not a tranquility, or we probably would have rested by now for some of the value over the last couple turns.
Yes. Checking
Question
archives
is-
in case they want to restore anything with the Project Ingaton.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be in a server, right? Ingaton can even put ice on the table. Like, it's actually, there's a chance that the Cacophony is helping you. It makes your, it basically builds a Project Atlas to some extent with a very small deck that you're putting in archives.
Yeah, and it's all for free too. So getting ice there,
Yes.
but something in the remote.
That easily is a read of an agenda, so there is a chance, yeah, that it did just help you. You don't have to reveal it, too, because it can be any card that can be legally installed, unlike off the books is a bit different.
All right. Getting the
Solidarity
solidarity
badge? Man, that's one of my favorite alt arts. That's the participation, or the, volunteer alt art from Barcelona. So pretty.
All right, Banhar and HQ. Yeah, makes sense to continue pressuring after the humanoid draw.
Whoa, they taunt. 3 influence. We're gonna get some cards out of hand. You know, you get a bit more pressure with this with more Gourmand, but that's not what I was expecting. I'm very sure that we're one Audrey away from like a full breaker suite, but this card is a bit of a reader for some. I'm not too hot on it, so I'm super excited what Eli's cooking with this thing. Eli's been playing some great runner games today so far. Yeah, we're gonna ask to read that one.
Yeah,
So-
it looks like the game plan of this deck is just get a lot of cards like sabotage in archives, with Cacophony doing literal sabotage, but he's not doing this kind of unofficial sabotage if you can somehow trash the detente at some point.
Yeah, the idea is like if you run HQ with a Gourmand and you know the detente, they're technically losing 2 cards a turn while you're drawing cards. Ooh, losing a Devil Charm. We can't just put it on the bottom. There's no reason not to, because Buffer Drive's only the first time. Second damage, I'm assuming we're hit something nice. I think that was a badge.
Yes.
Detente is optional. This is going to feel awkward when you steal an agenda and host it there, but with only 3 cards, you're looking for a seamless launch here is my guess. Ooh, Braun. Nice.
Should be pretty happy
Now-
with getting rid of that.
There's Lycian. Interesting. So that's going to stay. I'm really interested to see what this detente does. So this is only once per turn, first time per turn. So it takes a while to actually get to the point where the corporation can choose to return the cards. But on this board state, like choosing to return the cards seems pretty reasonable, as much as it takes cards out of hand so you can't sabotage as well.
Back to
Right
the
here.
corporation's turn. Like we said, they don't have a seamless in hand, so
Yeah, drawing. So remote server, not a humanoid. I think we might have seen all 3 at this point. Not a regolith that doesn't look like. And if it's an agenda, it's going to need more than 1 advancement. With 2 Ingatons out, that's a very likely call in a pre-luminal transubstantiation world.
imagine if there's a luminal transubstantiation here.
Oh, wow. You're off to the races.
Get 2 points and get another turn. Seems pretty good, but not for a while.
I think there's an agenda in there with like 2 upgrades and 3 ice. I think you maybe have the money to cash that check that you can actually advance and say, I don't care if you know it's in the remote server. I think once as a runner, I see a Mitra again, things get really, really cloudy based off what the remote is. Because again, they could just swap in for a fly swatter. So like, you can't rely on viruses. Actually trashing the 1 res dice, surprising.
Interesting.
That card is already doing a lot. Is it doing less than 1 credit?
I don't have a good read on what this ice is.
That could easily be a Lycian. That's the one thing we saw, but I think that's still in hand unless we're running multiples.
Yeah, this remote is getting really beefy. It could just be a classic skunk void.
Yeah. And still 3 ice, like as wide as it is tall. I don't have a good read on this at all. We're just taking a credit passing, so if there's no seamless that showed up, we'll have the same threat this turn as last. Eli figuring out where to throw that marker. I don't know what that marker is for Banhar. It looks like a little person. And we're sending it straight back to HQ. Ray giving the nod. Again, I do think when you see a detente, it's very likely that Eli wants to run HQ every single turn.
Another
QTN
down.
Fermenter. Going to get some slow drip coming in. Hopefully crack that in at least 2 turns to get a good value per click. So far, we haven't seen enough Lou. Like, we just haven't seen the Gourmands. We haven't seen that, like, a Solidarity badge every turn. We haven't seen Lou draw a card and a credit. It's such a big difference in the matchup. But Raindrop's at least going to replace his hand, and hopefully we find something trashable.
Do you think this Lou is running ways of breaking ice? Do you think he's running Audrey?
Audrey for sure. I'm assuming, like, Audrey's just so good with buffer drive, because then you can fire the steel skins on your opponent's
Yes.
turn. Maybe not. Maybe because we saw 2 Devil Charms. Like, maybe it's just crew and pressure. But, like, a single Audrey can't be a hard slot, right?
Yeah.
Detente first. You have to choose before you see the card, I'm assuming. Yeah, we're going to grab the Lycian. Okay, we're going to build the whole collection. Now the Axis. That's the drafter. So we found all 3 of them. The last one is in archives, just trashed face up. Now we're going to get 2 more cards and 3 credits coming in from the Raindrop. So you like getting that Fermenter on the table, saying that he wanted it on the table before we take any net damage. No Cacophony, no Solidarity Badge, no Lou. And at this point, like, basically those ice, they're just kind of held in layaway. And if Ray wants them, Ray can take them. Obviously, Ray knows how bad it is to allow the runner to access the hand, but without a Gourmand, it's just literally an access. The really cool thing is Lou is once per turn, right? First time per turn. So if you have a Gourmand, you can fire Lou on the corpse turn, which I think this is one of the very few cards that can fire that interaction. Whoa, there was a 4-2 in archives.
Whoa, off the Cacophony, presumably.
That means the Cacophony sabotaged 2 agendas. Because the other one went into the remote server. Right?
Yeah.
Wild.
That's really unfortunate. And that also got another cacophony counter. So it's halfway to sabotage again and maybe get some more points.
So Eli on the turn that Cacophony fired, she didn't run back and see the card. So yeah, out of the 3, it was totally unknown. It was 2 agendas and a non-agenda. And I think the agenda in the remote server is either a 5-3, because that's a 4-2. That was an off-world office, which is a great thing to put on the remote server. So either this agenda is the same as off-world office, or better, or bigger. And I'm actually kind of on the bigger side, because we're not pre-advancing this. Getting some detente. Respect there. Now you have to find a breaker or a botulus. Otherwise, you're going to have to deal with that drafter, and that's not a place you want to find yourself firing those subroutines. Transitioning now here to R&D. Still the Banhar, only down to 7 credits, so hoping that some of that ice cannot be rezzed.
Yeah, with 7 credits, I guess you could res 2 of the cheaper ice, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, and if you do that,
bronze.
can you just run the remote server if 2 ice are rezzed on R&D? Simulchip. So we have access to Botulus, I think, and Fermenter.
Yes.
Luckily, Ray is showing it cleanly. Yeah, so 1 Botulus, that's the World's 2023. And a Fermenter. I think that might be Eli's turn there, just getting some cards on the table. I think, oh, we saw Chisel in hand. So it might not be Crew. It might just be like Chisel, Charm, Simulchip, which is kind of perfect.
Yeah,
as much as
destruction.
Yeah. Again, I'm hoping for an Audrey, but I'm not sure. Solidarity Badge, I think, might just get on any counter. I'm not sure. Some of the cards care about cards you've accessed, some don't. I think Audrey doesn't care. I think Solidarity Badge might care. Loup is a card you're accessing. Like, it's unfortunate they all have different triggers, but you don't access ice if it's installed on the table if you're trashing it. Oh, trash a corp card. That works. Thanks, Kato. So Audrey might be special. I'm not 100% sure.
Ray checking the ice on the remote. I think with 7 credits, eventually it might get run down with a double simulchip.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see some Banhar pressure on the remote server because, well, for what it's worth, the Blade is online, but I think that's the only bad face check here. And Ray is either drawing for some economy or a seamless launch, if not both. And hey, there's some economy. We got, I think, the final hedge fund, maybe.
Yes, I think we've seen 2 on the humanoids.
You see the hand there, the last drafter's in there. I think I either saw a Managarm or a Trank. Still threatening R&D as much as Ray's been drawing a lot, so I think you might see some more pressure on HQ.
But yeah, now with the money back from the hedge fund, they can probably res both ice and there's some scary interface checks. Actually, drafter probably hurts a lot. Ooh, we have a
Pinel. Great way to get all your triggers, as long as you find a trashable and you're sure which ones of these have to be upgrades to some extent. That's the agenda, though. That is definitely an agenda. That's a send a message. Oh, there you go. Vulnerability. That makes sense, right? Because that's the card that went in the bin on the sabotage. And then was not taken back off the off-world, so it has to be a 3-pointer. And so clear, Ray is just in a holding pattern waiting for a seamless launch.
Yeah, or maybe they're ready to pre-advance it this turn because they have the money to res the ice in front of it. But it pre-advanced it before. Makes it too exposed.
But unfortunately, yeah, that is the one non-trashable in the remote server. I think on top of a Mitra and probably a Managarm. So Eli, unfortunately, missing Loup, missing Solidarity Badge, missing the Cacophony. So very, very expensive expose.
Yeah, missing so many triggers depending on trashing, which can like snowball either way, it seems.
Oh, yeah. Trying to figure it out here. I'm not sure how many clicks they have left. I don't think this one was tracked with the poker chips, which I'll be the first to say I'm not capable of doing it. I don't expect other people to do it.
I think the pin will just click 1.
Yeah, cool.
They're counting through the rest of the turn, probably drawing up and maybe considering using the chisel at some point to tear through a server.
Now the jig is up. 11 credits, 2 upgrades. And you're assuming one of them's a Mitra, so technically you have like 13 credits to work with and a whole archives. But Eli just passing the turn there. Not doing anything to Banhar top deck.
I think we saw a crew in hand, so...
Yeah, this is the thing, is like...
coming soon.
Eli's thrown out 2 charms so far, or lost to damage. One's on the bottom of the deck, which means the chisels require some other support, like Leech or Crew. And so that is, like, Crew is actually kind of expensive, kind of slow, especially because you're playing Cacophony and Banhar, so you cannot float the tag safely. I assume Ray's actually on Greasing, which is somewhat common on the decks that want to be playing all the humanoids to, like, good speed.
Yeah, and if you float a tag, Greasing can score, what, the 3-2 from hand?
Yeah, there's one more 3-2, so it's, like, slightly risky, but it's still not a great spot to be in. You always have to keep in mind buffer drive at any point. If Eli just wants to crack that to go get the best card and put it on top of the deck, you can do that. I just don't know if there's any single card here that like really blows the game open.
Yeah, maybe a
maybe
Desperate
like a
Botulus
pinhole?
later down. Or yeah, a pinhole to get the triggers.
Fermenter's going to be 8 credits, so that's exactly where Eli wants to be. 2 clicks for 7 is not too bad. But Ray is really considering this. 14 minutes left, behind on points. But the 5-3 is in the remote server, and it looks like, you know in that early turn where the seamless launch didn't come back?
Yeah, must be regretting it now.
Kind of the card you want, still drawing. I wonder if you just run down the remote server and make some money get spent.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think you're still worried about... Well, it's weird, because you'd be worried about the inner drafter face shift, but the drafter was trashed. So is it worse than drafter?
Oh, it's like always Mitra into drafter, right? Like anything could be a drafter. That's like the Mitra of here. People know what I think of that card. Okay, another upgrade and an advance. So I think... Oh, no advance. I wonder if we're at the animatic part. I do think we see agendas in hand.
Yeah, I mean, drawing so many
Discarding
turns,
one?
not pushing anything.
Yeah. Anytime the corporation's just drawing, like the the density of HQ goes up as much as like, sometimes there's some weird pressure angles with detente. Sometimes you have a 6 hand size in PD. Banhar on R&D again. Fermenter should be at 8 here. Yeah, good catch. Dropping the crew. Okay, 2 credits. Let's see if we have anything to support the crew. Right now, this will just melt to anything that is 2 strength or fewer, as expensive as that can be. Looks like no Virus. You do gotta ask, but it looks like we've gone through.
Yeah, I think the crew really want to be supported by like a Leech, or the Chisel even in hand is just -1 strength. So
Yeah.
we're expecting some 4 or 5 strength ice. Like the Hagen is, what, 6 strength base?
Right now, 6 strength, yeah. If you flash out a program somehow, 5, but that's still a lot. Last raindrops running R&D here. We only have 2 clicks left. The Blightive gets really interesting here. But Ray is thinking again. You can always pivot to the remote server. I'm pretty sure with Anoetic Manic-Arm, if that's what's in the remote, you're feeling okay about it, even if you don't have to res ice. But Simulchip with the Botulus, that's like the panic button that Eli has here.
Yes, that's true. I forgot about the Simulchip. And after popping the Fermenter, they're ready to Simulchip whatever they want.
3 credits coming in, maybe some card draw. We have the Azimut, which might matter, and we'd love to trash a card here, because you get that Sabotage, you get that whole setup, and so far the one time that the Cacophony fired, it did do 5 points of damage, as much as divided between the 2 players as of now. Ooh, there's the Hagen. So only 2 net damage.
Yes, and that's where you're really happy to see the Hagen not... I guess it can't trash anything in this board state, but...
It can take an Azimut out, which is like, okay.
yeah.
Fermenter, Buffer Drive will put that on the bottom. Second card has to be the Chisel there. So if we continue in here, I don't think we're worried about face checking.
Yeah, and now that
sorry,
Chisel's
about
thin, it
flatlining.
actually helps you a bit, because you can Simulchip.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Like you can blow up an ablative, I think. I think you might be able to do a 3 strength ice if you work really hard with crew into the Chisel. But Chisel has like strange timing. I don't know if it's when you encounter or when you're encountering. I think it's the second, which is fine. Ooh, 1 strength. I don't think that survives.
No.
This actually puts Ray down to 5 credits, which means the remote server contest is like somewhat a possibility.
Yeah, especially with Botulus to get through the ice. I guess they have
Yeah.
enough money just to res the Manigarm still, but might not be much ice.
So we don't know what Ray's going to call on this. I'm assuming you're going to call all 3 subtypes because you might as well. Botulus
Yes.
will only break 1, but here you have access to Simulchip Chisel. You also can just crew this for a tag and 2 credits. So no matter what, this will blow up. Actually, the amount of subroutines kind of matters if you let them resolve because of raindrops, but I don't think you can let these resolve.
Yes, and both Chisel and Crew will trash it before anything resolves. All right, so using the Simulchip for the Chisel, 1 strength, it's a goner, it seems.
I don't think it's a goner. Doesn't it just go down to 0?
Oh, yes.
Chisel's weird.
Yeah.
Because like when you encounter it, if it's 0, it dies. So you actually have to use crew 2. Because it says, yeah, host gets -1 strength. When you encounter host dice, if its strength is 0, trash it. Otherwise, bring it down. So now it's 0, but you have to make another run back, which means that Eli still has to use the crew. Because this card is never intuitive.
Yeah, both cards kind of readers here with Chisel,
Yeah.
Lysian.
I did not expect these 2 cards to meet at any point today, but they have met, and it's an awkward meeting. Because again, this has 3 subroutines. They are all pretty good. But yeah, here you still just have to commit the crew, and then you're fine. Yeah, there you go. Eli
Yes.
tapping the crew here. So if that's the case, you did not need to install the chisel. So we might have to do a take back here because all this chisel is doing is saving you a tag, which maybe that's fine. Simul chips seem important, but our judge call here, we got Coldlava playing and judging. Respect, hardworking man.
Yeah, definitely good to get a judge to make sense of all the timing windows. And
Yeah. If you're watching this and you don't go to any like organized play, even at the most casual level, if you don't know what's going on, just call a judge. They're so friendly. They just want to fix things, make sure everyone knows what's going on. I want to shout out the judge policies, the organized play policies. They're very clear that when you leave a table after doing a judging, your main priority, besides resolving it, is making sure everyone understands what's happening. And I just love that kind of thing to be like, okay, this is what's happening. Does everyone understand? And if someone says no, you just keep explaining until it makes sense. It's great.
yeah, judges are super clear and always willing to take out time to like explain discard, explain interactions.
Yeah. Looks like we're rewinding the simul chip because we're going to just take a tag instead. So that means that the crew on its own can destroy this fleet of, well, mythic destroyers. The destroyers are destroyed. Dramatic irony or something. Single access. Oh my god! And that's just the game!
Just the last 3-pointer.
Damn. Okay. That's wild. Seamless finally getting drawn there.
Oh,
Still a
no.
4-2 in hand.
Oh,
Wait,
looks
the
like-
hand was so many points. Which after Ray's sitting there just drawing turn after turn after turn. Ooh, good great fly swatter positioning, I reckon. But yeah, just finding one of the last vulnerabilities, and we knew that there was in the remote.
Yeah,
Good
I
game
think
to both
that's
players.
the only other 3-pointer. So just rough access there, but Eli really worked to get through that remote.
Oof. Unfortunately, Lou only fired, I think, twice, but like still just enough. Got to see Cacophony fire, and I think that's the crowd favorite. So well played, Eli. Well played to Ray as well. Both players.
Yeah, the Cacophony getting 2 points. I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at.
No, yeah, it had a huge impact on the game. So I'm just checking right now our standings because we're going to be entering our final round in just a moment. So this round, we're still waiting. Wynaut versus Wenjong is the top table, and Wenjong hasn't lost a game yet, so can easily play it out. Could offer an ID, but probably should be playing it out. Off camera, we haven't seen yet, but Capsaicin fan took a game off of Stwyde, playing Sable into Nebula. So Capsaicin fan might actually just be in second place here, and Stwyde still doing well, but the last round is really going to matter. Otherwise, further down the list slightly on Oriades and Kizra, both taking wins from Oko, or as Oko, excuse me. So our standings are going to be pretty fascinating for the final round. I think there's only maybe one player that can take an ID, and even then, it's not always entirely safe.
Yeah, I think Wenjong was the only undefeated player going into this round, so we're going to have to see how his game went this turn.
The thing is, like, if Wenjong is the only undefeated player after this game, nobody should take an ID against him.
Yes.
I don't think. Like, I don't think people are incentivized to actually win another game. Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
looks-
we have about 6 minutes left in the round. We have one final exciting round of Swiss tonight. So we're going to take a small break and we'll be back for the final 7th round. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid.
I'm Laura out of Brooklyn.
And thanks so much for watching. We'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Stand by. P H D Get into it. Get into it.
Welcome back to the New York City Megacity. This is the Swiss rounds, our final round today. We're looking for his top 8, and currently we have 4 players locked in for the top 8, and then of course 4 more slots being fought for. My name is Audrey from the Metropole Grid.
I'm Laura, out here in Brooklyn.
And here we are jumping in. I do think this is one of the tables that might not be exactly in contention, but I think regardless, we're in for a great game between 2 really well played players. On the left, this is Chromatically. I've known Chromatically for, I feel like, about a decade at this point. He's been coming up to play at Canadian Nationals, won a Canadian National title 2 years ago after the 3rd attempt, losing in the finals back in like 2016, 2017 FFG days. I'm not sure if he's still playing actively, but it looks like he's coming out and a phenomenal player of a lot of like old skill. And on the other side, we have Funky Man Dan. You might know from across the East Coast, travels to so many events all the time, plays some really interesting brews. And I think what is the matchup? Is Alco versus Sable? Is like the safe guess? I think that's usually what it is. Oh no, it's in Maggie. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Dan plays some really cool shaperless with a lot of like cool interaction. I'm assuming this is a deep dive finish, which is like a great weekend to celebrate that before it bans out. But we'll also see what kind of Oko's on the other side of the table, because that's classically been the good matchup if you want to be a corp into a deep dive.
Yes. That's a good point. We haven't seen any deep dives today.
No, yeah, we haven't at all. We saw a Conduit Shaper. We've seen Greg Sable. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we've
Looking
seen...
at the hand, that deep dive is in hand. That's the leftmost card. That is a pre-Nick, an Italian alt art. Very, very cool. And a reasonable hand. You got spec work, you have Coalescence, and a lot of econ with a double shirt gamble. So I'm assuming Funky Man's going to keep it. On the other side, though, Chromatically shuffling that away. I didn't get to see what it was.
Yeah, I think I just saw no ice, which makes sense if you're worried about. I wonder, do you go for a turn 1 deep dive?
I don't know. If you get the Fuji early, you might be in an okay spot. Whoa, Funky Man actually mulliganed. I thought that hand was a banger. A bit of card draw, a lot of money, but maybe we're looking for exact tools, like the ability to crack a remote server, a pinhole. I could see there being some other things you want, but...
Yeah. Azimut being an early draw, also very nice against high trash cost assets in an Alco.
Yeah. At this point in the table, or at this point in the day, these players also might have an understanding of what their opponents are playing. Like sometimes you just see it because you've talked to people who've played them. So if you know this is like a tag Alco, or this is a full fast events Alco, that's some information you can mulligan with. We're looking at the hand, we do see the longevity, Boto, and now we just drew into the Scatterfield, so we have some ice, but no money, a fair few agendas, and again, it's just ice. I think we have 2 copies of Scatterfield. So not sure how you meant to start this opening. Draw for Hansei, Spin Doctor. Some flexibility there, but we want to get those Oko counters, and so far none of this ice besides the Boto gets you close to those Oko counters.
Is there an anemone in hand? Yes.
Oh, that does it. Not sure you're happy to res that on turn 1, but that does immediately give you 3 counters and gives you some good safety against deep dive turn 1, which I don't think Funky Man is presenting here.
Yep. Starting with installing a Nuka and clicking it to draw 3, getting past the hand size for Maggie so that when you discard a card at the end of your turn you install it instead.
So it looks like that's Lilypad is the console there. That's an Alexis art. So we're going to be installing a lot of programs pushing ourselves forward. This is not Madani, but you do have that end of turn safety where if you install and Lilypad fires when you install with Magdalene, you do get that 6 hand size when you pass the turn, which is nice. But this is, Alco. It wants to take cards out of your hand. So sometimes you can even struggle to fire Magdalene's tax. So a very interesting matchup as much as paying 4 for the console. It looks like Funky Man's considering it as soon as turn 1.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to afford maybe installing Fermenter to trigger Lilypad, but...
Yeah, I think you can do it with end of turn, right? Like you can just click for credits and then get the Maggie install. Huge shout out to Funky Man wearing a neon static t-shirt. Give a like to the channel if you'd like. They're starting with the Coalescence, so we're not going to get the Lilypad draw, but we're going to keep our coffers a bit more liquid. And you see an Azimut in hand and a Fermenter, so a lot of economy in this hand, actually. A pretty reasonable mulligan. So Lilypad just getting that down. We're going to miss the trigger. It's first time a turn you install a program, but we get that with Maggie, which is quite slick. Fuji off the top.
Not what you want to see here. You're definitely hoping for... There's a good number of economy operations in this deck, right?
Yeah, usually they're playing Hansei's, hedge funds. Petty cash is very strong as well. But at least the Spin Doctor here, we can get rid of those agendas. I don't know if we can make an archives that's hard to run, but we're just drawing second an enemy, only ice, no assets. Seems like a pretty rough start here. I don't know if you want to jam any of these. Like, if you do jam the longevity, you can't just fix your hand that way and get a single Alco counter, which does help.
Yeah, but if you're going to need to save 3 credits to score longevity, you might not be able to resonate the ice.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe install credit, hope that you get that Scatterfield. As much as that Subvertile Scatterfield will just install ice, I guess.
Yeah, or the Spin Doctor. Sometimes Scatterfield can be awkward if you have nothing you really want to install, just a handful of Fujis.
Yeah, Spin Doctor is definitely not bad there. Looks like Chromatically isn't starting with the Spin Doctor, so maybe in the middle there, yeah, now we install the Spin Doctor. That usually suggests to your opponent that the Spin Doctor was drawn on the mandatory, which is not exactly true in this case, but I don't think it tells you that much about how things are going.
Oh,
So we finally got a Hansei. That's huge, because we can
Yes.
Hansei out a bad agenda we don't want, get an Alco counter, get the agenda out of hand, because we are very much over hand size.
Yeah, the diversity of ways that Alco has to get counters is really impressive. Yeah, here we see the Hansei discarding from the hand. Probably the Fuji? Yes.
Getting the counter there, we can discard. It is a powers that be in hand. I thought it was a petty cash, and I think another agenda hit the bin. So Spin Doctor is doing some work. Now drawing up, Funky Man. Emptying out that Nuka. You can always just run Archives or run Spin Doctor. Technically, Archives is a bit better because you'll flip all cards face up, which means in the future, if the Hansei gets shuffled back instead of one of the face down cards, you don't have to worry about Cohort or Regenesis.
Yeah, it looks like they have another Nuka, so they'll be safe to do that kind of play in the future. You never want to get the Nuka down to have Burst Draw against Alco.
I think it's a Slap Vandal in hand. I wonder what that means about how aggressive this deck wants to be.
Yeah, not a card you see outside of Arasana usually.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just want a bit of like that extra early pressure, but slow job, telework, click for 9 over a couple turns. It looks like we're going to start that job today.
In this matchup, Slap Vandal was really interesting Boto Tech because you can use it for the end the run and just keep making them discard cards to. Or sorry, you Slap Vandal the damage and make them keep discarding cards and the run.
It's true, but like you're giving Alco counters,
Yes.
which like sometimes that's the thing you want to do. It's hard to tell. I can't figure it out.
All right, Maggie
Yeah.
discarding the Coalescence, drawing a card off Lily Pad at the end of turn, getting a
Very
6-card
cute.
hand size.
And for those who don't know, JNet didn't do this for the first week or so, but you can take the credits off of or the power counters into credits. Excuse me, I think it is, yeah, power counters into credits off the Coalescence before your turn ends, even if you fire it with Maggie, which is nice in certain circumstances.
Yes.
Hand there, you see a Revolver. That's nice. That's really good. Or face checking. We're not scared of Sai Santan anymore, an enemy, while also taking off some of the fangs. But Chromatically is starting to build that Archives, that honeypot, where Regenesis threat is real. So something finally in the remote server. Our hand now only has, I think, one agenda. We'll see what we push. I couldn't see what hit the table that turn.
I think it was a Regenesis.
Could be a very explosive 4 points this turn. We'll see if Funky Man just wants to set up and play that Shaper Euro game, or whether you're actually worried about interacting this turn, which I think we're getting there.
Yeah, letting the Corp get to just 4 points is maybe still okay to play Shaper Control because they're not in game point yet, but they're in game point with Moonpool tricks to score Fujis. So
Yeah, it's a bit of work, but yeah, you can do it for sure. Even just like getting the hybrids and then Moonpooling at 3-2, like off 2 scores, you can close the game out.
yes. Looks like I have an
Funky
SMC
Man.
in hand.
Slap,
Slap
going
it.
for the remote. Going to draw there off the lily pad. So now we're checking here, not installing the revolver. So this beats Tattoo Bola, Scatterfield, one of the subroutine fires. I think that might be a Scatterfield. So 4-strength Code Gate. End the run you can break with the Slap Vandal, but now we're allowed to install a card. You actually can install on top of the agenda if you want to just trash it and Spin Doctor can bring it back. You have that ability.
Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but then you are left up with 3 agendas in Archive. You
Yeah,
don't know
it's
a way
awkward.
to get back.
That's just like how you play Alco. You put the Genesis in there, and that's the play here. So it looks like the Genesis is in the bin. Now, do you want to access this card? Is this the bite? It looks like it's just the powers that be. So 3 credits is a lot of your money. We do have that spec work to bounce back a bit next turn, and we still have the job that we can click last click. But this is definitely influence. Seems important as much as we're not scoring. Probably next turn unless we get that hybrid. Looks like for 3, it's coming down.
Yeah. The interesting choice on the powers that be, it's not threatening anything right now because it's sitting and taking up the remote, and there isn't room to threaten anything else, any scores.
Yeah, taking up the remote's actually really important because Slap Vandal does not deal with that well. And that's the sort of thing. It's like, oh, if you know it's in there, that's one less problem as long as you can deal with the other server. Shout out Montreal SMC, drawn by Kizra, that's playing there at the event. I believe they made the top cut guaranteed, but a very cool piece of art celebrating the city of Montreal. There's a fermenter coming down. Our MU is really full, really fast. We're at 6 MU already. Take that, Daily.
Discarding an SMC, actually discarding it, not mag installing it, because with 1, they should probably be able to get whatever they want.
Fermenter's ticking. We do still have our job. We're drawing up Saisantan. Wow, we've been drawing so much ice, and none of those assets that make Alco have text. At least a Hansei, if you discard a card here, you will be getting the Alco draw next turn, which is the first time it's fired in what is going to be the 5th turn of the game.
Yeah, in some of these Shaper matches, because they're so hesitant to face track, it can be hard to get the Alco counters on cards like Anemone.
Yeah, it's just a wildly different game. Like if a cohort's on the table, a FUT's on the table, you generally force that interaction. And so far, Chromatically mulligan into just ice and agendas.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate start for the corporation. Letting the Shaper play the long control game, which is what they really want to be doing here.
Yeah, we're getting away with so many installs. There's the Spec Work selling the Coalescence for, it's 2 cards and 2 card draw, or is it 3 cards? I forget the math exactly.
I think it's 3 credits and 2 cards.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. So drawing deeper, that SMC, I'm not sure what it's going to be getting. We know that the Revolver is in hand, so maybe you have a nice way to deal with the scatter field. Unity is a bit expensive in the early game, but you always can grab Copulation, you can grab Hush, you can grab some weird tech cards that your opponent might not be expecting.
Yeah, we saw Fizerum, I think, earlier to deal with scatter field.
Yeah, not bad. I don't think a lot of these lists have the slots from a virus, so they don't really have the time to purge. Fizerum generally just shuts down an ice and they build another server. Still looking for the lily pad there. Azimut, we are at 6 MU, mind you. The Slap Vandal's on the table, good catch. You don't want to go over MU, that's a hard thing to fix. It's usually a game loss.
Ooh,
Overclock?
Overclock drawn, very useful for SMC. Running the Spin Doctor, and it's popped to shuffle 2 back. Now I wonder which 2 you spin back.
So notice there in the corner, you actually Chromatically shuffles his hand a bit, but you might actually be able to, if you pay attention, to find out which of the cards discarded when is going back. Because we're pretty sure one card was over-installed during the Scatterfield fire, and then some cards were discarded earlier to Hansei. You're allowed to shuffle your face downs. I think a bit of shuffling happened, but it's really interesting if you want to track and kind of figure out the history.
Yeah. You shuffle back the Regenesis and Fuji here?
I'm assuming so. You might actually just leave the Fuji, because I think Fuji behind an enemy is usually the setup you want anyways, because you could, in theory, set up a Regenesis on the next turn. But Alco, we're passing a turn, drawing in. Again, another Powers. A Regenesis, and the last Scatterfield, I think.
Yes, I think there's a Petty Cash in the center being discarded, so you can play it clicklessly this turn.
That would be better. There's a hedge fund. That's an old Worlds 2018 hedge fund. Again, Chromatically is playing from way back in the FFG days.
Yeah, but still none of the extremely powerful assets that Alco wants to be pushing on the table. We still haven't seen Cohort,
No.
but
We haven't seen Anoetic. We haven't seen any of the things that make the remote plays happen. This has just been, again, just money, ice, and agendas. It's like, I don't even want to say core set because there's Anoetic in there.
It's like, why is anyone scared of this ID, right?
Chromatically thinking how to make the most out of this. The longer you go, you have the SMC, the money is coming in. We're going to click to draw. There's our first cohort. Whether you want to get that behind the Scatterfield, build another server. I don't think we have enough clicks to do that, but once that card is firing, you're getting those Echo counters, you're digging deeper through your deck, you're doing everything you want.
Yeah, it looks like they have a lot of ice choices here, considering probably putting up behind a Scatterfield, a Saisantan, a Tatubola. Really lots of options.
Yeah. Currently it's just an SMC. That card on the table, mind you, the Funky Man installed next to, if you don't recognize that is a lily pad, that is a Simul chip, I believe. So in the bin, that means we can pop SMC twice during the same run. Double install, because it was a mandatory, I think, not a first click. Yeah, so this makes sense.
I think it's a cohort behind the Tatu.
That tracks. It's a good swap.
Yeah, I think
if you want to move over the Slap Vandal, that's not a great...
Propeller in hand, sorry.
Yeah, that's the way you want to beat it for sure. The question is, does Funky Man need to get the Revolver down for the safety? Because in hand is the worst place if you're not playing Muse to have your programs as a Shaper in some ways.
Yes. And very interestingly, they've had a Nuka left on the table untapped with still 2 counters on it, I believe. So just getting ready to draw up when situation gets more desperate, but now they can just keep on coasting on this lily pad draw engine.
Yeah, keeping a Nuka on the table is a really clever thing to do. Obviously, if you need the gas now, go for it. But that's the sort of safety where if you steal a Fuji behind an enemy, you're suddenly back into the game. Yes. It's just straight overclock. 5 credits for the run, paying 1. And with SMC and Simul chip, there's no way that these credits can be wasted. Tatubola rolls out. We'll see again. We know there's a propeller in hand, but starting to pay 2 for the SMC. See if we get that second propeller. Usually there's at least a couple in the list. I don't know if we're going to get a Rising Tide or... Gauss. Nice. Text on it won't matter. I think we are breaking for probably 1 for 1.
Yes, but it means you'll be able to break Tatu forever now when versus Propeller, which will run out of counters eventually.
Yeah, now the bow-twos at some point are going to be more expensive, but
Yes.
that maybe might be a Propeller problem in the future.
Yes, makes a lot of sense. You want to save the Propeller for the big strength Botu when you end up on threat. What is it, threat 4?
Threat 4?
Get 6 strength? That seems like a lot.
Azima taking down the core. Just careful on that swap. You want to make sure you leave the tattoo on the table because you can't swap a tattoo with the same tattoo, but Chromatically did swap that with a different card for sure. 11 credits still on the corporation side. I do think we're at the point that Chromatically can just get a couple pieces of ice up and say, break a Botu with your 7 credits or your 6 credits. There's the Nuka. I think we got the lily pad draw. We see in hand that card on the right is a pinhole threading. Super useful in the matchup. Wait, is there a hand size card? No, there's not. It's Stone Chip and a DZ in hand.
Yes.
I thought we saw that. What's that one that gives you hand size?
T400 Memory Diamond?
No, the one that gets
No.
power counters from Borealis.
Hippocampic.
That's the one. Yeah, Mechanocytes, yeah.
Discarding Coalescence at the end of turn, getting the money. Ooh, discarding the Revolver, so ready to simul chip fetch it when in a pinch.
This is like the big thing too, is without, the Alco pushing you into the damage and forcing you to interact, like Maggie's been firing every single turn.
Yeah.
Funky Man's lost 0 cards from hand to anything Jinteki. There is the Petty Cash. Going to start there, just gaining 2 credits off the top. Not bad whatsoever. And here we do have a Regenesis. So the question is whether Chromatically left something in the bin that's worth picking up.
I think they were forced to leave at least one agenda in there.
I think so too. That was my read, is that we put back probably the Longevity and the Regenesis and left the Fuji in there. Oh, Fut.
Ooh.
Start to make a play here. Get some text on your identity ability.
Yeah, that's a card that's definitely going to start threatening, make accesses more threatening.
Yeah. Let alone 3 cost, trash cost is a fair bit in the modern meta.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is that the Fermenter, unless you can force Funky Man into a Fly Swatter, that is going to be an easy 8 credits next turn. I don't think Funky Man needs to greed that much more if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and the Azimite on the table is actually going to give 2 credits to trash that Fut, so really just 1. The Azimite's gotten a lot of value this game.
So something behind the Scatterfield. I think that was the Fut. We'll see if we res that end of turn. That was the Fut, okay. I think Chromatically needs to push for the Botu. It needs to get something big, but I think the Botu was discarded to a Hansei or to hand size. Because I think all that's left in hand is 2 Scatterfields, 2 Botus, an Agenda, a Hedge Fund, and a Fut.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look. The Botu might have ended up on Archives. We'll see.
Yeah, that could be right.
All right, there's
We're gonna res Fut.
with a counter.
Yeah. I like the shortcut of installing it face up for a credit so you don't forget to res it. It's a really weird trigger end of turn, but it does obviously do a lot to balance the card, which is nice.
Yeah, one of the things about Alco is they have to show some of their cards pretty quickly because they show the Fut, they show the cohort, and you have some idea on what you're dealing with on the table.
Yeah, I forget, what is that subtype that they give to like Daily Quest? It's a really cool subtype. I wish we saw more cards like that. Funky Man's thinking this through. Again, this is 0-0. We're like 6 turns in, so the agendas have to be somewhere. Now, the problem is we know this is a deep dive deck, so keeping agendas in archives, if those do damage, you can knock out the deep dive, but also those agendas will be stolen. Second simul chip we're drawing up to. We have a stone chip too if Funky Man wants a bit more safety on the deep dive turns, but Gnome of Iris here. Going to spend 2 clicks. Actually, it was only 1 click for 8 because of the Magdalene clickless install.
Yeah, looks like they have another stone chip in hand, so ready for some damage.
Oh yeah, 1 already on the table. Pinhole, we can just take the Fut down before R&D gets some ice. I don't know if it's your priority, but it uses your Azimuth, so it feels pretty good.
Yeah, and getting rid of it before they like fast advance a hybrid from hand can just prevent some of the Alco damage.
Azimuth for 2, Pinhole for 1 and 1, so we spent 2 credits and a card to trade for Fut, which is a pretty good deal. Now there are sometimes Anoetics in this list, and you really do want your pinholes for that, but Echelon, let's see if we install that. It looks like Funky Man wants to Magdalene down just the second simul chip. There you go.
Yeah, and this is really... Oh, and on the turn, simul chip being popped.
I think we're using this to lily pad, right?
Yes, because I don't think Lily had it triggered this turn.
I think both players are trying to figure it out too. I love tapping my cards sideways. I have once per turns, just to make sure that you catch whether you have or haven't used them.
Yeah, one thing about in-person play, having to keep track of all your triggers, adding just a bit of mental load.
Oh yeah, 7 rounds in, right?
Yeah, it's been a long day of Netrunner.
Fucking
players trying
respond.
to remember.
Yeah, this one's the tricky one. Yeah. So just make sure you don't crack the simul chip if you're not going to crack the simul chip. But I think you get the card draw. Judge call. I wonder if the question is whether there is a simul chip trigger after turn. There is one after discard. It is the sort of window that you can like res spin doctors to dodge lat and stuff like that.
Yes, and a program was trashed this turn, right, with the fermenter trash.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I forget. That's also a consideration for sure. Yeah, I think the question is, can you Maggie the simul chip and immediately use it? But I do think you can, because you can take the credits off of a coalescence. But hey, I'm not a judge here, so whatever they figure out, they figure out.
Oh, yeah. I guess in theory they could use the old simul chip if that mattered too. So.
Oh my god, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I guess the question is whether there's a window there, but yeah, you could just use the old simul chip.
Yeah, Shaper sometimes with all their timings cause these kinds of questions.
Instant speed. Looks like we're legit. I even like it, like say that Coldlava knew that interaction. It's still always worth looking up just so you can show to the players on the table to be like, yeah, there's a timing window here. Pokemon just needs to load that gun. There you go.
I think that's another hedge fund top deck. So again, missing the key assets. The moment they've been installed, they've been trashed.
Yeah, we'll see if Chromatically now just wants to like force the Regenesis and say if you run it, you run it. But there's so many ways. Funky Man basically has nearly all the breakers out. As much as the hand has a bunch of scatter fields, you could stack them, which is kind of cool. They have 0 strength, so the Unity will cut through them. Heaven forbid an Oiler, but at least that Slap Vandal won't do enough.
Oof, yeah, stacking the scatter field always feels so bad, but sometimes you just need the extra protection to challenge multiple types.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Revolver and the
tempted.
Gauss down,
Yeah.
And a simul chip, I think the Magdalene can just get a Codebreaker no problem.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can force it out, and this is the issue. It's if you don't like things obviously snowball. So if you don't force things that the runner has to interact with, Funky Man doesn't have to interact, which means Funky Man doesn't have to spend credits. So all those credits go to setup, and when you set up, obviously there's a problem across the table. So while the corporation has good money and maybe not the ice to cash in on those credits, things you really need the Shaper to interact, and unfortunately the draw here has been lacking those tools.
Yeah, Funky Man's done a really good job, too, of not taking any risks that give Alco counters unnecessarily.
Yeah. Looks like ice on R&D. I think we saw Scatterfield into a hedge fund. And just shuffling those 5 cards in hand. 1 point, I think, is only in hand.
Yeah.
So we have a DZ in hand if we want to put the SMC down. We are over MU. You might just be able to trash the Coalescence. I don't think this is a knick-knack deck. I think this deck only has Specworks. This is very similar to D's list that they played earlier this summer to win the Summer Showdown. And we're overclocking, going archives again with a healthy hand here of cards we might not need. It's a great time to find an enemy. It's a great time to steal a Fuji. And my bet is there's still points in there.
Yeah, it's always a hard choice if you're not an Anarch to ask yourself, when am I happy to lose all these cards in hand? But with Simul Chip, you're safe to lose most of these programs.
Ooh, big one. Now only 4 strength, so Gauss, I think you have to boost twice. I think you break all of this for, I want to say 6 credits, which, hey, it's an overclock, so I don't even know if you're like required to go get a propeller.
Yeah, and I think the one propeller's in hand. Maybe there's another one in the deck that you could fetch with a Simul Chip SMC. But with the overclock money, I think you're right. Just spend it here until it's 36.
Yeah, I don't even think you could. Yeah, it's 6 strength in a bit, but here, yeah, you could flicker your Gauss, but it only saves you 2 credits. So we just pay 1 with the overclock. You're totally fine here. Looks like that's the case. 5, 6, 7. You boost twice. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's 7. Sorry. Yeah, 3 subroutines.
Bojo Archives is somewhat good positioning because, ooh, and the Fuji was left in bin.
Yeah, that came from early. That was the Regenesis setup, and then the Regenesis went back, and the Longevity. So this is going to be 2 net damage, which is perfect to get you the first Alco counter. The Hansei in hand can get the second, but again, we are not flying with Alco this game. 2 damage, DZ, and Stone Chip. The DZ's kind of interesting because MU is full, but I'm not sure what else Funky Man needs to set up besides at some point Decoder.
Yeah, and at any point they can just get rid of the Azimat, free up 2 MU, and get ready to deep dive.
There's a cup again. Also, we can get rid of the Slap Vendo, the Coalescence. We have a lot of flexibility here. We should not struggle. Are we at enough cards to fire Maggie here? Yeah.
Yeah, after the Fuji, drawing 2 back up to be able to discard. There's a Simul Trip. Maybe we'll see the same trick last turn? No.
No need. So again, the hand has a Hansei. I don't think I've done this, but in theory you can Moonpool just to fire Aoko by getting a card out of your hand.
3 credits an install for a Alco trigger seems.
Sometimes you need card draw. I don't think it's now, but like it's cool to know you can do it.
Yeah, sometimes
I
desperate
only-
times.
I don't only realize that you can shuffle anything back as long as it's face down with Moonpool. I thought it was only agendas.
Oh yeah, that's true. So you can get back the ice, but maybe
Kinda
you get
neat.
back like a foot and a cohort here if you really
Yeah,
want. Them.
I think they have to be face down. So it's like you have to build this weird problem that you can solve, which like in theory you can solve it by outgoing cards.
Oh, but there's a petty cache off the top, which is definitely the thing you're happiest to discard to
Yes.
Hansei without really a second thought.
There it goes. 5 credits, gets the outgo counter, last click, something in the remote server. Technically you are threatening for Genesis Fuji this turn,
Yes.
but it's easy enough to check archives, so that'd be pretty risky. Funky Man up on 3 points to Chromatically's, still fighting for that scoring window. Looks like Regenesis is still in hand. Do you know what hit the table?
I think it was a Moonpool,
Oh yeah, for sure.
which you definitely still want to trash. 2 credits on the Azimuth.
Yep. Just run up.
Here's our 3rd Nuka.
I don't know. Do we get to a point where Funky Man runs out of cards and Fuji's lethal? Like, we gotta make sure you don't install everything. I think we still have so much padding, but
It's definitely a risk that you have to keep in mind, but
Mhm.
Fuji, I think, with being the main source of net damage, these decks playing fewer and fewer stings every day, it seems, makes you feel a little bit safer that they're not grinding you out.
Oiler coming down this turn's very powerful. Break subroutines for free. So if this is the last Scatterfield, oops, I sent on. So you have to break that for 3 bullets is my guess. We do have access to an Echelon. I'm not sure if it's in hand or in the bin. So no matter what, you just pay 2 credits and 3 bullets, which is still somewhat expensive.
Yeah, I think the Echelon's in hand, and Funky Man's money getting a little bit low.
Yeah, I think this is where you need to in the mid game, just like use a Simul chip on a Fermenter and have that as your insurance money, which we'll see if Funky Man does that this turn. Now,
Yes.
Chromatically can just fire this, not choosing to. We do have 2 Alco counters, so that's going to be 2 off the Azimuth and 1 from pocket. So we're down to like, what, 4 credits?
Yeah, and at any point, if you just need desperate money, you can Simul chip for Coalescence.
Mm-hmm. Yep, click for 4. We did trash, so Simul chip's a bit easier to use this turn, but I think at this point, the Slap Vandal is the one you want to get rid of.
Yes. I guess Oiler is still 4 to break Scatterfield in future turns, but
Yeah, it's not great. Just, there we go. So this you actually can trigger, so you can draw a card off of, oh, we've already lily padded, but you can get over hand size, and there's a Fermenter. Just in time, yeah. Looking at the credit threshold, being like, I think I need a bit more juice here, and this is definitely the juice. Now, the compilation is also interesting because we've been drawing a lot. It did look like we shuffled back at least 1 agenda, so you think there must be points in HQ, but Chromatically is only holding 1 point, so R&D is actually where the game is. Funky Man's probably still trying to set up towards that deep dive at some point. Having already the Fuji being on 3 points means that you can win with the click gainer deep dive. Issue is like, what's the click gainer? I think there's 1 Hannah in the deck, and if that's at the bottom, that gets a bit tense.
Yeah, sometimes Magdalene can be really set up, but yeah, without that click gainer, they need to dig pretty aggressively to get that
Yeah.
Hannah.
That means if you find 1 more agenda, though, you can maybe close the game off on a Fuji, but
Yes. They might be holding off the compilation just for a little bit, wanting to also, again, not taking unnecessary net damage.
But Chromatically, if he's drawing agendas, they don't really have anywhere to go, besides hopefully taxing out a revolver before the Echelon comes down. So you have to assume they're pulling in somewhere.
Yeah. Making the outcome
Especially with,
decision
like-
here.
Yeah, I think there was a FUT in there. I'm not sure what else. But like last turn, if your opponent installs a moon pool and doesn't use it, right? Like it's clearly that they don't have a play and they're just trying to keep you busy, which is important.
Yes.
Oh, this is cool. You can always moon pool 1 of these cards like the FUT and then reinstall it when you score the hybrid from hand if you'd like. It won't fire, but it'll be face down. So it's a target.
Interesting. Yeah. The synergy between hybrid and Alco.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Especially when FUT fires at the same time. If you have that set up, it's just like, okay, you lose 3 cards. I'll install and draw 1.
Yeah, so the cost of trashing a card from the top of your deck really isn't a cost. You're actually just pre-installing it.
Chromatically taking a long think here. Again, we only have about 12 minutes left in the round. When time is called, active player has the final turn, then your opponent, has the final turn. And so Chromatically needs to be ahead on points. That's largely at this point like a Regenesis play, and we know where one of the moon pools are, which is one of the big enablers. I didn't see what hit the bin there. Still have mandatory.
Ooh.
Second moon pool.
Looks like the hybrid went to the bin.
I think you're right. Unless, yeah, the hybrid went to the bin, so we kept the FUT.
Yeah. I guess with the Moonpool and a Spin Doctor, it's pretty safe there.
Yeah, maybe not with the Moonpool top deck, you can set up a Regenesis play for the following turn.
Interesting. But yeah, without the... Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want a Regenesis hybrid in the bin.
Yeah. Yeah, this is with Agenda already in the bin, right? Like, you can do the Regenesis with the Moonpool, but yeah, you need something big in Archives. Second Ice, again, understanding that Saisentan is taxing, getting a FUT there, just rezzing it, and then putting another card here. I like this. This is making a play for sure. Because now there's two things you have to worry about, let alone Archives you can worry about. And so we'll see how Funky Man responds to this. But this is great. Chromatically is definitely trying to make a mean thing happen.
Yeah, especially on a turn where you see the runners lower on credits, in danger of overextending and going broke, and then you can really make a safe play.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you saw what's in the remote server. I think it either has to be the Moonpool or the Regenesis, which the Regenesis you could score out for 2 points by getting the hybrid, but obviously we need to dream bigger at this point.
Or just a Spin Doctor to act as bait.
Oh yeah, we also have to spin. Very true. Nuka draw. First 2 clicks spoken for. Drew into a sure gamble. And I think the first deep dive we've seen, I'm assuming there's 2 in the deck, sometimes a Harmony AR therapy for a bit of redundancy. So the question is, like, Funky Man is evaluating the board stake to see if deep dive is something we can pursue or should be pursuing. Not this turn.
Yeah, the corporation's on, what, 12 credits? So they might not be able to res all the central dives, but yeah, an anemone is something you always want to be careful about if you go for the deep dive and suddenly lose it from hand.
Is that a knick-knack? 3 cards to the right?
Uh,
Or a spec work? Might just be a spec work.
Yeah, I don't have a good glimpse of it. The Sure Gamble is really the one they're contemplating right now.
Yeah.
2 credits short of playing the Sure Gamble.
Yeah, this is 2 clicks. Hold on. I do think we spent 2 clicks already, Nuka and then draw, so I think we might have caught that. But this is technically click 3. We'll see if that is tracked correctly. Getting rid of the Oiler for more card draw and more credits. But I think we might have taken an extra click this turn. No, that's good. Perfect.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Scatterfield. We're going to use the Silent Chip on the Oiler. Now, this draws you a card with Lily Pad, but this only saves you 2 credits.
Mm-hmm.
So this is now break for 2 instead of break for 4. So not a high value Silent Chip unless you really need the card draw. I wonder here if you just like setting up the card draw on the Spin Doctor to do a Moonpool. It is the Moonpool. Knowing where all those are is also so important. So that would be 1 in the Azimut. So Spin Doctor in hand, Regenesis in hand. I think that the play there was to draw enough cards to get to not worry about Fuji FUT.
Yes, because that's a very, very healthy grip.
Yeah. And that means actually you're discarding cards so the hand size of the deck gets checked. I don't think Funky Man has a click here. I think we might have miscounted because I think it was Nuka, use Nuka, maybe run. Yeah, maybe this is right.
No spec work run?
Oh, spec work run. Yeah, yeah. This is a
Yeah.
5 click turn, I think.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, I know. It just happens. I've done it multiple times. But now with this many cards in hand, like at least you get the Maggie install. The MU is a tight part. We lost the DZ a couple turns ago to like the damage off the Fuji, and that actually is kind of cramping his style.
Yeah, it might be time to say goodbye to the Azimut, but as you're seeing
Yeah,
the FUT,
that's my
you know
guess.
those 2 credits can be useful next turn.
Yeah, that's the 1/2 MU card, so it needs to be doing a lot of lifting here. Oh, it's 2 deep dives in hand. Excuse me.
Oh. Just a click for a credit.
Okay, so we'll see what we cheat out here. I definitely want to be working towards that sure gamble. So SMC into the bin. My guess is maybe no Maggie this turn. Compilation, following it. Still a lot of choices. What are you throwing out here?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, I guess they're fermenter forgoing the Maggie. Getting the propeller down in preparation might be nice.
Yeah, I wonder if we Maggie here or not. Oh, let's consider the propeller. Now we are over MU, so it looks like the Azimut is finally gone there. I do think there's also a pinhole in hand. So that is like a harder thing to deal with now because we've iced up all the servers, but we're holding 2 deep dives, of course, because we want to play around an enemy, but one enemy could knock out every single deep dive in the game, which would be pretty exciting. Sting off the top. This
Ooh.
does have stings in it.
Yeah, not all
This
the
is a
algos
great
have been playing
time.
Sting, but you're really happy if they touch that, actually.
Yeah, jamming that sting, that's a 3 damage sting, which if it knocks out the deep dive, again, like Funky Man just doesn't have that many cards to play with. The problem is we only have 7 minutes in the round.
Oh, yeah.
Triple install. I think one's Regenesis, one's a Sting is my read. Oh,
Yes.
one could be a Spin Doctor, excuse me.
yeah, the question is wherever you run, or if you let me score, you're taking 3 damage from the foot, no matter what. It looks like the Regenesis is still in hand, so...
Yeah, so I think it's Spin, Sting. I just can't tell which is in which. We'll see if Funky Man will find out for us. We also do have 2 stone ships, so it's not like the charge is going to be that important. We don't need more propeller or revolver counters. It's more so that panic you can draw. So if you ever see an enemy, you have to fire it before the enemy is rezzed, because the 2 damage happens at instant speed once it's rezzed. So you have to ask action, and if they say no, then you can just fire it. By rezzing, I mean.
Yes.
Fermenter for 6, I think?
Yeah, pretty good.
So we'll see if we want to play that sure gamble or we want to keep it for a hit point. This deck, so much of its long economy is like entirely the fermenters. And so far we've seen, I think, fermenter for 14?
Wow, yeah, that's pretty good.
Is it enough? Maybe.
Well, that's the first sure gamble we've seen, so I guess there's 2 more in the decks that can keep you liquid.
Yeah, that does help. Echelon in hand, but we're checking here with 4 cards in hand, just charging the FUT. So the most damage you can take here is 1 an enemy's worth, which at least will trigger Alco. I think looking at hand, it might actually be an enemy, trying to see what you can throw out. It'd be a Tattoo Bola or a Regenesis. Just a Tattoo Bola game. That tracks as well.
Maybe checking if you have ice to swap.
Yeah, exactly. So break for 1, again, we're going to keep that on the table. There you go, before you swap. That's the cleaner play. But it is a tattoo for a tattoo, which we do know that from above.
All right, the last 3 bullets on the propeller, so you will need the Echelon in the future.
Oh, for sure. Now, this is a full price FUT. The Azumah just leaving the turn before, so unfortunately, the money is going.
Yeah, you're right. The Magdalene does want another sure gamble or something soon.
Yeah, we have, what, 2 Simul chips we've come through, I think? 5 minutes left? Now, the cool thing is, if time is called, you can just send a deep dive, right? Like, who cares? You're already ahead on points.
It would be
flatline.
It would be just very exciting to see 1 more deep dive on stream before we say goodbye to the card for at least the near future.
Maybe that'll be tomorrow's goal, but it is leaving for those who don't know. Now we're checking this remote. Either could be a Sting or a Spin. Now, the FUT means the Sting only does 1 damage, as much as it does have, I think, a 50% chance of hitting a deep dive?
Yeah, unless Funky Man decides to pop a stone chip, just in case.
Yeah. Now, we've seen no enemies so far. Some of the lists are in 3. Some of them have just tuned down to 2. Because it does not have, like, lasting taxing power, but it is, okay, it's going to be a Scatterfield. That's 4 credits if you want to break all of it. Awkwardly, you can't choose to let one of the subroutines fire, which I'm not sure you would. So it is 4, unless you want to just let that fire and bounce.
Yeah.
And at that point, you could install the Regenesis in the other remote.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like Funky Man's going to pay 4. It's not ideal, but it's like when it's the same as what, Unity with 1 extra breaker?
Yeah, Unity will break for 3 if you're in a good spot.
Yes. Accident card, choosing to pop a stone chip first.
There you
Padding
go.
for the deep dives.
So we do draw another sure gamble. There's a first Sting, so this actually means Funky Man's on game point. And that's a really big deal, because you no longer have to respect Fuji archives, because if you win, it doesn't matter if there's a FUT, the game is over once you get that 7th point. Not the Fuji text does not have to fire. Ooh, hitting a deep dive. 2 and 6, so that's a 1 in 3 chance. But 1 out, as much as a Harmony could bring them back, if it really comes to that. Back to Chromatically, got the Alco counter as well. And a Weddick with only 2 cards in hand doesn't feel great.
Yeah, they've been waiting on a good time to make that Regenesis play, but...
Ooh, Manic Arm. Not going for the Manic Arm into Regenesis, drawing FUT, 2nd click. So you could just put FUT back behind that Saisentan and say, hey, you got some problems to deal with, and you need to install your Echelon, let alone be on 3 credits.
Yeah, just keep on tackling the runner. Choosing the Scatterfield server instead.
Yeah, that's cool. Cost 4.
Yeah.
This is the upside of drawing the FUTs kind of late, is that there's only so many credits and so many hit points left. I can't tell. There can't be that many more than like 7 cards in Funky Man's deck.
Yeah, at this point, Funky Man may be regretting trashing the Azimuth.
I'll see. Whoa, is it just 4 cards? No, there's a small pile there, right? I can see at least 2.
But not many.
Not many. And there's the Hannah. Like 3 cards from the bottom to get that last deep dive to connect.
But only the FUT was installed, so I don't know if there's anything you're too worried about being in the first server, face down.
Yeah, unless it's an agenda just cooking, like a Sting, in theory, could do 4 damage next turn. That's not going to lose you the game. There's only 2 minutes left. And once you're on time again, you can just send it Centrals and find that last Fuji. It has to be somewhere, because Chromatically has not been drawing points. Running Archives, we are 6 strength, bow 2. So that's going to be all but 1 counter, all but 1 credit. archives check with a FUT on the table. So a Fuji is just game winning, but a small agenda like a Sting can be 3 damage.
Yes, they do still have a full hand, so they're not worried about flatlining, but you could lose a second deep dive.
Chromatically's pausing here. I'm not sure if the paidability window, what that would be. I guess it's whether Funky Man wants to pop. Okay, that's it. Spin Doctor. Makes sense. So it looks like there's points definitely in archives. We drew into a cohort, and I think the last copy of the Moon Pool?
Yeah, might have been 2 cohorts.
Might have been. Yeah, that would make sense.
Um,
Looks like face down, Moon Pool's coming back, so Petty Cash getting flipped up. Very cool. That Chromatically could have played that, I think, on an earlier turn, but keeping a face down card in archives is actually, like, does have a bigger impact on the narrative of the game.
yeah, just to make the runner keep doubting whether or not they need to check archives, how safe archives is.
Ooh, good for Mentor. Installed for 1. I don't know if we fired Lily Pad this turn or whether we even want to, because we're still just like getting rid of hit points, getting rid of the Hannah, just saying, I don't think I'm going to deep dive that deep. I only need 1 access. Sting off the top. FUT's going to be on 2.
Ooh, a Sting could be pretty dangerous.
If we had 10 more minutes, I think this game does something really cool, but unfortunately it's only 40 seconds. Chromatically needs to end the turn and set up a Regenesis this turn.
Yeah, but even
Triple
Regenesis
install.
takes them to 4 points, so
Yes.
it would be,
Which, hey, it's better than a loss, right?
yeah, a tie to end the day.
3 cards are modes over. The read is Managar, Manoetic, and Tune Agenda, but if it is anything besides Regenesis, even if it's Regenesis, you can just run archives. There's no face downs in there. You don't even have to.
Oh, yeah.
10 seconds. I don't know if the players can see the clock. They're not looking up too much, but telework. Funky Man, you just need to end your turn. Click to draw, and it should be timed there. If that's the case, Chromatically has 1 more turn, and I don't think there's anything he can do with the stone chip on the table. No flatline. Best you could do is Regenesis and Fuji, but you need to have a way to discard the Fuji at instant speed, which the game doesn't really do that. If there's a Moon Pool not on the table, and then, well, where's the Regenesis?
Yeah, you need the Regenesis and the Moon Pool both installed in separate servers on the table. So,
Top deck the Managarm. I think time was called, right?
yeah, I believe so. So this should be Chromatically's last turn. They may just be mulling over the day, deciding what to do with this thing, rezzing it, doing the 5 damage.
He's laughing for the head shake. I'll do a bit of damage there, but no Regenesis setup. Good game to both players. Unfortunate start there for the outco for sure. Chromatically still trying to do his best and thinking his way through it. But Funky Man just setting up, making that Shaper late game engine, and that is definitely not a thing you want to be sitting across as the game goes later.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the better the Shaper's advantage is.
Yeah, for sure. Well played to both players, and that will take us to the end of 7 rounds of Swiss at New York City Megacities. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if you're watching live, firstly, thanks so much for hanging out. If you're watching the VOD or watching this live, in just a moment, after the results are going to be coming in, we're going to be cutting to Kato on stage, and she's going to be reading the top 8. And after that, we'll probably just come back and sign off, but we should be returning. I'm quickly checking some of the standings, so at the top 4 tables, the top 2 tables were ID'd. And so then it comes down to the next tables. Who's going to be making it to the top cut? It looks like we have some reports. A tie or an ID at table 5 might not do it. Capsation Fan versus Oriades. Oriades took the runner win. Criminal versus Nebula. And then we see another Sable win, another Hoshiko win. This round is almost entirely runner wins from what's reported. In fact, all but 1 game as a runner win.
Yeah, the top table is really runner dominated from what's been
So
reported
far.
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, the Eli versus Ice Cream College matchup, that's going to be very important because that easily decides which of those 2 makes the top cut tomorrow and
Yes.
plays in for that Continentals bye. All right, we're going to be throwing to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just with our top 8 announcement. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Portable headphone dance floor. Let's go.
Hello, Netrunner players. Hey, everybody, listen up. I got some announcements to make. Netrunner, listen up. I've got some prizes to give out. First up, thank you all very much for coming out. City. This has been a great day of Netrunner so far. We've had a lot of fun games on stream. Shout outs to, I think he already left, but Sam running judging all day. That was great. And our other volunteer judges, Lucas and Rohit. Right now I'm going to give out the awards for top 16, and then our cut is just the top 8, but top 16 get a set of alt art managarms that I left in the other room. Hold on one second. We're also going to be giving out awards for the top faction players. Criminal is going to have to wait till tomorrow because there's so many in the top 16 up here. But coming in at 16, we've got Cybershark. Come up and get your prize. Hello. Here you go. You're welcome. Coming in at 15, Holliday. There you go. Coming in at 14, Capsaicin Fan. Love that spice. 13, Funky Man. Here you go. 12, we've got London. Woo! Hello. 11, Dan B. What's up? There you go, congrats. 10 is Eli. Hello. Woo! Congratulations. And then 9 is Sunny. Woo. There you go. And now the top 8, which will be fighting for this wonderful trophy here and buy at Continentals tomorrow. We've got at 8, Wynaut. Woo. When did you start playing?
January.
Yeah. At number 7, we got Stwyde. There you go. At number 6, we have Ice Cream College. You're welcome. At number 5, we've got Orates, Kyle. Hey, Kyle. At number 4, we've got Kat. Number 3, we've got Dave. Number 2, we've got Wyld. And I forgot there's one more, but Wenjong, number 1. Sorry, there's one more set back there, I forgot. I miscounted how many I had pulled out. Okay, that's your top 8 for tomorrow. Top 8, round 1 will be beginning at 12:30 p.m. The venue opens at noon, so you can come in, kind of settle in. There's also going to be tomorrow a team tournament, hand and brain tournament, teams of 2, run by Rohit. There'll be handouts with the rules, but it's a really fun format, and you will get a alt art spin doctor that is a slowpoke with the NYC city backdrop. It's special for this tournament. It's super fun. So definitely come back for hand and brain if you're not in top 8. If you're in top 8, obviously be here for the top 8. It's going to be double elimination, so it'll be 6 rounds, I think 7 if there's a reset. But other than that, I believe, am I forgetting to announce anything? I don't know. Oh, top half, the Plutus. What? It's 16, right? I forgot to give them out, but if I called your name just now, follow me to the back and I'll give you the final prizes. Aside from that, oh, I forgot the things. I think one person does get one of their pins. I believe Stwyde, you get the top NBN pin because you're in top cut. And, oh yeah, and the Wayland. Oh my god, Stwyde, you also get the Anarch pin. Okay, yeah. Which one do you want? Next down is going to be, I think, Sunny. Yeah, Sunny, come get your pin. There you go. And I think top Wayland is the only other one, right? Dave. Okay. And then, yeah, it looks like Shapers are in the top 8. Jinteki in the top 8. Krim, obviously. And there's exactly 2 Leos in the top 8, which is amazing. All right, y'all, make sure to take all your trash with you. If you've been watching on the stream, thank you very much for hanging out. We'll be back live tomorrow around 12:20 for the top 8 double elimination bracket. Thanks, everyone.
And with that, we're going to sign off today after 7 rounds of Swiss in New York City. Great day, Laura. How's your day been?
It's been a fun day of commentary. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for sharing a mic with myself. So you'll be back tomorrow, starting at it's 12:30 for the first round. Top
12:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Awesome. So streamed in the same places that you're watching now. If you watch the VOD, there's more VOD. It's already happened. It was in the past. It was an exciting time. But my name's Andre from the Metropole Grid. If you want to check out some Netrunner content, Metropole Grid, you'll find me there. Yeah. Huge shout out to all the organizers, all the people coming out at this Megacities, and tune back in tomorrow to see who can take that top cut.
See y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Keep moving. PhD.